It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill 288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, transparent and accurate broadband services information. Bill standing in the name of Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Mazur, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, transparent and accurate broadband services information, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise in this House to speak to my private member's bill, Bill 288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act. Access to quality internet is essential, and rural Canadians in particular understand the devastating impacts associated with poor internet service across our nation. If members of this House were to speak with Canadians across our country, they would realize that many feel cheated, misled, and ripped off by internet companies. This is because millions of Canadians are frustrated to learn that the internet quality they are paying for is nowhere near what they expected. Consumers making purchasing decisions based on information. When it comes to internet, Canadians expect the highest quality of service. Unfortunately, when consumers are making decisions on what internet provider is best for them, they do not have access to the most accurate, realistic information. Canadians are exposed to advertisements and offers that display a maximum theoretical speed. Misleading words such as up to are used in these ads to convince consumers that a service is better than it is. These theoretical speeds and performance metrics that consumers are provided with do not always reflect the actual speed delivered to them. As a constituent recently told me that she signed up for high-speed wireless internet plan that advertised download speeds of up to 50 megabits per second. Many speed tests later, she wasn't even getting 10% of that speed. If she knew what speed she was actually going to receive, she would have never signed up a contract for such a high price. Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the current legislative landscape allows internet service providers to advertise theoretical speeds without providing consumers with speeds that they can realistically expect. This confuses consumers, prevents competition, and contributes to customer complaints. Sure, the speeds that companies advertise have the potential to be reached, but the highest speeds are most likely reached during the hours when consumer is not using the internet. Some Canadians have called this practice false advertising, but it isn't. Internet providers are following the law, which is why we need to change the law so they will benefit Canadians. Mr. Speaker, data released by the Canadian Internet Registration Authority found that only 1/3 of Canadians believe their household receives the up to speed included in their home internet package, all or most of the time. That's it. Only 33% of Canadians believe they fully receive the quality they pay for. These numbers are even lower in my home province of Manitoba. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know what they are paying for, which is why I'm introducing Bill C-288. Bill C-288 implements a simple change to ensure Canadians have access to accurate and transparent information. It will require internet service providers to present a reliable indicator of the speeds and quality metrics that are in the public's best interest. The first pillar of this legislation is the requirement for internet service providers to provide Canadians with typical download and upload speeds. Not a maximum theoretical speeds, but typical speeds. Canadians want to know what they can consistently expect to receive, not what they can receive once in a blue moon. Madam Speaker, when Canadians visit any car dealership to purchase a new vehicle, there is a standardized label on the windows displaying the fuel economy on that specific vehicle. That number does not reflect the fuel economy when driving down a hill. It is the number that reflects what a driver can realistically expect to consume in fuel on average. This information is even divided into two categories to provide Canadians with better information: city and highway consumption. This enables consumers to make more informed purchasing decisions on what product best fits their needs. Consumers expect to know what they are paying for, and rightfully so. The second pillar of this legislation will provide Canadians with quality metrics they can expect during the time that they will most likely use the service. I refer to this as the peak period. Few Canadians care what the internet speeds are at 3 o'clock in the morning, but they do care what their internet speeds are during work hours or during family movie night. This is why Bill C-288 will require internet service providers to display speeds during peak periods. Consumers should understand how their internet will perform when they are most likely to use this service. Finally, the third pillar of this legislation will initiate a consultation process that empowers Canadians to develop a framework that is in the public's best interest. Bill C-288 empowers consumers and industry to participate in public hearings that would contribute to a made-in-Canada model. Developing a model that works for Canada and clearly legislating that criteria is a better process than any policy directive led by government. Madam Speaker, we all know that access to accurate and transparent information is the bedrock of consumer decision-making and protection. Unfortunately, Canadians don't have access to it. As I mentioned earlier, this confuses consumers, prevents competitions, and contributes to consumer complaints. Bill C-288 is a nonpartisan, pro-consumer bill. Madam Speaker, this bill will not only enable Canadians to make informed purchasing decisions by providing them with accurate and transparent information, but it will also increase internet quality within the industry. Competition is needed to ensure companies improve quality or decrease prices. When companies get too comfortable, they fail to innovate and improve. Studies on internet services across the world have proven that service quality increases with the increase in product transparency. Research conducted by Dr. Reza Rajbuan and Dr. Catherine Middleton from the Ted Rogers School of Information Technology Management published work on a correlation between information transparency and overall industry quality. Their research showed that a problem existed within the telecom industry because companies cannot fairly compete based on quality due to the inability to signal their authentic service to potential customers. Imagine two internet companies competing in Canada. I will refer to them as Company X and Company Y. They both advertise the same maximum theoretical speed of 50 megabits per second download and 10 megabits per second upload. How does a consumer know which service provider is better? They don't. On paper, both companies appear to offer high-quality internet. However, we know they are advertising theoretical speeds rather than expected speeds. Although both companies advertise the same maximum theoretical speed, one provider may have much better service during the time when the consumer are more likely to use the service. For example, Company X may be able to consistently deliver speeds 60% higher than Company Y. This could be a result of multiple factors, including lower oversubscription ratios, improved operations, or just better equipment. But Company X cannot signal this quality due to the noise produced from the theoretical speed of Company Y. As a result, Company Y has no reason to improve its service to compete based on quality. The researchers I mentioned earlier called this concept the Lebens problem and stated the following, and I quote, "Even if there are a large number of buyers of high-quality products and sellers willing to meet their demand, the existence of the so-called Lebens problem can generate markets where low-quality goods dominate, since providers of high-quality goods cannot credibly signal the quality of their products due to the noise from their low-quality rivals." They also stated, and I quote, "In addition to usual concerns about consumer protection, these considerations indicate that the potential for misleading advertising by low-quality players in the market can distort platform competition and reduce the pace of technological change in the market for internet connectivity," end quote. If this House wants to improve the telecom competition, we must allow Canadians to compare accurate information. Consumers will take their money elsewhere if a company's service quality is worse than its competitors. Madam Speaker, not all connectivity solutions require money. Some require common sense, and this legislation is truly a pro-consumer, common sense solution. That is why countries around the world are leading the way and have introduced similar policies that go beyond the legislation we are debating today. Australia is leading the way on this front. After consultation with public and industry, the Aussies have implemented clear guidance and standards on advertising with typical speeds and during peak periods. And guess what? Consumers have benefited. According to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's 2018 report on effectiveness and broadband speed claims, these changes have promoted more competitive and efficient markets for the supply of broadband services. Overall, the effectiveness report concluded that increased transparency resulted in better quality services and better consumer understanding of performance. After the industry guidance was implemented, Australia's bandwidth congestion began decreasing. Section 2.23 of the effectiveness report stated, and I quote, "Overall, we consider the guidance has assisted in improving the information and support available to broadband consumers and promoting competition among registered service providers." End quote. That is a powerful statement for those looking to improve connectivity in Canada. The United States proposed a broadband disclosure label for internet service providers that resembles a nutrition label so consumers can easily understand and compare internet packages. In the UK, the internet service providers must state the average speed that at least 50% of their consumers receive during the highest usage hours. Furthermore, the European Union's open internet regulation requires internet companies to provide information relating to their minimum, normally available, and maximum speeds. Clearly, this is a solution that protects consumers and increases competition through better information. I should also note that in June of 2021, the Standing Committee of Industry, Science and Technology published Report 7 and recommended the following, and I quote, that the CRTC require internet service providers to make information available to consumers on a usual download and upload speeds they can expect during peak periods so they can make more informed purchasing decisions based on accurate and transparent information, thereby improving the industry's competitiveness overall. Not one party dissented in that report. Madam Speaker, I have been extremely appreciative of the industry experts and organizations who have supported this legislation. It confirms the importance of this issue and the impact it is having on Canadians. I want to quote a statement released by Open Media, an organization that works to keep internet open and affordable. The statement read, and I quote, "When you sign up for an internet plan, you deserve to know what you're paying for. It's a simple matter of truth and transparency. If an internet provider is advertising certain speeds, consumers have the right to know before they buy if those speeds accurately reflect the average network performance. Other countries have handled this issue. Canada is falling behind. We hope to see every MP support and help pass Bill C-288." End quote. This is not a partisan issue. This is a Canadian issue. And I hope that every member of this House will join me in supporting this legislation that will provide Canadians with accurate and transparent broadband information. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. One of the issues that I have that the member didn't really address is the issue of CRTC. CRTC plays a very strong role in our society, and it deals with a lot of the telecommunications in which the member is actually referencing. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to how CRTC would be taken into consideration with respect to what it is that he is proposing, especially if you take into consideration they've already been given some instruction. If he could just provide his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River and Nipawin.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for the great question. So I think you're talking about the policy directive that they've already been given. The bottom line is that that policy directive does not mention peak period or typical speeds. And that is the biggest hole in this whole thing. That's my whole speech is evolved around that. Once consumers realize what they are actually buying for a service, they will be able to make that decision of what the best service fits them. Right now, it is a very up to or theoretical speed. So they're basically supplying a service that can be smoke and mirrors at certain times, especially in rural Canada. So thank you for that.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. This bill matters greatly to me because I represent a rural riding where internet service is unfortunately not accessible to all. In 2022, and as the colleague explained, sometimes it's inaccessible, which means that people don't have access to all the information that they need. Businesses might say, providers will say, you have access up to X speed or Y speed, but it might not even be accurate and it might not be adapted to the needs that people have when it comes to internet services. Can the member explain to us, please, once again, how this will be advantageous, this bill, especially for rural ridings? Also, how will it foster competition among internet service providers once they are more transparent? Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the colleague for the question. So this is what this whole bill gets at. Once consumers realize what kind of information they are getting, accurate information, if you know, as in my speech I said about Company X and Company Y, if you know what kind of service you are getting, you can decide what kind of service you need, and then that information, you might decide to not need all that information or all that cost that goes with that. So you might not need so many terabytes of downloadable information if you decide that you can get a more accurate and a more timely period when you're using the actual internet. Part of the time and all these times and costs that go into this is when you go to use the internet, you think about all those delays that happen in buffering. You go to use the internet and all of a sudden you don't have a connection or you have to wait for that conversation to complete. All those minutes, all those time that is lost in trying to get a connection and getting business done. We don't need an internet service provider and poor quality standing in the middle of businesses and people trying to communicate amongst Canadians and amongst the rest of the world to do business.
Brief question, the Honourable Member Skeena-Balkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin, for this interesting bill. I look forward to hearing the debate today. My question for him is around enforcement of the provisions in the bill. It does something fairly simple, which is require companies to clearly and transparently state what it is they're actually selling and what consumers can expect. The question is, for companies that aren't doing that in accordance with the regulations, how is the enforcement process going to work? I can see two options in that regard. One is a complaints-based process, and the other one involves independent auditing by the CRTC. Could he talk about which he would find preferable?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin has 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Section 7201 of the Telecommunications Act addresses the breach within the Act, so it's covered. And I do believe if a telecommunications company is breaking the law, they should be held to account. So I have no problems with supporting that type of concept.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak on this issue, and maybe to start it off by giving a very clear indication. When you think of internet services or cell services, it's really important to recognize the fact that consumers do have rights. And it is so important that we look at ways in which we can enhance competition. Nothing frustrates me or my colleagues in regards to when we get contacts from constituents and we want to be able to send a very strong message. A message that we're very much aware of the issues and the concerns, and we understand the importance of competition and the impact that that has on prices, and to highlight the fact that consumers have rights. And we have seen through government actions, both present and past, where we have a government that clearly is there to support consumers. And I'll make some reference to that, but maybe to those that might be following the debate and how technology has advanced to the point where we're having the type of discussions that we're having here on the floor of the House, and in outside of the House, in some of the arm's length institutions that we have established in order to protect the rights of consumers, Madam Speaker. It really wasn't that long ago. I was actually a parliamentarian when you would, internet's a wonderful thing, and I was probably further ahead than most of the constituents back in 1988, 89, when you actually required the telephone line, and the first thing you heard was the sound of push buttons and then a dial tone, or I should say the dial tone followed by push buttons, and then these weird hookup connections. Some might say I'm a little older than most, than others, Madam Speaker. But the point is that if you look at that era, I can still remember back then with the old-fashioned Apple's computer, and you're just waiting for the simplest of things to appear on your monitor. Today, the expectation is far greater than what it was. And we need to recognize that advancement. Computers today are more than just something that you play a game on, or you watch a video on, or you do a Google search on. Over the summer, I had the opportunity to be able to meet with a couple of businesses that are very much there today as a direct result of the internet, of having access to the internet. And the speed is absolutely critical in terms of their future growth, Madam Speaker. Today, more than ever, people will consult with the internet on all sorts of how-tos, to repair something that's maybe in their home, to take a look in terms of symptoms in regards to a health-related issue. Suffice to say that the role that the internet plays today is virtually an essential service, Madam Speaker. And as such, I know that this government, and I would suggest all members of the House, doesn't matter, as the member opposite has indicated, what side of the House one sits on, we are all concerned about the issue of price points and consumer awareness, and what it is that we can do to ensure that we're serving Canadians well by the responsibilities that we have. And we do that in many different ways. We have a Minister of Rural Development over the last number of years that has invested hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into rural communities from coast to coast to coast to assist in building an infrastructure. Because it's one thing in being in downtown Toronto or Vancouver or my home city of Winnipeg, where there is a high expectation of fast internet service, Madam Speaker. But one of the things that we can do to enable economic growth, whether it's in a highly density urban center or a remote rural setting, is to invest in the internet. And a part of doing that is recognizing the services that are being provided through the private companies. And that gets to the core of the issue that my friend from across the way is raising. Like him, all Canadians have seen the ads. The ads are plentiful. The whole idea of up to a certain set speed. So a consumer looking at that would say, well, okay, that sounds awfully fast. For many consumers, and I would classify myself as one of them, it's hard to really get that appreciation to the degree in which how fast it is actually meant. Let alone when you start to factor in the different times of the day, or peak period versus 3 o'clock in the morning that has been highlighted. as it's been pointed out, there is a difference in demand during a peak period versus those non-usage hours, or when those hours are down in terms of number of people that are accessing the internet. In fact, often when you see those packages, what you'll see is, 5 or 6 items in one household that are using an internet as a way to be able to watch TV, communicate with a family member, do business transactions, or as I say, random Google searches. Whether it's using the desktop computer to TV, high-resolution TV, to an iPad, the demands even within one household can be fairly extensive. Madam Speaker, these are the types of issues that we are best served if, in fact, we're prepared to step up. The member across the way has brought forward Bill 288 that has some real substance to it. But as I had pointed out in regards to the policy direction that was given to CRTC, and that was done earlier this year, Madam Speaker, I think it was April, May, in and around that time, where we're looking at CRTC and saying, how can we, through using this arm's length organization, ensure that we're protecting consumers? We might at times have our personal opinions and concerns in regards to CRTC, but all in all, they do a relatively good job for Canadians. So they have been mandated, they have been asked to look at ways in which we can ensure that we're protecting the interests of consumers, such as mandating broadband testing and performance reporting, Madam Speaker, which is absolutely critical. And in fact, if you don't even have to read in between the lines in terms of what it is that the member is proposing, that's the thing that you're going to require in order to be able to provide the type of consumer awareness that many of us would be advocating for. I look forward to hearing from CRTC and some of the recommendations that they will bring forward. For me, put quite simply, I like consumer labeling. Labeling that's simplified so that the average person can truly understand it, Madam Speaker. I want to know what sort of time or speed is there during that prime time. Being able to do a comparison between companies is really important. It's very hard to do that given the current system. And that's why we do need change. I acknowledge that. I'm anticipating that in early 2023 that we are going to be hearing something that's positive and encouraging from CRTC, and I look forward to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very happy to rise today to speak to the bill introduced by the member for Dauphin-Swan River-Neepawa. The member and I have had the opportunity to discuss the bill, and I told him this week that the Bloc Québécois agrees that this bill should be studied in committee. In fact, the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology has already made a recommendation to the government in June of 2021 in its report on the accessibility and affordability of telecommunications services in Canada. So this bill would amend the Telecommunications Act to require Canadian carriers to make certain information about their fixed broadband services tacitly available. It also requires that the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC, to hold public hearings to determine the terms and conditions under which this information must be provided to the public. In 2016, the CRTC declared that broadband internet was an essential service for all Canadians. This bill is a good fit with other measures that will give consumers a better experience on the internet and will also help them match their expectations of the speed they can get and the actual speed they can achieve. It's basically paying for what you really get. It would also promote competition among internet service providers, ISPs, who would have to be more precise and more accurate when it comes to describing their service offerings. The quality that we're looking for, along with reliability, is the ability to recognize the real speed of internet navigation offered to consumers. So this would allow consumers to make better informed purchasing decisions and will help them appreciate the full value of the services they've bought. Internet service providers have been criticized for a number of years now for, quote-unquote, ripping off the public. At least that's the impression that consumers have. Consumers pay astronomical prices for internet services, particularly in rural areas, only to find out that in many cases the quality and the speed they're getting is far from what they expected. So obviously, in different rural areas, people have different experiences with their internet providers. ISPs are well aware of this, and I know that they're working very hard to make sure that there is reliability built into their systems. However, it's time to do better. People are no longer satisfied with theoretical maximum speeds as offered by their networks. And, this is due to the current legislative context, which allows ISPs to promote their services by describing only theoretical maximum speeds. The download speed referred to here refers to the speed at which a download occurs, and that's usually calculated in megabits per second, Mbps. People have the right to receive the download speed that they have purchased. Internet service providers tend to use words like up to in their advertising. That leads consumers to believe that their internet access services are better than they really are. The bill would fix this and require ISPs to sell the speed that they'll receive during the hours when they are most likely to use those services. Therefore, Bill C-288 would bring order to the situation, and it would have a significant impact on the way internet services are sold in Quebec and in Canada. Under Section 37 of the Telecommunications Act, ISPs are already required to report a number of data points, including download and upload speeds, to the CRTC. They already have this information on hand, so it would be simple for them to make some of that data available to their customers. Earlier, I mentioned that the industry and technology community supported a recommendation made by the Bloc Québécois in 2021 in its report entitled Accessibility and Affordability of Telecommunication Services in Canada, Supporting Competition to Finally Bridge the Digital Divide. This new recommendation reads as follows: that the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission require internet service providers to make available information about typical download and upload speeds that consumers can expect during peak periods, allowing them to make more informed purchasing decisions based on accurate and transparent information, while overall improving competition within the industry. And the reason that all parties agreed on this issue in 2021 is because most witnesses and many supporters in society agree that consumers have a right to this information. If consumers don't have accurate information when they make a purchasing decision, well, they might end up paying too much for a service, or perhaps they'll end up buying a service that doesn't best meet their needs. The rollout of internet to rural areas has led to dissatisfaction and to many complaints to the CRTC. It's quite clear that any impediment to competition in the telecommunications sector must be removed. In the current environment, it's impossible for an ISP that advertises the true quality of their service to compete with providers that advertise misleading theoretical speeds. ISPs, therefore, have little incentive to improve the quality of service or to reduce their prices in order to attract new customers. The bill leaves room to the CRTC to require ISPs to make available to the public other indicators of the quality of their services, such as waiting time or the level of instability. Section 2C also allows the CRTC to require the disclosure of any other information which is of public interest. The measures proposed in the bill are not new and they've been successfully implemented in other countries, including Australia, the United Kingdom, and the member states of the European Union. So we see in this bill provisions that would promote competition among ISPs, and that over time would drive prices down and improve the quality of the network as a whole. Consumers have a right to the download speed that they agreed to, and they have a right to it when they need it most. And I'd just like to note, Madam Speaker, that in rural areas, this is such an important issue. The service is there, but the infrastructure is often outdated or it isn't there. So often, many people are using the service at once, and that brings the service down in rural areas. In urban areas and big cities, there are various providers, and there's more infrastructure, but in a lot of rural areas there's just one provider, and if everybody's using the service, then it overloads the service, and that has an impact on everything. It impacts economic development in villages, for example. It impacts agriculture. It impacts the ability of students to learn if they have to stay at home, if they can't go into school. It has an impact on, just simple things like putting a video on Facebook or listening to streaming music or listening to, or watching something on Netflix. So there are collateral impacts on everyone. So it's very important that we make sure that ISPs give the right speed and also that they invest in their networks so that they can be stronger and more resilient. And if they do that, everyone will win, because for too long now, and we've seen this in rural areas in the various regions, that internet service is of lower quality because there's a lack of investment. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill C-288 addresses many of the concerns of my constituents in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and it will allow them to make informed decisions while at the same time improving the quality of service throughout the sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this morning and contribute to this debate on Bill C-288. I want to start by thanking my colleague, the member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, for bringing this forward. I understand that it's been brought forward in previous parliaments, and perhaps this time we'll have a chance to pass it. This is a bill that does something I think that's fairly simple, that most Canadians probably take for granted or assume is already articulated somewhere in regulation or law, which is it requires companies to clearly and transparently and honestly depict the services that they're selling, so that when consumers purchase those services, they know what it is that they're buying. This is a basic tenet of consumer protection, and one that I believe has broad support across our country. This bill, as has been mentioned, amends the Telecommunications Act to do a couple of things. First of all, it requires carriers and internet service providers to provide transparent, clear-to-understand information about the real-world performance of the internet services they're selling. And secondly, it lays out a consultation process, a series of public hearings that would be used to create the framework, to inform the framework by which this bill is enacted and rolled out. So I think these are things that most people can get behind. They're pretty basic requirements, and they have a number of benefits. I mentioned the benefit in terms of consumer protection. I think this is particularly important for seniors, for people who may not have the detailed understanding of some of the nomenclature that's used when talking about internet services, for people who didn't grow up with access to digital services, and people who are vulnerable to being taken for a ride by companies that are less than honest about the products that they're selling. This is also positive because, as many know, Canada does not stack up well when it comes to our telecommunications sector. When it comes to the transparency, when it comes to competition, when it comes to pricing, Canada is among the worst countries in the world. And so any measures in terms of regulation and reform that tilt the scales in favor of consumers, I think is warranted. It's good to see that the Conservative Party supports reasonable regulations in the interest of consumers. I know in many ways they're more fans of deregulation, and this is certainly one area where we can find broad agreement across party lines. And finally, it's always good to catch up with other countries around the world, and in this case, catch up to where Australia was over a decade ago. That's good to see, and we can certainly look to their experience and their example to inform this process moving forward. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't offer some of my concerns. The first of which is that I think this bill could go much further in terms of protecting Canadians, particularly in the area of affordability. But perhaps I'll run through some of the areas that I have questions about. The first one is enforcement, and I raised this a few minutes ago in my question to the member. It's one thing to require companies to provide transparent and honest advertising about the services they provide. It's another thing to enforce that provision. And thinking about how this could take place, we can envision either a complaint-driven process or an audit-driven process. And I'm trying to imagine how it would look for a consumer to lodge a complaint with the CRTC based on the provisions in this bill, particularly because this bill acknowledges that service delivery can vary depending on the time of day. And if we look at the Australian model, some of the advertising that is consistent with their regulations is pretty broad, and it's hard to see how someone would prove an infraction when, for instance, consumers are promised a standard evening speed of between 2 and 23 megabits per second. That's a pretty broad range. And that around 50% of customers achieve download speeds greater than 15 megabytes per second. Well, or megabits per second. Madam Speaker, I think it would be tough as an individual consumer to call up the CRTC and lodge a complaint and claim that you were in the 50% that wasn't served properly and have them investigate that. I think that having some sort of independent verification of the real-world performance of these telecoms would be beneficial. Of course, that would require a system and some cost, but we need to understand how these rules, if they come into force, are actually going to protect consumers. My biggest concern, Madam Speaker, is that while these regulations and this legislative change may benefit consumers in areas where there is competition for internet services, there are vast areas of our country where there simply isn't competition when it comes to purchasing internet. And I think this is something we really need to turn our minds to, how we not only deliver transparency in terms of advertising, but how we deliver choice and competition and affordability for rural and remote residents of our country. I'll tell you a little bit about the part of the country that I get to represent. It's a vast rural area. Many of the communities are tiny, remote communities with limited services, particularly when it comes to internet service. And I can't tell you the number of residents who've approached me and with concern about their lack of choice and the lack of service that they get in terms of internet. This is a big deal when it comes to economic development, when it comes to attracting residents to remote communities, and when it comes to delivering basic quality of life in an era when so many of the services that we rely on are moving online. I was contacted recently by a fellow named Lee Marion. He's the postmaster in Telegraph Creek, a tiny remote Indigenous community, hours away from the nearest neighboring community, way up in Northwest BC. They only have one internet service option, and the service speed, the quality of that service is insufficient for him to conduct the basic operations of the post office. So this is an area of huge concern, and one that I don't believe this bill is going to address. It might help residents of Telegraph Creek understand what speed they can expect, but if that speed is insufficient, knowing that fact is not going to help them very much. Perhaps to put it a little bit more simply, if one is in a position of take it or leave it, knowing more about what it is not terribly helpful. The residents of Finley Lake, an area just north of Terrace, this is not a particularly remote area, but they have similar challenges. And when TELUS built out its fiber optic infrastructure in the area, they stopped just a few kilometers north of the city and left out dozens of households that are relatively close to a built-up urban area, but aren't able to access proper internet service. They rely on hubs and wireless service that frankly is at speeds that don't allow them to conduct the basic operations necessary to work from home, to attend school from home, these things, especially during the pandemic, that were so important to Canadians. So in rural areas, we really need to look at this issue of affordability, and this Liberal government's approach to affordability when it comes to the telecom sector relies almost solely on competition. And the fact is that there are vast areas of this country where no competition exists in this sector. And folks in those areas are stuck with whatever price the companies want to charge them or feel they need to charge them. And so we need some assurance that moving forward we have a mechanism to drive affordability. I'm not sure that greater transparency in advertising is going to achieve that. The NDP, of course, has a policy proposal that would require all telecoms in Canada to provide a basic service that is comparable, affordability-wise, with the basic services provided in other countries. And I think we're going to need that kind of regulation moving forward, especially for rural residents. There's a bunch of other related issues that I could speak to, Madam Speaker, but I am excited to see this move forward. I think it's something we can get behind. I hope it gets strengthened, and I hope that when it gets to committee, some of these questions around enforcement and potential areas of improvement can be addressed. Thank you so much for allowing me to add my thoughts today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to debate Bill C-288, an act to amend the Telecommunications Act, transparent and accurate broadband services information. Now, Madam Speaker, in fact, I was actually originally planning to speak to the predecessor to this bill on June 23rd, 2021. So there's nothing like 16 months of intervening time to allow me to really collect my thoughts on this matter. But I am pleased that my colleague, my friend from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, has revived his previous bill from the previous Parliament in this Parliament to provide Canadian consumers with the important information they need when it comes to rural broadband services across our country. So I thank him for raising this issue. Something that I've said many times in the House of Commons and in public with my constituents in public events is that reliable, high-speed internet ceased being a luxury a long time ago. For Canadians, for families, for businesses, for communities, it's an absolute necessity. And so when members are given the opportunity to bring forward private members' bills, there's often a lot of competing priorities that members see as being important for their communities and for their ridings. And so when someone wins the lottery and has a high up number in the private members' business lottery, like my friend from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, did, it's great that they're able to pick a priority like this that is important for folks in rural communities like Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, but also in places like Perth Wellington and in rural communities across the country. In my community of Perth Wellington, the issue of rural broadband is one I hear time and time and time again. Nearly on a weekly basis, if not sometimes on a daily basis, I'll receive emails from a constituent, a phone call from a family, even sometimes a printed letter in the mail, because sometimes their internet's so bad, asking when they might finally see rural broadband, fiber optic coming to their communities. In fact, just this morning I spoke with a business owner in Wellington North, in the north part of Wellington County, talking about how his business was affected by not having access to reliable high-speed internet. The speeds that he's able to get currently based on his current internet service provider are simply not adequate for him to be able to carry out his business. And in fact, Madam Speaker, later today, after I've downloaded this video and upload it to my website, to my Facebook page, to YouTube, many of my constituents in my riding won't be able to actually watch this video. They won't be able to watch it because their high-speed internet is simply not adequate for them to be able to watch it. They'll be spending most of the day buffering rather than actually watching this or any other video or business communication. So, Madam Speaker, there are challenges affecting internet across this country. And I'll be honest, it takes a lot of infrastructure. It takes a lot of infrastructure investment in order to get reliable internet and telecommunications services in a country as large and as rural and remote as Canada. But one of the challenges is that there are very few internet service providers in Canada, and this market is dominated by a couple of large corporations. And I don't think it's a surprise to anyone in this chamber who those large corporations are who dominate the marketplace. And this lack of competition, Madam Speaker, means that there's a lack of choice for Canadians. In many parts of my riding and my constituency, my constituents have no choice and are stuck with one provider. In a lot of cases, that's old Ma Bell herself, Bell. And so there are several small, often community-owned internet service providers who are trying to do the hard work, to make sure that fiber gets along every concession road. They're trying hard, they're working hard, and they're committed to providing reliable, high-speed internet, but are often unable or are struggling to compete with the large internet service providers, who often, frankly, engage in marketing that, while legal, is really pushing the boundaries of what is believable and what is consistent. In my riding, I'm very proud of community and businesses like Quadro, Whiteman, and Mornington, who are very much working to connect rural subscribers, rural residents, with fiber optic internet service, where they can have up to 1 gig of download speeds, an amount that is simply unbelievable for so many in my community right now, because they're dealing with speeds as low as 2.5 Mbps, megabits per second, which is simply not sufficient to carry on a business, participate in community events, and communicate with family members. Canadians need accurate information about the speeds of their internet service, which is why I support this bill so much. The theoretical speeds, the hypothetical service, the best case scenarios, all these advertising mechanisms that some of these large corporations use, they hinder us. They prevent us from being able to make meaningful decisions when deciding what internet service provider to go with. But what does help Canadians, what does help consumers, is realistic expectations based on data regarding what the download and upload speeds are going to be with a specific internet service provider in their community. Now, Madam Speaker, let's step back just a little bit and look at what's been happening in the past number of years. Throughout the first 15 years of the 21st century, internet access expanded dramatically, and service and quality and speeds all increased during that period, albeit not always consistently across the country. But what we've seen in the last 7 or so years is that progress has slowed and has stalled. In fact, Madam Speaker, I would say that the progress of this government on expanding high-speed internet across the country has been slower than dial-up. And I've raised this issue time and time again about poor internet service with different Liberal members of Cabinet over these past 7 years. And unfortunately, the responses we always get are either disappointing or, quite frankly, misleading. The Liberal government has pointed to the different federal funds and dollar totals that they claim to have invested, but in typical Liberal fashion, they measure success based on the amount of money they spend rather than the actual results they achieve. You know, one small example is in November 2018, I raised a question during question period about a report that was criticizing the government's failed process to improve rural internet. And I raised this in question period, and the now Attorney General, the Parliamentary Secretary at the time, responded simply by telling me how much more money they were spending, how many more dollars were being put into it, rather than focusing on results. And here we are 4 years later, and people in rural and remote communities across Canada are simply not having access. Now, Madam Speaker, I will note that some other strategies that have been promoted more broadly are on the issues of spectrum. And I would note that the government still hasn't followed up on the use it or lose it policy that would actually make sure that spectrum is actually used and not kept in corporate coffers as some kind of bargaining chip or future asset that they can sell or resell in the future. Many of these projects we've also seen being funded across this country have gone, again, to some of these small or some of these large telecom companies rather than going to the smaller telecoms. In fact, I would note that the so-called rapid response stream of the Universal Broadband Fund gave $7 million of taxpayer funding in November of 2020 to Bell, whereas a lot of the small, local, often community-owned internet service providers in rural communities could have used that $7 million and actually got fiber in the ground. And I would note as well, Madam Speaker, in terms of the failure of this Liberal government, despite the fact that 10% of the Canadian population lives in southern Ontario, 10% of underserved population in southern Ontario, the Liberal government's Connect to Innovate program did not invest a single dime, not a single dime in southern Ontario. So again, big show, lots of announcements, citing big dollar figures, but when you have 10% of the population not being served in southern Ontario, whereas there's a program in southern Ontario, the SWIFT program, for example, that's a collaboration among internet service providers, among municipalities, among counties, among private business, and hopefully at some point some further funding from different levels of government, they're there and they're ready to do the work necessary to make sure that fiber gets in the home of all Canadians. But yet, when we come to a program like the Connect and Innovate program, not a single dollar being invested in southern Ontario. So again, Madam Speaker, I see my time is dwindling down. I want to refocus why this bill is important. As the member for Dauphin Swan River Neepawa mentioned earlier, the phrase "up to speeds" is misleading types of advertising is simply not acceptable when Canadians are making important decisions about rural high-speed internet. So, Madam Speaker, we need to do more, we need to act, and I'm very excited to support Bill C-288. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise this morning about the importance of affordable, high-quality internet services and the need for consumer protection in the telecommunications industry. To start, we all know how important access to the internet is for Canadians as we work, learn, and socialize online more and more every day. To make progress against our key goals for the telecom sector, the government continues, contrary to what we just heard, to introduce new policy measures to enhance the quality, coverage, and affordability of telecom services. One of the key parts of our forward agenda is a new policy direction to Canada's telecom regulator, the CRTC. The policy direction provides the CRTC direction that aligns with the government's priorities. And Madam Speaker, one of our government's key priorities is to ensure that internet service is affordable for all consumers. The policy direction tackles this issue and will help consumers. In particular, it targets improvements to strengthen competition in the telecom sector. Madam Speaker, the policy direction sets out a renewed approach to wholesale regulation. It will instruct the CRTC to take action to have more timely and improved wholesale rates available. Also, for them to consider external expertise or international best practices as they set these new rates. Ultimately, these changes will encourage more sustainable competition, and this will lead to better prices and better outcomes for consumers. Within the wholesale regime, the CRTC requires large telephone and cable companies to provide other service providers with access to their networks. The CRTC does this by mandating wholesale access, and it regulates the rates charged for these services. This allows other service providers to offer their own service to Canadians. I'm glad that we've taken the action to strengthen the ability of these alternative internet providers to compete, because I know it has meaningful impacts on prices in the marketplace. The proposed policy direction also includes a range of measures to strengthen consumer rights. For example, Madam Speaker, our government understands that having competitive service providers in the telecom sector is important, but that consumers also need to be able to easily switch providers when they find a better deal. That's why the policy direction requires the CRTC to make it easier for consumers to cancel their service or change their service provider so that Canadians can take advantage of better offers. Another key part of the proposed policy direction would require the CRTC to take measures to promote the clarity and transparency of pricing information and service plan characteristics in marketing materials. This will allow consumers to better understand their choices in the internet market. Madam Speaker, I regularly hear from Canadians and those in my riding of Hamilton East Stony Creek that are having difficulty with their telecom service provider. I know my colleagues hear about these issues as well. Questions about quality and a lack of satisfaction with how these issues are resolved can be very, very frustrating for our constituents. Poor quality service can lead to lagging Zoom calls for students in virtual classrooms, frustration for parents working from home, and missed opportunities to connect with family and friends. To deal with issues like this, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada helped to establish the Commission for Complaints for Telecom Television Services, or the CCTS. The CCTS is an independent organization that provides consumers with recourse when they are unable to resolve disagreements directly with their telecom service provider.
To cut off the member at this point, but when this matter is before the House, the honourable member will have just a little over 6 minutes the next time that it is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, Senate. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S5, Strengthening Environmental Protection for Healthier Canada Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has 6 minutes left the next time, 4 minutes left the next time this matter is before the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 4 minutes left at this point in time, or
finish up your speech.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to enter into debate in this place and stand up for the people of Battle River Crowfoot. And in the short amount of time that I have left, I certainly have some further points to make on Bill S5, but I would simply note something that I hope, Madam Speaker, you'll give me a slight amount of leave to discuss, and that is Hayden's hopeful journey. And this is the story of a young man who is from a community not far from my own that is, even though he is just in grade 12, is facing his second battle with cancer. And I had the honor this past weekend to participate in a pierogi supper fundraiser, where we heard some stories about Hayden and the strength and resilience that this young man, although facing something that many people never face in their lifetime, doing so with determination and grit, and with the support of the community, seeing both the fundraiser at this pierogi dinner, an online auction that took place over the course of the preceding weeks, but also a GoFundMe page where the true generosity of rural Alberta has been demonstrated. And I take this moment in the House of Commons wearing a green ribbon in recognition of Hayden's hopeful journey, Hayden Buswell, and acknowledging and wishing him all the best. My family's thoughts and prayers are with him as he battles this terrible disease. Madam Speaker, it is to wrap up a few points on S5. We have a bill that is before the House, and although I know I had dealt with a number of the overall aspects of what S5 accomplishes, but certainly some of the concerns that I've heard about this bill has less to do with the original text of the bill, but rather some of the amendments that have been brought forward when it comes to the study that took place in the Senate. Now, Madam Speaker, you and everyone watching will know that I represent an area of the country that is proud to have what I call my two legacy industries. One is agriculture. The 53,000 square kilometers of rural East Central Alberta that I represent has a proud history of being incredibly productive for agriculture and in its many forms. But further to that, the second legacy industry that I talk often about is that of the energy industry. So when it comes to bills that have both a direct but also indirect impact on both of those fields, it certainly makes a significant impact on how we approach many of these issues. And having heard much of the debate that's taken place on S5, certainly I think that it needs to get before the committee so that we can both study the specifics. But I would note, in the moment that I have left, how important it will be to examine the amendments that were made in the Senate. That certainly I've heard from constituents and a number of stakeholders that have expressed some concerns that the unintended consequences of some of the amendments that were made by the other place may have a negative effect both on our economy and the environment. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to being able to expand further on this in questions, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his remarks and for his emotional tribute to Hayden. I know everyone in this House joins with him in wishing Hayden well and a speedy recovery. Madam Speaker, I thought I heard the Honourable Member say that he was very interested in the amendments coming from the other place, looking at them more thoroughly, and I wonder if he supports speedily getting this bill to our Environment Committee, which I serve on, by the way, Madam Speaker, with him to look at these amendments more closely.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will certainly pass along the best wishes to Hayden and his family. Madam Speaker, I do find it a little bit ironic, and having I'm not sure I've had a chance to expound on in this place my new role as Vice Chair of the Committee on the Environment. And I'm very excited to be able to stand up for the people of Battle River Crowfoot in that role. But I do find it interesting how whenever a bill comes before the House and it seems to be debated at any length, not even an extended period of time, the automatic response of any member of the government is to say the only path forward is that of no debate, or you're being an obstructionist. Well, Madam Speaker, I hear from constituents daily, and I'm not exaggerating when I say daily, that they expect me as their member of Parliament to take a serious look at every aspect of the legislation that comes before this place and to take the time necessary to do the job that we were all elected to do, to study, consider, debate bills, whether it be in the House of Commons. And I do look forward to being able to, if this bill passes with the will of Parliament, I look forward to being able to look more in depth at the committee stage of this process as well. But Madam Speaker, simply because the government doesn't want to spend time doing their jobs, what I would suggest is a fundamental aspect of their jobs, that doesn't mean that Conservatives aren't. And I find it incredibly demeaning to the democratic process that they...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, questions et commentaires. L'Honorable député d'Avignon.
Question and comments, the Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matan, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has talked a lot about this bill in the media as though this bill would really give Canadians the right to a healthy environment. During the government's briefing on its bill, we asked public servants the question, will this bill really give Canadians the right to a healthy environment? Their answer was no. That won't be the case. It might be the case after implementation, after about 2 years, but for the time being, no, that won't be the case. Does the member agree with me that it's a bit deplorable that the government is using this bill for marketing purposes to show that it's giving the right to a healthy environment, but that's not really the case in this bill? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the member highlights an important point. I have said often that really the only thing that these Liberals are good at is politics. They have shown themselves time and time again that they are a failure when it comes to policy, implementation, and ultimately governing this country. And when it comes to their record on the environment, it is deplorable. They have never met a target. They have missed virtually every emissions target they've ever implemented. They have a tax plan, not an environment plan, and are quick to demonize anybody that points out the facts in this regard. So, Madam Speaker, Canadians should have the right to a healthy environment, but that includes being able to ensure that we have an industry and technology that allows for that to not only be the case here in Canada, but that Canada can and should be a leader in the world when it comes to ensuring that the entire planet has the tools, resources, and ability to have that healthy environment.
Brief question. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate seeing you in the chair. I appreciate hearing my colleague speaking today about some very important points to his constituents, particularly wishing Hayden the best. But in this bill is basically taking what was a temporary trial experiment in regards to chemical management put forward by the Honourable Rona Ambrose at the time under Mr. Harper. There's a number of amendments the Senate has made without having any practical knowledge of it. Does he think that the system that was developed has stood the test of time? Does he believe that those changes require proper study and before amending?
Brief answer from the member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, I will pass along the best wishes to Hayden and his family from this place. Madam Speaker, I think we have highlighted again how it is absolutely essential for us to do our jobs in this place. And the member points out well, Conservatives have a strong history and legacy of good environmental management and protection, and acknowledging the complicated way that has to be accomplished. And Madam Speaker, certainly when it comes to committee, we need to make sure that we look at both the amendments that the Senate made, but the full subject of this bill to ensure that we get it right, because jobs and our environment depend on it.
This brings us to the end of the 20 minutes speech. Now we're down to 10-minute speech, and therefore I'd like to recognize for debate the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a great privilege it is always to rise on behalf of my constituents. It's just too bad I missed my opportunity to be recognized to speak for a 20-minute slot now that we've, I think, moved past the first 5 hours of debate. And it is always a privilege to be speaking on behalf of my constituents and rising to share some of their views. On this particular piece of legislation, it's a little bit more difficult. It's an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 to make related amendments to the Food and Drugs Act and to repeal the, I'm going to butcher this, perfluorooctane sulfonate virtual elimination act, which then reminds me of a Yiddish proverb, and I'll save you the Yiddish pronunciation, but it's a man studies until he's 70 and he dies a fool, which I'm always gratified to learn of new things that I don't know. And oftentimes, I think as parliamentarians, we need to be reminded how much we don't know, both by our constituents, but also by reviewing legislation such as this. And if you had asked me before I was first elected back in 2015 if this type of legislation was on the books, I would have told you I did not know. So what I wanted to do is offer up maybe just a little bit of history, how we've gotten to this point where we're modernizing this act. From the outset, I will say, while I do have quite a bit of concerns with the contents of the legislation and different parts of it, and how we've gotten to this point, I will be supporting it as well. And the Yiddish proverb is a reminder that there's always more to learn, and I'm always learning more about what this legislation says. I think one of the keys that I've heard from constituents in the past, who, especially about beauty products, and I have a lot of constituents in my riding who are entrepreneurs and they run these smaller beauty product companies. They were specifically worried about toxic substances, and toxicity, of course, is primarily based around how much of the substance that there actually is. And I think that's something we should keep in mind. This legislation will split the list of toxic substances into two schedules. Number one, with its highest risk to health and environment. Number two is lower risk but still regulated. Some of the other things this legislation proposes to do is mostly reducing red tape, which you'll see that a lot of different stakeholder organizations and industry sectors are actually quite supportive of this. They'll have less paperwork to fill out. There's a more streamlined process. Again, reducing redundancies, reducing unnecessary red tape, or paperasse, as they call it in French, is necessary, especially nowadays when you have so much opportunity to use digital methods of delivering services and informing government regulators. It's an opportunity to do that, of course. Now, on the process of how we got here, it's taken 5 years for the government to get to the point where it's offering up these modernizations to S5. This government legislation came through the Senate, which I'm going to say here is the complete reverse of how this place is supposed to work. The House of Commons is supposed to consider legislation and send it to that other place, the Senate, to then do sober second thought. Now we're doing the complete reverse. S5 should have come to us as a piece of government legislation from the government benches. We considered here first. And because that work wasn't done in the House of Commons, the senators did it. They passed 24 amendments, and many of those amendments I have concerns with as well. I think the legislation is made worse through these amendments. So now if we amend S5, it will then go back to the Senate for reconsideration, and it'll go back and forth. And I've heard during this debate now from several government caucus members that they want to expedite this bill. They're worried that this bill isn't going fast enough through the process. Well, of course, any one of us here is allowed to rise on behalf of our constituents and try to catch your eye, Madam Speaker, to be able to speak to the legislation on behalf of our constituents. But to claim that after 5 years of waiting to get to the point where they're here and then say it needs to be expedited, knowing full well that a single amendment passed at the Environment Committee or at report stage or by this House will then send the bill back to the Senate, it's a dishonest way of going about the debate. And then, claiming that opposition parties, whichever ones of us there are, that are delaying it, debate is not delay. Debate is careful consideration of government legislation. So there are many amendments I have problems with, and maybe I'll spend just a bit of time going on this preamble question, because it's been crowed about quite a bit by government caucus members that there's a right to the environment that's being inserted into law. We've had some opposition members outside of the Conservative Party mention the fact that this is not an actual right to a healthy environment. In fact, that portion in the modernization of the Act is being inserted in the preamble, and the member for Dufferin-Caledon, during his intervention on this legislation, reminded the House that when it's in a preamble, it is often not considered by justices, by judges, if a matter comes before the court, because it is in the preamble. Placing it in the preamble essentially means that it's just something you read ahead of time, but it's not the substance of the legislation, so it's not in there. So the government's claim is after 5 years of this consultocracy that they have set up for themselves, now we need to expedite it through the House of Commons to quickly get it to committee. Then at committee, I'm sure they'll say the same thing. We need to get it quickly through committee in order to get it back to the House to be considered, probably so there are no amendments. And, we saw the Senate did substantial amounts of amendments to this legislation. And this has been moving at glacial speed, and it is not the job of the House of Commons to act like a slot machine. You don't just roll in government legislation, either coming from the Senate or from the floor of this House, and then just expect us to just say yes to everything to pass it on to the next stage. There are members here who can weigh in. There are members of ours who are professional engineers by profession. I'm looking at the member Sonia Lampton. The member is a professional engineer. This is material that she has an expertise in that she can share with the House. There are members who were in previous lives builders. There are members in previous lives who worked for chemical companies. They can all make a contribution here. And also we come from different ridings where we have major industrial energy projects, major mines which are being built or operating that can provide insight into how legislation like this should function. That insight should come here on the floor of the House of Commons. Now, I'll mention too, on this preamble component that they're adding for a healthy environment, something that is completely unenforceable, they say that they can't define it further and that they'll need another 2 years to figure out what it means. So not only are we being told now we have to rush this piece of legislation, we're being told it must be rushed through, probably without amendment, Madam Speaker, after the work of the Senate. But they'll take another 2 years to figure out what is the substance of their communication on this legislation, essentially a modernization, reduction of red tape, not actually an environmental piece of legislation. And we've seen this time before. On the carbon tax, for example, it's not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. On matters such as, a cut for taxes for the middle class, that cut actually resulted in every single member of parliament earning a bigger tax cut than a Canadian who wasn't in the middle income bracket. Actually, they got nothing. Anybody earning less than $43,000 got nothing from the government in that tax cut. And actually, to get the full tax cut, you need to earn the full $93,000 just about to be on the top end of that middle income tax bracket. So they do this all the time. They claim one thing in legislation, it's actually something completely different. And then after many, many years of consulting, then they say things must be expedited through the House in order to have the legislation passed. I've seen it happen many times before. I would rate this legislation, Madam Speaker, as a C-, but it's given me an opportunity, just to go back to my Yiddish proverb, giving me an opportunity to look at legislation that constituents of mine do care about. They want a healthy environment. They want to know that toxic substances are being reviewed, are being considered, and there is some type of goalposts in place for different industries and entrepreneurs to look at before they're deciding what to put into their products and how they're making their products. But at the same time, what they don't want is more years of consulting after the fact. They don't want framework legislation. They want legislation and enforcement that works, that is reasonable, that is not over the top. We're not trying to manage the economy. We're trying to be good stewards of the economy here. And legislation like this is trying to reach that point. So we always have an opportunity to learn something new. That was the Yiddish proverb, a man studies until he's 70 and dies a fool, is a reminder to all of us there's always something new to learn. So my offering to the government is this. They can learn something new through this piece of legislation they're trying to now have rushed through the House. The 24 amendments they received from senators, that I believe some of them made the legislation worse, is a reminder that legislation should start in this place. They should consult more with the House of Commons, with members of Parliament, before they bring forward legislation like this. Despite that, I will be supporting legislation to get it to committee so that hopefully we can fix it there and make further amendments which will then further delay the bill. But that is not our fault, Madam Speaker. We're here for the people to ensure that we pass legislation that makes sense for them. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate listening to my colleague's speech, and we can't be against virtue, but is it not utopian, given what what another colleague said previously, that to think that maybe there would be other things to look at in priority when it comes to protecting the environment? What would the Conservatives be ready to commit to doing to improve the environment for all of our fellow citizens?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member from Alberta, I know as an Albertan that we have environmental rules which apply to big companies and which apply to big projects in our province. We are already leaders when it comes to legislation and rules that are applied on big businesses in our province. All of Canada could use Alberta as an example. When it comes to, for example, methane, big industrial projects, we have very strict environmental rules when it comes to, for example, the amount of gas that can be emitted. And we also have a price on GES production, and it's been there for a long time, on the biggest emitters in the oil and gas sector in our province. And certainly everyone is welcome to come to our province and ask questions about how we do things. There are members of the public service who are recognized for their excellence around the world, and all of this information is online, and people can always go and find that. And I invite the member, if she wants, to come to Alberta to see it for herself.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must say it's somewhat disappointing that the Conservative Party looks at this legislation that is there to protect and provide support for Canadians dealing with the environment. Stakeholders from coast to coast to coast that are quite anxious to see the legislation move forward. The Conservatives, using the excuse, well, we want more time to debate, they'll say that on anything in order to filibuster it. We're constantly having to look for partners that will say that, look, we'll see if we can get that through. We're not trying to say the debate should absolutely end today completely. Why not allow, if the Conservatives are supporting the legislation, why not allow it to go to a committee stage? Why do you have to talk out all bills in order to try to frustrate the legislative process?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, it is a rich argument to make from the member for Winnipeg North, who has probably spoken more words in this House than any other member. I dare say, Madam Speaker, perhaps he is the member who has spoken more than his entire caucus combined, possibly. Maybe if you add the member for Kingston and the Islands. This is the place where consultation happens with the citizens of this country. The House of Commons, through its members of Parliament, are representatives of the people, and we will do our job.
Questions and comments? The honourable member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Calgary for his interesting speech. As always, I'll have to add that word consultocracy to my vocabulary. I just wanted to ask him, he mentioned how unenforceable this law is. The CEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, has been on the books since 1999. It has never been enforced in any way. And I'm just wondering if he could perhaps give some ideas on how we should make it enforceable, because Canadians deserve to live in a clean and healthy environment, and we have to be able to enforce that.
Member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to be clear with the member, I said that the right to a healthy environment, as it's embedded and updated in the legislation, is unenforceable because it's in the preamble, which then makes it gives it no force of law, essentially. You can't go to court and make a claim before a judge that this is somehow an enforceable right. Like, it's not in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's not a right that you can make a claim against. In terms of enforceability, this is already enforced on industry. Industry in Canada is already trying to meet these expectations. There are hundreds of thousands of people who work across the different sectors that this legislation will impact. All of them are trying to do the right thing by the environment and by also their community members. Nobody's out there with the goal of polluting unnecessarily or of dropping toxic chemicals in their environment. They know this legislation exists and they're trying to meet its expectation, but it's the inserting into preamble is what makes it unenforceable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleagues. It's been interesting to hear some of the debate here so far today. And part of that, of course, is what I'm hearing on the floor, addressing a new bill before Parliament here. It's an important new bill, Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 to make related amendments to the Food and Drugs Act and to repeal the perfluorooctane sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act. So these are important environmental considerations for Parliament to consider here. Updating a bill that was initially passed, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, back in 1999, is well past due. And I understand from my colleague here, although I didn't know it before he spoke in the House today, that it's been 5 years since this bill has been under review. 5 years is a long time. Of course, 5 years was interrupted by 2 elections in the meantime, one of which was completely unnecessary and, of course, changed the entire legislative agenda so that we couldn't address these things in ample time here in this place, which is supposed to be looking at legislation in Canada and how we can do better at what's put on the agenda here. This bill, as my colleague pointed out, came over to us initially, was passed at the Senate with many amendments. And so we, in this case, seem to be the chamber of sober second thought on what has been brought to us as an amendment to the Environmental Protection Act. And everybody wants, of course, all Canadians want a strong Environmental Protection Act to make sure that the substances that are being transmitted in society actually do have some very clear guidelines around how they are going to be approved by the regulatory process. And make no mistake, there are good things about this bill. There are good things about this bill that I support, that I'm hoping to get into some committee work and really go through the detail here on some of the changes that were required, some of the changes required to be undone by some of the amendments that were put in place in the Senate on this that actually serve to move this legislation backwards as opposed to forwards. But what does work in this bill is getting rid of some of the redundancy in regulations. And you'll know, Madam Speaker, in this House, I've spoken many times about the weight of government, the weight of regulations, and how overlap in those, not just between different levels of government, as in provinces, municipalities, and federal government, but also within the government itself, those combination of looking at the same regulations through various different departments is a waste of time and a waste of money and a waste of effort for the companies that have to go through that process. So obviously dealing with those in one fell swoop as this legislation seems to propose, is a better way of getting past regulations that industry has to go through in order to move things forward. And I will point out very clearly, Madam Speaker, that I've been involved in bills in this House of Commons where we did expedite things very clearly. I remember my work with the previous Minister of Natural Resources in the last Parliament, the 43rd Parliament, where we moved forward on regulatory advancements that were required in the offshore for regulating workers and making sure they stayed safe. And this was work that had been delayed for years. And as a result, offshore workers in Canada, Newfoundland, but primarily Newfoundland, but also Nova Scotia, regulations were not on top of each other anymore. And as a result, there was a legal void as to what would happen in an accident. Well, the minister at that point in time, a very good minister, he and I worked together behind the scenes and made sure that we advanced that as quickly as possible, got it through this House and over to the other place. And actually, I stand corrected, it actually came from the other place, and we got it through this House as quickly as possible through committee because we'd addressed everything that needed to be addressed in that legislation. And having that legislation not available at that point in time was putting workers at risk. So when things need to move quickly in this House, Madam Speaker, we move them quickly, and that's our job, to make sure we look at what's best for Canadians and address what needs to be changed in legislation brought before us. Now I'm going to talk about this legislation a little bit because there are some clear deficiencies as well. There are some good things, as I've noted, in this bill, and we do need an updated Environmental Protection Act, and this also brings in other changes to other legislation as well. But there are some things that I had questions about because I have questions of a lot of the bureaucraties that we address here in the House of Commons. The language in this bill identifies certain things that I know are going to require further definition down the road. And those are things like vulnerable populations. Well, can we define what a vulnerable population is? Because I haven't seen it prescribed anywhere in legalese. We talk about the principles of non-regression and the principle of intergenerational equity. All of these things are nice concepts on paper, and yet they have no standing in any court of law because they haven't been in front of any court of law. And that's one of the problems here, is we can put these things on paper, and then all of a sudden somebody will actually challenge them, and they'll be in front of a judge that, as my colleague said earlier here, a judge doesn't get to look at the preamble of a bill, he only looks at the bill. And all of a sudden he goes, so this intergenerational equity thing is something profound, and here's the ruling I have in that. And that, of course, will layer its way up to every court in Canada, and then we'll have a ruling by the Supreme Court of Canada on what is meant by intergenerational equity, to say nothing of the intergenerational inequity that this government has visited upon Canadians repeatedly over the last 7 years. The amount of deficits that we've incurred in this government and foisting taxes upon future generations of Canadians is the definition of intergenerational inequity. Our kids, our grandkids, our great-grandkids are going to be looking after bills that this government refuses to pay today. So those are things that are going to have to find their way through in the wash, and it's better we find that wash here than 10 years later after several court iterations and several millions of dollars through our court system, and then, of course, have to back out everything that's been done over that time. We talk about toxicity in this bill. I recall not so long ago they talked about plastics being toxic. I know the plastics industry was very upset about that because I used Tupperware last night. I used a baggie this morning. So the issue is that toxic? Am I using toxic goods? And I think we really have to get towards what toxicity actually means for the communities that we are actually on. And a watch list for these substances it becomes capable of being overused and misunderstood by the bureaucrats and the legalists that might get involved with it. There are other definitions in here, like the right to a healthy environment. And I am all for healthy environments. I think everybody knows that. How we put that into right, as far as Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, is a mystery to me. But the right to a healthy environment, and I I know that a lot of my colleagues think a healthy environment looks like a golf course. It's not at all the case. Healthy environment is actually something where you've got a whole bunch of bugs, if you will. We start at the very basic level here, and things move their way through the ecosystem, but sometimes nature in its healthy environment phase isn't pretty. You take a look at the agriculture that we produce in Canada. That agriculture, quite frankly, is a manipulation of nature, which I'm not sure if you looked at this and somebody couldn't challenge it, somebody could say, well, that's making an environment unhealthy because you're plowing a field that's killing a whole bunch of moles, voles, insects, birds, nests, everything else, in order, of course, to feed the world, which Canada does very well. So I do get challenged by some of this terminology that we have in here. We need to balance all this, of course, against social and economic factors and make sure we've got risk assessments and risk management profiles that actually show exactly what we're trying to accomplish here and balance it with what's good for all of society. One of the other issues on here, of course, that we've seen in regulatory overreach that we've seen in many government bills in their regulatory approach is the ability for anybody to request a minister to look to see if a substance is toxic. Now, there are all kinds of nuances going on in our court system currently in Canada where that is being abused by many organizations that are trying to stall developments in Canada. This opens the door to more of the same. And once we start opening the door to more of the same in every measure of society, we are going to have nothing but litigation from self-interested entities all the way through our legal system. That's what has to stop. That's what has to move forward a little better here and make sure we get better legislation for all Canadians. Those are my main points here, Madam Speaker, and I know my time is running quickly, but I am looking forward for the government to consider about how we actually make some good recommendations here, some good amendments so that this bill and the terms around it, the definitions that we're talking about, are addressed clearly and we can address a good legislation for Canadians going forward here. And I'm open to questions and discussions further in this democratic process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The Conservatives are criticizing this government because the Senate is assisting us on some very important legislation. Yet Stephen Harper had no problem doing the same thing. In fact, he's even brought forward environmental legislation himself through the Senate. So when they talk about the use of the Senate in incorporating for a legislative agenda, they need to reflect it while they look in a mirror. Madam Speaker, the legislation that we have before us has been here since February through the Senate, passed through the Senate in June. We've introduced it long ago. If every member speaks on the legislation, it'll never pass. When does the Conservative Party want to actually see legislation such as this actually pass? Why not allow it to pass into committee where stakeholders and other MPs can contribute to the debate and discussion?
Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a good question there. I want to ask him, or I'll put it back to him because I know it's not my place to ask him. I don't recall criticizing the government for moving this agenda through the Senate first. I said that this time we are the body in the House of Commons of sober second thought. And I know that my colleague on the side, it might be second thought. I mean, we're trying to be sober here, make sure we actually do put some analysis into this, not just ram it through like my colleague on the other side would like us to do. I'm a member of the Environment Committee. I know where this is going to end up. It's going to be on my desk. And I've already put some effort into looking at this bill and how we address changes in it that are going to be required going forward here. So we are going to make sure that we get this bill. I would challenge him on making sure that if it took 5 years to get here, why jamming it through here in 10 minutes is, if he'd like, is his approach. If that would be appropriate, I think we do need to address these things, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank another member from Calgary for his speech, and I just wanted to add some comments to his concerns around how this idea of the right for Canadians to live in a healthy and clean environment would be approached. In this bill we are debating today, S5, the new Canadian Environmental Protection Act, would only extend those rights as far as the bill goes. So it'll be basically around toxins and air pollution and water pollution. the federal government has a wider mandate than that. We have a lot of environmental legislation on the books, the Fisheries Act, the Species at Risk Act, and I'm just wondering if he would agree that we need to extend that right to the entire federal mandate.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the questions from my colleague who I sat on committee with in the last Parliament, and he always has some excellent input into the manner in which we need to move legislation forward. Let me say that this whole issue around a clean and healthy environment is a great concept, and I fully subscribe to it. And at the same time, I look at this nonsense that I hear in this House from members in this House, and not the member in question here, but I do need to make sure that we've got clarity on what we're trying to accomplish here. I've heard many times at committee and in this House about how the emissions from oil and gas, for instance, are actually causing people to limit their lifespan. However, you look at the increasing lifespan of Canadians, it's significant. We've actually done very well with lower cost energy and very lower and lower emissions in this country. I want to make sure we continue on that. The Canadians' lifespans and morbidity continues to increase. We actually make sure we get better and expect more from our legislation around how we treat Canadians. That's what I'm after here, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Brief question, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Honourable friend from Calgary Centre, I'm certainly very concerned that this bill not be rushed through. And I agree with him insofar as that comment. This is a very complex bill. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act is a very long act in 6 parts. The government has chosen not to review or update Part 6 at all, which deals with marine dumping and genetically modified organisms. That section needs attention, but will be outside the scope of the act for parliamentarians to review unless the government steps up and says we need to modernize this section as well. And I'm also concerned about protecting this bill from court challenges, and we need to put back in list of toxic substances, Schedule A.
Brief answer from the member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I share my colleagues' concerns about how we actually get things done in this House and make sure that we actually address legislation quickly. One of the issues in this bill, of course, is that Canadian Environmental Protection Act is a criminal act. So we are moving a lot of addresses here towards a criminal approach to things with a lower bar, a more civil law bar about how those are approached. So we're actually impacting 2 sets of law here that might not serve Canadian society well. These are some things we have to consider in this, and I'm open to everything my colleague has to say about how we make this better. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a real pleasure to rise on Bill S5. 5 years ago at the Environment Committee, I was still a parliamentary staffer, and I took place extensively in the review that took place at Envy, I believe, in 2017. Indeed, the committee members at the time looked at the whole scope of this legislation, and I hope to provide some insight from my time at that committee during my remarks today. While I am in support of S5, in the fact that it deals with a right to a healthy environment and some of the critical issues included in SEPA 1999, I would be remiss if I didn't mention kind of a juxtaposition of things happening in British Columbia at the moment. So right now we have a government that is purportedly concerned about the impact of toxic substances on our lives, on our health, on the health of infants, most importantly. Just yesterday I went to IKEA with my family and bought some new furniture. And I know that that furniture is subject to many of the Schedule 1 toxic substances list and the application of those toxic chemicals in the production and manufacturing of goods in almost all consumer goods that we use in Canada. But at the same time, this government has decided this year to decriminalize the use of fentanyl that is killing hundreds, maybe even thousands of people every single year in my province. So on one hand, why do we care so much about the application of SEPA 1999 and amending it to keep our communities safe from toxic substances, yet at the same time, the government of Canada is effectively legalizing the use of a toxic substance that is killing people every day on the streets of Vancouver and throughout the rest of British Columbia. Earlier in the debate today, Madam Speaker, a number of people have spoken to the fact that the bill before us today doesn't address the full scope of changes that are needed to modernize the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. I would generally agree with this assumption and concern put forward by members on all sides of this House, Madam Speaker. For example, under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, which is complicated legislation, it overlaps and works in conjunction with other pieces of legislation that determine how we use products and substances in our day-to-day life. One, for example, being the Motor Vehicle Safety Act. In the last number of years, we've seen a huge influx of electric vehicles coming into the marketplace. I think that we would benefit consumers in Canada if we had updated standards on the use of batteries, for example, that are used in these cars and what impact that could have on the environment when those batteries reach the end of their life cycle and have to be recycled. Another example of things that we could have been discussing is living organisms or biotechnology. I know many of my constituents are concerned about genetically modified organisms. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act is the law that deals with such substances. We have not seen a major update despite major advancements in the technology, both in the products and food and even vaccines that we may ingest into our body that could be impacted by such provisions. A big one, Madam Speaker, is the preventing water pollution from nutrients. One of the things that the Department of Environment and Climate Change wanted to see addressed in 2016 when we went through the review was the labeling of products such as bleach or other household goods that we use on a regular basis and the impact those products have when we put them down the drain and what that might happen off the coast of Victoria, for example, when they're dumped directly into the ocean. We need our Environmental Protection Act to be updated to know what we're putting into the ocean and what impact that has on marine life, especially in British Columbia. As other members have mentioned, the S5 does nothing to address marine pollution. And I'm really remiss on this point why the government wouldn't address that, because they're in the process of hiring hundreds of new people to work at Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Transport Canada on a marine protection plan for the Pacific Coast. How in the world could they not update SEPA to work in conjunction with the billions of dollars they're purportedly spending on protecting BC's coast when you have the opportunity right here in the House of Commons? Another big thing that we could have done to address the environment is related to preventing pollution from the transboundary movement of hazardous waste and recyclable and hazardous recyclable material. One of my colleagues from, I believe, Simcoe, the secondary breadbasket of Canada, put forward a bill trying to update some aspects of SEPA as it relates to recycled goods. We have so many goods that we could do a better job of making sure that they're dealt with in a respectful way. And also, we need to be very careful, and SEPA could be doing this, if we looked at the importation of goods and whether they actually meet Canadian standards. An updated SEPA could give consumers more confidence in the products that they're using if the government had the courage to actually do the hard work of updating SEPA 1999. Another key aspect of SEPA that could have been addressed is preventing and responding to emergencies. This is particularly important to the people of Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. One of the provisions that Environment and Climate Change asked for in the last review in 2017 was to allow for field research related to environmental emergencies and to allow for exemptions for urgent time-sensitive issues of national security and remedial provisions. I couldn't think this was really relevant to my riding when we had to replace so many culverts as it related to fish-bearing streams. So many applications to our environmental laws in the context of an emergency that could have been addressed if this government actually wanted to do the hard work. Another area they could have addressed, and this is probably like the 5th or 6th already, is environment protection related to federal activities on Aboriginal lands. Aboriginal lands, in many cases reserves, are not subject to provincial environmental laws, and we don't know about the application of federal laws or the overlay of the two jurisdictions. We could have used this opportunity in respect to UNDRIP, instead of just talking about UNDRIP, actually taking a concrete administrative step to improve in the application of environmental laws or their administration in the context of Aboriginal lands. Another area we could have looked at is strengthening the enforcement of SEPA. Since the review that took place in 2017, the government to Canada went through a major process with Volkswagen Canada. Volkswagen was not following the laws in Canada related to the Motor Vehicle Safety Act. As a result of that, and they were not reporting on the emissions from certain vehicles. In the United States, it was billions of dollars in lawsuits that took place after this. In Canada, our enforcement of environmental laws is actually much weaker. We could have used this opportunity to strengthen the enforcement of environmental protection in Canada. Finally, another area we could have looked at that I briefly touched upon as well is facilitating intergovernmental cooperation. We have a large bureaucracy in Canada. There's lots of red tape. There's overlapping jurisdiction and overlapping laws. Updating SEPA could have clarified how federal and provincial and territorial laws work in the context of equivalency in the administration of environmental protection in Canada. And finally, Madam Speaker, we could have looked very closely at encouraging public participation and in moving administrative barriers to allow more citizens to participate and bring petitions forward to the Minister of Environment, which is a very key aspect of the bill, on issues of concern. We could have clarified how that would work in the Canadian context. And finally, in respect to S5, it talks extensively in the preamble about protecting a right to a healthy environment. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, again, the government seems to punt all the hard work down the road. Why didn't they clarify the legal definition of a right to a healthy environment instead of giving our public servants 2 years to determine the definition? I think we have a responsibility here in committee and in this chamber to do that hard work now, not leave it for down the road. So that's a failure of the government not to define a right to a healthy environment instead of just punting it down the road. Madam Speaker, I could go on. I am quite dismayed that the Government of Canada didn't do the hard work that many of their members put forward in recommendations. But unfortunately, they're too afraid to do that hard work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, within the legislation, there's a significant move forward in recognizing that Canadians have rights with respect to the environment. And I think in good part, the legislation is seen as a very strong positive foot forward. And my question to the member is, does he have any sense in terms of when he would like to see the legislation go to committee where we can have more direct input from stakeholders and others and get into some of the things that the member has actually talked about in his speech, so we can actually start having that dialogue at the committee stage?
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'll say this, Madam Speaker. It is the government's prerogative to determine what we debate and how long we debate matters within the House of Commons. I will note that the Canadian Environmental Protection Act is very complicated legislation that touches upon most aspects of our day-to-day life, and that requires significant debate and study of the very challenging and difficult issues that are brought forward in this legislation that affects everything from imports and exports, consumer product awareness, and the cumulative impacts of toxic substances on our life. That requires a lot of time in the chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That is a consistent issue that the Conservatives will bring up all pieces of legislation require a considerable amount of time, and there shouldn't be any sort of limitations and so forth. My concern is that when we have substantive legislation that is fairly widely supported, best I know, even the Conservative Party is supporting the passage of this legislation. So it seems everyone in the chamber is supporting the legislation, and there's all sorts of other things that we could be looking at. And it's a very straightforward question. You know, does the Conservative Party have any sense? Like, are they saying they'd like to pass it this year out of second reading? Are they saying that let's wait? We have so many speakers, we might have to take it to 2023. Can you give Canadians a sense? How long would he like to see this in second reading?
The member for Mission, Matsky-Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think so far we've debated this bill in real terms less than 20 hours. When we're talking about a bill that may impact every consumer product in Canada, we need more than 20 hours of debate. The implications of an amendment to CEPA, of the magnitude put forward by this government and supported by the Conservatives, require more than half a week's worth of work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Central Okanagan to Milkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from British Columbia for raising this. It almost seems like the government believes that if all parties agree that there's no process or no point in having members of parliament go through the legislation. Look, this is complex legislation. It touches upon criminal law. And you know what? There are going to be different parts of the country that are going to be affected differently. Does the member believe that the parliamentary secretary seems to be one-sided, where only one person, either him or the prime minister, should be in charge of everything? Or does he believe that we have a parliament for a reason to raise issues and to debate different aspects of the legislation?
Honourable Member for Mission, Matsky-Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one thing I pointed out at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee was the tendency of this government only to put up one or two speakers who happen to be the same person on a regular basis. And what that does to debate is it actually minimizes it. I would love to see every member of the Liberal backbench standing up and asking for a slot to speak on this important legislation. Because as my colleague mentioned, every single member of Parliament is impacted by this legislation in a very real way. There's perhaps trillions of dollars at consequence here. There is consequences related to how we consume products, what products are put into our oceans, and how babies are protected from toxic substances. That requires more than a couple hours of debate, and it is incumbent upon every single member to speak up and apply this legislation to how it impacts their respective constituencies. And I don't know why the Government of Canada just doesn't want to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege and an honor to rise in this House to speak on behalf of the people of Red Deer Mountain View, and certainly today, as we are talking about a bill that's promoting the rights of a healthy environment, I 100% agree with that. My major issue, of course, is recognizing Canadian achievements and making sure that we keep that in mind as well. So as we debate Bill S5, which is going to make these changes, I think it's important, as has been mentioned before, that we recognize the fact that it hasn't been updated since it was passed in 1999. So with the tabling of this, C5 was the first significant updates. It's important. However, after the Senate processed S5, it's been amended greatly, and I must admit that it is not for the best. And I think it's important that we do talk about perhaps some of the Liberal track record. And for example, I understand what is being advocated for in the dark green environmentalist world, but in the real world, particularly in those countries where energy security is so important and so urgent, people are clamoring for clean natural gas. They are rethinking their previous nuclear and coal objections. They are recognizing their electrical grid limitations, and they are hoping that countries like us, with a reputation of using our wealth, our expertise, and our innovation, will be there to help them during these tumultuous times. For the more than 2 billion people in this world that use animal dung for their energy, to those countries that are forced to rely on conflict oil, will Canada use every bit of its energy know-how to bring all of our resources to their shores?
Does this government have a real vision for the future where the mining and processing of rare earth minerals, our world-class reclamation expertise, and our human rights records will be recognized and respected, or, when the time comes, will they be too politically demonized? All energy sources leave an environmental footprint. Even as I'd stated earlier, the point where 25% of this world's citizens are using dung for energy. You don't flood massive tracts of land for eternity for hydropower without consequences. You don't build massive windmills without using hydrocarbons. You don't build solar panels without dealing with toxic substances. You do not mine nor drill oil wells without disturbance. Plus, you need energy to build each of these infrastructures. And I believe that when we discuss energy sources development, its transportation and use, or its recycling and or disposal, or its effect on the living things that surround it, we must analyze the entire up and downstream effects from the first shovel digging it up to the last shovel covering it up. And only then can we truly talk about the consequences of all of these technologies, of EVs, of hydrogen, of hybrid ice, or full battery production, repurposing and recycling. Only then will Canadians be able to make educated decisions about the energy options that are faced by this nation. And if we take the political science out of this equation and focus specifically on the true metrics of these choices, we will have accomplished so much. The question is, will this government ensure that in future all types of energy sources be subject to the same rigorous assessment as this government has demanded with Canada's hydrocarbon industry? I certainly hope so. So I'd like to take a few moments and discuss what this legislation does, and then look at the few amendments from the Senate that I have issues with. Madam Speaker, S5 recognizes that every Canadian has the right to a healthy environment, and it will require the Government of Canada to protect that right. And I'll come back to one of these as I have some comments on this. Second, S5 adds in language to CEPA to highlight the government's commitment to implementing UNDRIP and to recognize the importance of considering vulnerable populations when assessing the toxicity of substances. Third, it creates a regime for highest risk substances. This will replace the list of toxic substances. Fourth, it lays out a criterion for the government to look to for managing and regulating a substance. Next, S5 requires the ministers to develop and publish a plan specifying which substances should be given priority for assessing whether they are toxic or can become toxic. S5 also ensures all new substances must be developed in 24 months if a substance is determined to be toxic. Madam Speaker, the bill also streamlines the risk assessment for drugs and removes redundancies in regulations. That I am a fan of. Finally, Madam Speaker, S5 allows any person to request a minister assess whether a substance can become toxic. Now, we know, Madam Speaker, that this legislation looked dramatically different when it was first tabled in the Senate. Some of our unelected colleagues in the other House have a habit of gerrymandering legislation to suit their own agendas. They've done so just with the current vision of S5. In any event, significant concerns about certain amendments passed in the Senate that I will be addressing. The Senate passed 24 amendments, 11 of which I think are detrimental to the bill and industry. For example, Madam Speaker, plastic manufacturing items are now listed in Schedule 1, Part 2 of substances that need to be regulated. I can't imagine our friends in the plastic industry are very happy about that. Plastics are used in medical devices, medical supplies such as tubing or in dentistry and in surgeries. They are used in automobiles, cell phones, and thousands of other daily use items. Common sense is required here. I mentioned that I would circle back to the right to a healthy environment. Well, the Senate has added language here around mechanisms to support and right and reasonable limits. Madam Speaker, I feel this is premature and too prescriptive. It could predetermine certain elements of consultations with stakeholders. Furthermore, the ambiguous nature of this language would spur new litigation impacting the way that CEPA is enforced. Madam Speaker, the government would be wise to clear up the language on this, as the right does only apply to CEPA and is not a charter right. The next amendment I have issue with is Amendments 17 and 18 pertaining to living organisms. When I was the Vice Chair of the Environment Committee, I heard from concerned industry stakeholders that this provision creates a new obligation for industries who use living organisms to hold public consultations with the minister for each new living organism developed in Canada. Not a lot of people understand what these living organisms are all about, but environmentally responsive, they're cells, they are changeable in growth, they're reproductive, they have complex chemistry, and they have a homeostasis with energy processing. So these are the sorts of things that we're speaking of. Madam Speaker, the potential for theft of intellectual property is vast here. So if I was involved in this, if my competitor is required to hold public consultations and they're developing an organism in my space, then why invest in the research and development if you can take this from the public consultations and tweak it slightly? I've heard from industry the chilling effect that this would have on research and development in Canada and investment in industry in Canada. And this will set a dangerous precedent for chemicals, Madam Speaker. The next amendments that I have concern over are Amendments 9 and 15 relating to Schedule 1, Part 1. By replacing substances that pose the highest risk language in reference to Schedule 1, Part 1, the Senate has added more rigid language. Removing the words highest risk makes this provision enforcement unclear. Although the right is not yet defined and challenges exist there, the government will have up to 2 years after this bill passes to figure out what that right means to stakeholders. I will be supporting the bill, but I'd like to see my colleagues at the Environment Committee return the bill to its original state or get as close as we can. I think this is one of the critical issues, Madam Speaker, that we all have to be concerned about, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting, the member says that in his conclusions that he'll be supporting the bill, and I appreciate the fact that the Conservatives, like my understanding, the New Democrats and the Bloc Party are going to be supporting the legislation. In the previous question I had asked one of his colleagues was in regards to the Conservative Party seems determined to want to continue to have debate at second reading, and I had posed a question, would they like to see this legislation pass out of second reading in 2022? Or are they looking at 2023? Does the Conservative Party have any idea as to when they would actually like to see the legislation go forward, given the fact that they support it? And there's a lot of work, a lot of interest to try to start the committee process.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And lots of times in politics, you only take part of the sentence that was presented, and I said I'd be supporting the bill, wanting to see my colleagues at Environment Committee return it back to its original state or get it as close as we can, which basically means that all of these amendments that I had mentioned, they are the reason why we need to do that. And of course, if we're going to discuss why that is important, that's the purpose of this House. So I'm sure he didn't mean to take my comment out of context, but certainly that's the reason why it's important for us to be able to continue this discussion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What does my colleague think about the following? In Quebec, in 2022, there was a motion affirming Quebec's priority right over its own environment. Will the colleague support the bloc in ensuring that there's no interference with provincial jurisdiction or Quebec jurisdiction?
Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, certainly, Madam Speaker, interference with industries in provinces is something that this government is an expert at. And those issues and things that are important in Quebec are certainly just as important in my province of Alberta. And I think it's critical that this federal government get off of its ideological messaging and start thinking about things that are real. And I mentioned that earlier as well. My concern that we never measure things. We wait until it hits the media and then we crank up the discussion with that. But to think that any energy process that we have, any item that we have, any molecules that are being presented don't affect the environment is an issue I think that we should all be concerned about. And certainly provincial rights is probably the best place to make sure that this is done properly.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Souris, Moose Mountain.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Red Deer Mountain View for his speech and his words of wisdom. The great orator Paul Harvey said, self-government won't work without self-discipline. And the plastics industry has been regulators for many years and has done tremendous work on regulating their industry. And the member talked a little bit about the issues of toxic substances, etc. And I'm wondering if he would agree that part of what is missing in this legislation is the fact that while we put toxic products on Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, we don't have any mechanism in the legislation that would actually take them off it, and any steps to take it off it if it was turned out and found out scientifically that they actually weren't toxic. I'm wondering if he would have any comments on that.
Red Deer Mountain View has less than a minute to respond.
Well, thank you very much, and it gives me an opportunity to deal with the rest of the story. And that, of course, has to do with the significance of our plastics industry. I was at a school not that long ago, and a student said, well, what are you going to do about plastic straws? To which I said, well, we can make that decision as to how we want. Do we want it that way, or do we want to have the paper straws? But at least you should understand that it takes 3 times as much energy to produce that paper straw than it does the plastic straw. So understand that there's going to be trade-offs. And I think that's really the critical point. One of the main things that I was speaking about was that we have to make sure that we measure all things that are done. And then we make wise decisions. And we can tell people that a decision has been made for this purpose. And we don't have to be always at this battle, one against the other. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm somewhat enthusiastic as I rise because I do like to talk about the environment in this House. Especially because for over 10 years I was involved with Ecosphere. And I'm here because of Christian Ouellet, a member who I worked for, who was a co-spokesperson for natural resources and the environment. And when I worked on the Hill, I did a lot of research for him about many environmental issues and files. When it comes to the environment, it affects so many aspects of our lives. There are infinite files. When I took on that administrative role at the time, when I did all that research, I learned a lot about the products that we use, household products, for example. We've talked a lot about microbeads in plastics. We also use many materials in construction and in transportation. Now we talk about green transportation. For many years, I learned a lot and had many interesting conversations and attended many fascinating conferences about all these topics, environmental topics. So today I rise to speak about S5. I'd like to tell you right off the bat that we are in favor of the bill in principle, but the Bloc Québécois believes that the nation of Quebec is the one and only should have sovereignty in public decisions about environment and territory of Quebec. As the member for Pointe-à-L'Île rightly said, on April 13, 2022, parliamentarians of all political parties represented in Quebec's National Assembly unanimously adopted a motion affirming the primacy of Quebec's jurisdiction over the environment. Unanimously, Quebec's elected officials are opposed to any federal government intervention in environmental matters on Quebec territory. The Bloc Québécois endorses this position and is committed to expressing Quebec's interests and values on the federal political scene. We don't need to be taught anything about the environment by Ottawa because we have a strong track record. I worked for the former member for Brome-Missisquoi, a great environmentalist who represented Quebec internationally at a green architecture conference. That said, the federal government has certain responsibilities in the area of environmental protection under the current legal framework. The Bloc Québécois will do everything in its power to ensure that the federal government fulfills its responsibilities properly. This obviously includes updating the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. This is a necessary legislative modernization, and we will give it all the attention that it deserves. We would like to stress that S5 is not a comprehensive revision of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, CEPA. Indeed, not all parts of the Act are covered by Bill S5. S5 contains many elements that are quite technical. I won't get into all those technical elements in my speech today, but these elements do deserve to be carefully analyzed by the House of Commons Standing Committee on the Environmental and Sustainable Development. My colleague from Repentigny is a member of the committee. She'll do some great work with the committee, as well as the member for Avignon and L'Amitié ce matin, Madapedia. They will ensure that great work is done in committee. We want the committee to properly study the bill to ensure that the modernized legislation will truly enable the federal government to fulfill its environmental protection responsibilities while ensuring respect for Quebec's environmental sovereignty. Environmental sovereignty, which is Quebec's. Now, we are not fooled by the Liberal government's claim that the modernized legislation creates the right to a healthy environment. That's not the case. In fact, by the very admission of senior officials who presented S5 to parliamentarians when it was first tabled. Because these concepts about the right to a healthy environment as well as vulnerable populations are in the preamble of the Act. Their scope is limited to the scope of the Act itself. It doesn't affect other Canadian laws. So while the protection of this right is being added to the federal government's mandate, the amendments do not truly create a true fundamental right to live in a healthy environment. If the government were truly serious about creating a new right, and if they had just a shred of political courage, then the government would propose to the partners in the Federation a round of constitutional talks to add this right to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In Quebec, we have this right. It's been in the Quebec's Charter of Rights and Freedoms since 2006. The text says that every person has the right to the extent and according to the standards provided by law to live in an environment that's healthy and respectful of biodiversity. So the Quebec Charter in the Quebec political context has a quasi-constitutional scope. That's not the case for the federal legislation. Quebec, it's very obvious that Quebec does not need Canada's help to promote and protect the fundamental rights of Quebecers. Now, when it comes to advancing environmental justice or strengthening environmental protection in Quebec, we shouldn't pin our hopes on the Canadian federal government.
We see that with Bay du Nord, among other things. We see that with all the money that they've put into the oil sands. We see that in all kinds of files when Quebec tries to move forward, when we're trying to move away from oil. And we know we need to finance a green transition and help workers. In the meantime, the federal government continues to invest in fossil fuels. And now, when it comes to the management of chemicals, and that's more specifically what we find in the bill today. The list of top 6 substances, the strengthening of risk management responsibilities, the comprehensive assessment of the cumulative effects of substances, and the mandatory labeling requirements. Well, the Bloc Québécois wants to work with all parliamentarians to ensure that the repealed legislation reflects as closely as possible the recommendations of health and environmental groups, as well as the partners in the chemical industry who will be affected. So for all these reasons, the Bloc Québécois will exercise the necessary vigilance in the review of the Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthy Canada Act. And Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, will make related amendments to the Food and Drugs Act and to repeal the perfluorooctane sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act. Now that's, so this bill was introduced in the Senate by Mark Gold and received first reading on February 9, 2022, and it's at second reading stage, which began on March 1st, 2022. The short title is Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthy Canada Act. And yes, maybe, but as I said, in my opinion, there's something missing in here, something that Quebec already has. The bill is identical to Bill C-28, which was introduced by the Minister of the Environment and which received first reading on April 13, 2021, before dying on the order paper on August 15, 2021, due to the dissolution of the 43rd Parliament. And so that shows once again another negative impact of the 2021 election. For partisan reason, this bill, among many others, died on the order paper because of that election. And, so I've often spoken out against that election in the House. And here, we have another example of why this was a bad thing. It was a very costly election. And if this government was serious about wanting to move things forward, they wouldn't be constantly delaying work by, for example, as they did in August of 2020, proroguing the House, which killed a lot of reports, including our report at Status of Women at the time, and then the election in 2021. We know that with all of that, this government is happy to delay things for its own partisan reasons. Now, this CEPA is divided into 12 parts, and we could look at it very specifically, but what's very important here, and I want to come back to this, is that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development released a report in 2017 which had 87 recommendations, including recognizing and enforcing the right to a healthy environment, and considering toxic exposure in vulnerable populations, and to recognize the UN's Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and that's something that this government delayed over a very long time, and it was very sad. And, Madam Speaker, I know I'm out of time. There's so much more I could say about this, but I'd just like to say that on the weekend, I was looking at some work that was done by a nonprofit in this area, and I was speaking with somebody from that nonprofit who was very proud of the work that the Bloc Québécois has done on this file, and very proud of the work that's being done, among other things, by the member from Berthier-Masconnage in agriculture and the Bloc Québécois. I see that, I'm running out of time, and yes, sorry, I tried to give you a little bit of extra time, but we need to go to other speakers. Questions and comments.
Mr. Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, members make reference from the Bloc in particular about the provincial and national jurisdictional responsibilities. And I think that there are some issues in which it doesn't matter what part of the region of the country you're from, that you recognize that the different levels of government need to come together in order to benefit our communities as a whole. And the environment is one of those issues. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to how important it is, whether you are a rural municipality in Quebec, the city of Montreal, the province, or Ottawa, working together for the betterment of Canada, for the environment.
That's a good question.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. So what I heard from my colleague, well, I'm always surprised to hear the member for Winnipeg North when he talks about shared jurisdiction, and when he says, well, hey, once again, what about, Quebec? And he says, well, he's talking about the federal government, and I'll tell him just one thing, and I'll say it again. This issue indeed must be nonpartisan as much as possible. Everyone has a right to a healthy environment. The problem is that the Conservatives are politicizing this issue, and they do that much more often than they should. But, we don't have to, the Liberals also play their share of partisan games on this. Questions and comments?
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. In my opinion, we have a problem here, and this is that this issue has been misunderstood for 30 years now. It's important to focus on the framework in place for toxic substances. We saw this in a famous case involving Hydro-Quebec at the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court decided many years ago that we need to continue with the framework of criminal jurisdiction. And to do that, we need to protect the list of toxic substances and not to split it into two, which would make that law more vulnerable to some of the challenges we're facing. And maybe my colleague has some comments to make about my theory, but I think there's a major risk here. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and that's why a lot of work has to be done at the Environment Committee. And my colleague from Repentigny is aware of this. We need to look at everything that needs to be done and what's missing in this act. And this has been brought up. Quebec has a quasi-constitutional right on this, which isn't the case in the rest of Canada, and that's something that maybe should be done and needs to be done. I hope the Environment Committee will look at this and find ways to improve this bill to improve these problems. A brief question.
Reprise.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like many times in our history, we are at a crossroads as regards to choosing the well-being of people over profits. Too many times, government legislators have turned a blind eye to doing better to protect the health of people. Too many times, they've chosen to protect the profits of polluters and toxic industries because they didn't know better or couldn't see the results of their choices manifesting in harmful ways in their very own communities. Today, we are once again at those crossroads of opportunity to do better, or to carry on with the status quo that is harming people in the name of corporate greed and profits. Over the past 50 years, science has told us, and cancer has shown us, that there are toxins in our bodies that should not be there. This is the fact of the matter, and this is what needs to be corrected. Pollution, and not just pollution in our air and water and land, but pollutants in our bodies, in our blood, in our breast milk exist. Pollutants that were put there by unregulated industry. While I was preparing for this speech, I was reminded of the choice of the 36th Parliament that made pollution prevention planning discretionary, not mandatory under CEPA in 1999. That was a mistake a past Parliament made, and after 23 years, after 8 parliaments, this is a decision that this 44th Parliament must finally correct. In those 23 years, only 25 toxic substances listed in the initial act have been subject to pollution prevention planning requirements. That's a rate of about 1 toxic substance every year. It'll take 150 years for the existing list of toxins in the Act to get a pollution prevention plan. As the Canadian Environmental Law Association stated, this is a leisurely pace to addressing chemicals the federal government regards as the worst of the worst substances in the Canadian environment. Looking at it in decade-long timelines, it makes me wonder why Canadian governments have not done more before now to protect human health from known cancer-causing toxins. 641 Canadians every day are diagnosed with cancer. And here we are, 23 years later, looking at the inadequacy of CEPA. Canadians deserve better than the CEPA of the past. And it is the expectation of the NDP that this window of opportunity to improve environmental protections for Canadians and to offer them a right to a healthy environment is imperative to the health of us and of our children. We want a world where toxins introduced into our bodies and the bodies of our children are not inevitable. The NDP will be supporting the bill at second reading with the hopes that it can be substantially strengthened to reach that goal. S5 is largely concerned with protecting the environment and human health from toxins and maintaining air and water quality. This is good, but there is widespread agreement that SEPA is overdue for substantial improvements. For one thing, it is widely considered to be unenforceable as it now stands, as there are multiple obstacles to enforcing it, and remedies cannot be used by citizens. That needs to be corrected. There are 159 countries around the world with legal obligations to protect the human right to a healthy environment, but Canada does not have those legal obligations. There are environmental bills of rights in Ontario, Quebec, Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, but there is no federal law that explicitly recognizes the right to live in a healthy environment in Canada. While Bill S5 seems to be a step forward in recognizing the right to live in a healthy environment, there are serious concerns that the right will not be backed up by measures that improve the enforceability of the Act. In fact, the Senate committee studying the bill reported just that. And as my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, had previously pointed out, Canadians deserve more power to ensure their right to live in a healthy environment is upheld. That is one of the things that my colleague's private member's bill, Bill C-219, will do. Bill C-219 is entitled the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and offers umbrella coverage to all federal legislation outside of SEPA. Specifically, it would give residents of Canada the right to, among other things, access information about environmental concerns, standing at hearings, access tribunals and courts to uphold environmental rights, and request a review of laws. It would also provide protection to whistleblowers. I encourage all members of this House to support C-219 when it comes before the House in this session. Because while it is good to see S5 here, it is important to note that adding the right to a healthy environment in a limited way under SEPA is not the same thing as ensuring that, broadly, all people have the right to live in a healthy environment, as is the goal of C-219. There remain troubling limitations in S5 on how the right to a healthy environment will be applied and how the right will be enforced. Without modernizing legislation to update chemicals management in Canada, and without the legal recognition of the right to a healthy environment, Canadians will continue to be exposed to unregulated and harmful chemicals. Every day, Canadians are exposed to chemicals from polluting industries in the air and in waters of our lakes, our rivers, and our oceans, and even in the safety of our own homes in the products we use. Canadians expect their government to take action to protect them and their families from toxic substances. They expect their government to ensure that all people have the right to live in a healthy environment. These are the things New Democrats have been calling on the government to fix for years. And while the government has chosen to do nothing, the number of chemicals that people in Canada are exposed to in their daily lives has grown exponentially. There has been a 50-fold increase in the production of chemicals in the past 50 years, and that is expected to triple again by 2050. Personal care products are manufactured with over 10,000 unique chemical ingredients, some of which are either suspected or known to cause cancer, harm our reproductive systems, or disrupt our endocrine systems. Even some disposable diapers have shown to contain these harmful chemicals. Babies are being impacted, Madam Speaker. Since SEPA was first enacted, Canada has also learned much more about the harmful cumulative effects of these toxic chemicals on our health. We now know that exposure to hazardous chemicals, even in small amounts, can be linked to chronic illness like asthma, cancer, and diabetes. According to Health Canada, air pollution is a factor in over 15,000 premature deaths and millions of respiratory issues every year in Canada. And these toxins are impacting racialized communities even harder. Frontline workers, who are predominantly women or racialized, often have higher exposure to hazardous chemicals. Across Canada, Indigenous, Black, and racialized families are disproportionately negatively impacted by toxic dumps, polluting pipelines, tainted drinking water, and other environmental hazards. The former UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Hazardous Substances and Waste has stated, the invisible violence inflicted by toxics is an insidious burden disproportionately borne by Indigenous peoples in Canada. This is exactly why there must be a better enforcement mechanism in this bill so that communities, families, individuals can achieve the protection outlined in law. One of the most disappointing and concerning gaps in this bill is that it does not touch on the citizen enforcement mechanism. As the member from Victoria has said in this House, the citizen enforcement mechanism is frankly broken. It has never been successfully used. The process is so onerous that it is essentially impossible for a citizen to bring an environmental enforcement action. Without a functioning citizen enforcement mechanism, there are serious questions about how the right to a healthy environment can be truly enforced. There are also other critical gaps in S5. It lacks clear accountability and timelines for how toxic substances are managed. It lacks mandatory labeling so Canadians can make informed choices about the products they use. It does not fix loopholes that allow corporations to hide which toxic substances are in their products. If we want to protect our health and the environment, we have to ensure that we are following the advice of scientists and experts, not the interests of big corporations. These big corporations, made up of Canada's biggest polluting industries, have been attempting to stop amendments to Bill S5.
The honourable member's time is up. I've been trying to give her a couple of signals, but I'm sure she'll be able to finish or provide more information through questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for those very, very thoughtful remarks and for the indication that she would like to support getting the bill to committee so that it can be improved further. I would agree with the honourable member on that. I wonder if the honourable member had a comment on the tactics that she sees the Conservatives using on the other side. There's obviously a filibuster in play, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the honourable member would have a comment on that and agree with me that we need to get the bill to committee and so that we can improve it.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the people of Port Moody and Coquitlam sent me to Ottawa to make their lives better. And we know that 641 Canadians every day are diagnosed with cancer. So I think that every day that we wait for this bill is impacting Canadians in a negative way.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Oh, sorry, no, I've got it wrong. Rocky Ridge. Yes, just 1 second here. The Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I heard the member's speech and, would agree. We all are concerned about the environment and having harmful chemicals affect our kids and the drinking water that they drink. But, a Liberal member across the way asked her a question. Well, I'd like to ask her a question, too, on the Liberal record of an action on the environment. What makes her think that now is going to be any different by just putting one more law on the books in regard to the environment?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, the residents of Port Moody Coquitlam sent me to Ottawa to do the work for them. And if I can save one person from getting cancer, I'm going to do that work.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we say in Quebec, the National Assembly in 2022 voted unanimously and passed a motion asserting Quebec's primacy when it comes to the environment. So what does my colleague think? Is she willing to cooperate to ensure that this bill does not encroach on Quebec and the province's jurisdiction? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say that I did point out in my speech, and I commend Quebec for the work they're doing on the environment. And I did mention it in my speech that they do have stronger laws than the federal government do. So as I said, I commend that work and I admire it.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I think it's really good that we are having this debate today, and I too look forward to this legislation going to committee. Just yesterday, as you know, on Friday, we launched the Poppy campaign in Waterloo. And this year, the Royal Canadian Army has actually launched biodegradable poppy, which really shows that every single one of us has a really important role to play when it comes to protecting the environment. And this is the first modernization to SEPA in over 2 decades. So I think every step does matter. And I would like to hear from the member how she believes that by getting this to committee, that steps actually can be taken. And if more people jump in to actually protecting the environment and taking their role seriously, that we actually can do something about it rather than be cynical as we're seeing from the official opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do think that citizens being able to have more influence and more ability to enforce a healthy environment is important. And I think that's why it's important to have those amendments in this bill.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the member for her comments. Now, I'm interested in her finishing her speech, and then she has some more comments to make. I would like to give her that time.
The Honourable Member has about 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate. So I will say that Canadians can't wait another 2 decades and continue to be unknowingly exposed to unregulated and harmful chemicals. Our health is on the line, Madam Speaker, and let's hope this 44th Parliament gets it right this time when the SEPA amendments come back to this House.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a good day to join you and my colleagues in the House of Commons for us to an important debate on S5, what was known in the last Parliament as C28. And in the last Parliament, Madam Speaker, I actually served as opposition critic for the environment and got a chance to work with many members who in this chamber who are quite concerned about the environment. And one thing I do know, Madam Speaker, is that when these types of bills, particularly SEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, come up, the last time that SEPA has had any significant, I should say, when it was first put in place in 1999, we haven't seen a redo or significant amendment to that legislation. And as we all know, life is becoming increasingly more complex. But what I do realize, Madam Speaker, is that there are voices on both sides of this House of Commons that care deeply about the environment. We may have some that are concerned about its impact on the industry. We have also those that have concerns how it impacts everyday Canadians. And I think that that's particularly important for when we have these debates. Now, the parliamentary secretary from Winnipeg, Madam Speaker, has jumped onto his feet so many times today, detesting that the opposition, in this case Conservatives, although we just heard from a Bloc Québécois member as well as from a NDP member, that accusing us of essentially filibustering. Another member from Manitoba also just did that, Madam Speaker. And let's just put this to rest right now in my comments, Madam Speaker. When you have such extensive legislation, and let's be mindful that SEPA actually has criminal code implications, that when someone is charged under SEPA legislation, ultimately the mechanism is through the courts, through the criminal code. And I think that that's extremely important for us, especially considering that as life has become more complicated, there are more, obviously, there's different levels of government that are trying to see a more environmentally friendly place for their citizens, that there are going to be more complex trade-offs. And for a parliamentary secretary, by the way, Madam Speaker, I don't know if I ever told you this, but I'm a former parliamentary secretary, and I knew that there's two types of parliamentary secretaries. Those that burn shoe leather trying to build consensus in the House of Commons for their government's legislation, or those that burn the shoe leather of their ministers by shining their shoes. And I have to say that any parliamentary secretary that is trying to say that having debate in this chamber equates to filibustering is just wrong. Anyway, I'm going to get on to the actual legislation, but I think I've made the point, Madam Speaker, that when you have this once in a legislative lifetime ability to have conversations about critical legislation that has criminal code impacts, it should be taken on, and we should be celebrating for those members that feel strongly about these issues. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the concerns I have. Now, first of all, Madam Chair, let me say that there are some issues I take with the government's approach when it comes to the regulation of plastics. Now, it's no surprise that in the last Parliament, we went through this at committee, the Environment Committee, at length. And what we found, Madam Speaker, is essentially that the industry that, and the province, by the way, Alberta, is most affected by these changes to plastic regulation. And really what we have is the government trying to pivot desperately from a bad decision. And what that bad decision was to schedule, under Schedule 1, manufactured plastic as a toxic substance. Madam Speaker, we were coming out of the pandemic. We all know that there are the same molecules that are used in a medical application are the same plastic molecules in a plastic straw, are the same molecules, Madam Speaker, that are used in a part for an electric vehicle, as electric vehicles are more and more being made out of plastic because they're strong and they're also lighter. So for the government, this created quite a conundrum because the industry obviously resented the fact, and actually some industry players have taken the government to court over this, and I believe the government of Alberta has done the same. Now, to solve this, Madam Speaker, they've actually now created two schedules. And so there's the highest risk and then there's the lowest risk. But again, Madam Speaker, they haven't actually fixed the problem, which is putting in manufactured plastics, which I said, are used in our everyday lives. I could not be speaking to this House of Chambers today, House of Commons today, without the use of some plastics that are in the computers that I'm using, the mouse that I'm using. Many of the members would not be able to get there without the transportation that those plastics allow for. And so, Madam Speaker, this is an area where the government has complete hypocrisy on and really should be held to account. They are not necessarily removing industry concerns when it comes to the new schedule because they're still labeled as toxic. And this will create a problem for the government as it tries to say plastic straws bad and banned and, electric vehicles good. And we want to see more investment in that. That's going to be an issue the government's going to have to at some point deal with. Now, when it comes to the chemical management plan, this was the plan that was first adopted by the Harper government when the Honorable Rona Ambrose was the Environment Minister. And this system has, and I'm going to start with the good, and then I'm going to get to the bad and the ugly. The good here, Madam Speaker, is that the government has seen the wisdom in it and has decided to take the chemical management plan, which allows for hazardous chemicals that have been shown conclusively that it can be risk managed. That means that there are plans in place, and these companies are very good at it, can utilize these things to make important substances that we use in our everyday lives in their chemical processes. This is important in an industrial economy, and yes, we still have an industrial economy that the Liberal government and the NDP costly coalition hasn't done away with that just yet. But that is an important part of it. And so I'm glad to see it maintained. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that the Senate has created a number of changes to the legislation, which could, and again, I say could, cause some considerable consternation because, Madam Speaker, oftentimes as legislators, we will hear from different groups and then we'll try to placate some groups in how it is used, and by creating uncertain language. For example, Amendment 9 and 15 by the Senate Schedule 1, replacing substances that poses the highest risk language in reference to Schedule 1, Part 1, with more prescriptive language. We would prefer the highest risk language because it includes the term risk. As I said, this is a risk management process, Madam Speaker, and the removal of the words highest risk makes the provisions enforcement unclear. So this could lead to all sorts of litigation down the road. And like I said, if someone violates SEPA, there can be criminal code. This is not just simple slap on the wrist or issuing a fine to industry. That gets passed on to consumers. This is serious business. So we need to be very careful about this. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to just focus on for a second, because there's been lots to be said. The NDP have been really trying to balance their rhetoric during election cycles and to their constituents with what the Liberals have put forward with the so-called right to a healthy environment. Essentially, Madam Speaker, they say, oh, we're going to take it to committee and we're going to be making it better because we want to make sure it's right. Well, let me just say I had the opportunity in the last parliament to actually have an official from Environment Canada Climate Change come and discuss specifically another piece of legislation, but I asked about C28, and this is what I said at the time. This is April 14th, 2021, Environment Committee meeting 25. I'll be as quick as I can. When people think of rights, they think of the Charter, for example, that the government cannot do this to you, those kinds of civil rights, etc. There are multiple ones, yet the right to a healthy environment, what does that mean, and are they at the same level? And Miss Laura Farquharson said, Bill C-28 recognizes a right to a healthy environment under SEPA, and it's set out that there will be an implementation framework to delineate how that lens will be used in the administration of the Act. So my response, will the right to a healthy environment under SEPA only solely apply to the regulatory enforcement of SEPA? She replied, Ms. Laura Farquharson, it not only applies to regulatory enforcement, it would also apply to how policies are developed under the Act, but the point is it only applies to the Act. So I replied, it's a limited right, or not even technically that. And she replied, right. So, Madam Speaker, again, the NDP have basically sided up with this government. It's they will say that they're looking for further amendments to it, but it's clear that this is just a factor. It's not a right. It's a factor to be taken when a bureaucrat is looking from a lens of social economic responses, either for a policy or enforcement under the SEPA Act alone. This is not a clear-cut right, like you would say that would be in the Charter of Rights or the Bill of Rights. So, Madam Speaker, a few of the concerns I have, I hope I brought a few concerns to the floor that others have not, and I hope the parliamentary secretaries can understand that we are here to talk SEPA because this is the opportunity as parliamentarians, once in a generation chance for us to be able to discuss this important legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The members are a little sensitive in terms of the questions that I've been asking. And it's because, Madam Speaker, we have a substantial legislative agenda. Whether it's tax breaks, whether it's giving GST rebates, whether it's the dental care program, the rental program, there's so many programs and pieces of legislation that there's a lot for us to talk about. So when we get legislation like what we're debating today, S5, I'm a little anxious to find out when it is the Conservatives would like to see it pass. Should it be this year or next year, Madam Speaker? I would like to think, given the number of speakers that have spoken on it, and this is the question, Madam Speaker, it seems to me the member's got a lot of good stuff there that he would love to be able to discuss at the committee stage. Why not allow that debate? Let's pass the legislation, and let's get it to committee so we can propose some of those amendments, make those suggestions, and see if they can make some changes to the legislation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
I have many questions, comments about that member, but we'll just start with this. First of all, I'm not sensitive to the member. I'm just tired of him. Second to that, Madam Speaker, I think that we have to, I've been on the committee. I understand how this works. You have a very small amount of MPs, and the rest of us in this chamber who are not on the Environment Committee will not be able to raise those questions. I'd like to talk about the governance changes that the government is putting here, where the Food and Drug Administration component of SEPA is going to be given strictly to Health Canada. These are. I have some issues about endocrine, and it's in fact on the environment, but the endocrine disruptors. And I don't know necessarily that that's a good move. but I'm not going to be at that committee. So I think it's patently unfair for this member to be saying we should just be able to move on, Madam Speaker. I think that's bad faith discussion on his behalf.
I want to remind members to be respectful towards each other. The questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beauport-Limoilou. Oh, right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is pretty straightforward. The legislation hasn't been reviewed since 1999. That was the last century. Tons of things have changed since then, including our knowledge about the toxicity of some products and the comorbidity of some products put together. So there's more danger. Will my colleague... Is there anything my colleague thinks is necessary to improve this legislation? The honourable member. Well, I said it's important for the process to be augmented through discussion. That's important to me. And I also think it's important to other members as well, from Quebec and from the rest of the country. So, Madam Speaker, I said there are a number of things that the Senate did. So we'll have to discuss whether or not
those particular amendments are good for the bill. I don't think that they all are, but I'd like to hear from other members, and I respect what they have to say in this chamber and not just necessarily those voices at committee.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madame, for recognizing me. And obviously, this debate is something that should have been settled a long time ago. What I find deeply concerning is that the Conservatives continually raise questions about a fundamental part of the bill, which is a right to a clean environment. I would think across all party lines we'd agree to a clean environment, but apparently not with the Conservatives. Also, I'm very concerned about their promotion of single-use plastics, toxic chemicals, not getting a bill through the House that actually protects and keeps the environment safe. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, Madam Speaker, we obviously know that that particular member is feeling the heat from our new leader, who has been putting out a message, particularly if you look at how the last election went in his neck of the woods. Obviously, people are starting to abandon the NDP because they do not champion the regular working person. And instead, what they do is they champion certain issues without necessarily having any balance whatsoever. Look, when I raise the concern that the so-called right to a healthy environment is actually just one factor that a bureaucrat will bring up in a regulatory policy, that's not really a right. And this member, if he's pretending to his constituents that somehow it's more substantive than that, then he's kidding himself, and he's kidding himself that his leader is resonating in places like Northern Ontario, and of course in British Columbia. This is going to be a problem the NDP will have in the next election for being focused on the wrong issues.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Madam Speaker, a little over 2 weeks ago, during question period, I appealed to the Minister of Health about a young woman in my riding, Emmy Pruno, who is currently fighting a bloody awful, incurable cancer and who unfortunately did not have access to a drug that could increase her life expectancy. Today, Madam Speaker, thanks to the work and outstanding cooperation of the Minister of Health, her staff, Emmy's doctor, Rami Saleh, her father, Health Canada, and journalist Jasmine Dumas, I can confirm that Emmy will now have access to that drug. Madam Speaker, today I wish to thank from the bottom of my heart all these people who have demonstrated through their determination and professionalism that anything is possible when we work together, and that politics can be beautiful, effective, and human. Thanks to all of you, Emmy's life is now on a different path, a path of hope. That also applies to Emmy's family, as well as all those who could be in the same situation in the future. They will all have hope. Emmy, we're all here for you. Keep on smiling your lovely smile.
Honourable Member of Cape Breton Cancel.
Constituents of Judic, Nova Scotia, who have recently been awarded the Nova Scotia Lieutenant Governor's Community Spirit Award.
Here, here.
The Lieutenant Governor's Community Spirit Award celebrates the power, the strength, and the diversity of vibrant communities across Nova Scotia. With that, Madam Speaker, it's clear to me why Judic was considered for this prestigious award. Despite being a small community, Judic has always maintained a very large presence in the realm of arts, culture, and overall community spirit. From community tartan projects to a creation of custom musical reels, Judic's identity as a proud and unique community remains strong. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to represent the people of Judic within my riding of Cape Breton Canso. And once again, I extend my sincere congratulations to Warden McIsaac, Deputy Warden Gillis, and most of all, to the people of Judic on this well-deserved award.
Here,
Thank
here.
you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's with great sadness that I rise to recognize the passing of local entrepreneur Deborah Foster Stolley. Deborah had been part of our community since 2009, and she was passionate about helping local business owners succeed and grow. Being an entrepreneur was in Deborah's DNA. Deborah was the owner of BNI Ontario Central North, and she owned Office Inc., a place for local businesses to operate, refer business, and network. In fact, in her time, Deborah helped chapter members exchange $15 million a year in goods and services, and guided by her leadership, it's estimated that local businesses created over $1 billion in local economic activity. Never one to sit back on her success, in 2019 she established commercial kitchens in Office Inc. to help foodpreneurs bring their products to market. Deborah lived her life with passion, enthusiasm, determination, and vision. She'll be missed greatly by her family, friends, the business owners she stood side by side with, her Great Dane Coco, who stood by her, and the communities and businesses that she touched.
Good one. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On Saturday, I joined the Human Chain in Toronto, holding hands with thousands of other Canadians across the country in solidarity with the Iranian people protesting for almost 2 months now. These ongoing rallies across Iranian cities and around the world demonstrate a great resistance to the suppression of democracy and human rights. I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous courage, perseverance, sacrifice, and selflessness of the Iranian people who every day stand up against the Iranian regime, fighting for universal values of life and freedom. The brutality of the regime in Iran has shown no limits. So far, hundreds of people have been killed and thousands have been arrested. We also see the internet shut down by the regime, accompanied with the non-stop disinformation and propaganda against dissidents and the opposition. Yet mass rallies continue across Iran and around the globe. The world shall not and cannot be silent. We all stand in solidarity with the Iranian people in their quest for freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to extend my congratulations to a town in my riding, a town I've lived in for many years, a town that has stood out in many ways over the years. In fact, it was described by the judges of the Communities in Bloom competition as a green oasis. Rosemère was declared winner of the Grand Champions category at the Communities in Bloom National and International Award Ceremony in Victoria, British Columbia. Rosemère was also awarded 5 gold flowers and a special mention for its poetry garden. This competition recognizes Quebec and Canadian cities that promote environmental sustainability, the improvement of green spaces, and the protection of heritage. The town of Rosemère has been awarded the highest possible Bloom rating. It's a great source of pride for me that a town like Rivière-des-Mille-Îles stands out among such formidable rivals. Rosemère is definitely a proud, green, and prosperous place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai accompagné la ministre des Langues.
Mr. Speaker, I accompanied the Minister of Official Languages to the launch of the final report on post-secondary education in minority Francophone context. It's important for the federal government to be at the table with the provinces. Congratulations to Lynn Bruyette from the Association of Francophone Canadian Colleges and Universities, and congratulations to Liane Roy from the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities. We've consulted with many stakeholders across Canada. Over 6,000 people submitted solutions and suggestions for the new 2023 to 2028 Action Plan for Official Languages, and I thank them. Community organizations like the Greater Sudbury ACFO and Joanne Gervais, as well as the Nipissing West Arts Council, Marc Lavigne, represent the many Francophones in my region of Nickel Belt. This shows why C13 and the upcoming Action Plan for Official Languages are so important in ensuring that we can continue to support communities and institutions from coast to coast to coast. I hope that all parties will help us pass C13 as soon as possible. Thank you.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the world is at a crossroads. The ongoing power struggle between dictatorships like Russia and China against Western democracies is threatening our future and our way of life. Russia's brutal and illegal war against Ukraine is the most obvious symptom of this threat. The communist regime in Beijing is weighing options on when to invade Taiwan. Both are challenging Canada in our Arctic. Meanwhile, this Liberal government is refusing to invest in our military. They have failed to modernize NORAD and update our North Warning System. And these Liberals are still making our forces fly obsolete fighter jets and sail archaic submarines. And most shockingly, according to retired General Rick Hillier, we have roughly half the number of the troops we need. Our current Chief of Defence Staff characterized it as a crisis. I call it a catastrophe. But, Mr. Speaker, there's good news on the horizon. Our Conservative leader, the next Prime Minister of Canada, will put Canada first, give our troops the kit they need, and restore the honour and respect to those who serve our country in uniform.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, October 22nd, Canadians came together from coast to coast to coast, in person and virtually, to celebrate Light the Night Walk 2022. Dedicated to the blood cancer community, it is a celebration of the many donors, supporters, volunteers, blood cancer survivors, and loved ones lost. The event is on path to raising more than $6 million for critical research, community programs, and advocacy for all 137 types of blood cancers. Mr. Speaker, Light the Night continues to shine a light for the blood cancer community and shows those affected by blood cancer that they are not alone. I want to congratulate all those who participated in Light the Night 2022 for their dedication and commitment to shining light over the darkness of cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I pay tribute to a political colleague and friend, the Honourable Ed Holder, who was sworn in as London's 64th Mayor on December 1st, 2018. After much success, he decided not to seek re-election in the recent municipal election. Before being chosen by Londoners to lead our city, Ed served as the Conservative Member of Parliament for London West from 2008 until 2015 and as Federal Minister for Science and Technology. Though we come from different political backgrounds, collaborating with Ed has been an excellent experience and one that saw us always put partisan interests aside for the best interests of Londoners. Prior to politics, Ed served as the president of Stevenson Hunt Insurance and dedicated himself to the community. He has held leadership positions in more than 40 community organizations and not-for-profit organizations in particular. Ed, it's been a privilege to work with you. I wish you nothing but success in the future. And to London's newly elected mayor, Mayor-elect Josh Morgan. Josh, I know we're going to achieve great things together. I wish you nothing but success as well. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, Edmonton's Veteran Association Food Bank is in need. The shelves are empty and donations are down. And they've been asking this government for help. But what's the Liberals' spending priority? Well, it's $54 million for ArriveCan. $54 million for an app that could have been created by a bunch of pimply-faced teenage hackers over a weekend using a Commodore 64. $54 million for an app that falsely sent 10,000 Canadians under threat of this government into quarantine. $54 million for an app that clogged up our airports and led to long waits and missed flights. $54 million for ArriveCan while veterans turn to food banks to eat. This government is like ArriveCan, not working, of little use, and far too costly for Canadians.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Sri Gugan Sri Skandaraja. Sri Anna, as he was affectionately known, worked for a better, inclusive, and just Canada since coming here in 1975. He served as the president and founding member of the Tamil Society of Canada, Commissioner on Systemic Racism in the Ontario Criminal Justice System, member of the Immigration and Refugee Board and the Ontario Human Rights Commission. He was an advisor at the Jane and Finch Community Legal Clinic, facilitator at the Canadian Tamil Youth Development Centre, volunteered with many organizations, including the Urban Alliance on Race Relations, Ontario Council of Agencies Serving Immigrants, Ontario Tamils with Disabilities, and many more organizations that empowered Black, racialized, newcomer, and Tamil Canadian communities. On a personal note, he was a mentor, friend, and elder, and a highly principled man who was universally admired. He has been recognized with many awards, including awards from Cantide, Urban Alliance on Race Relations, Ontario New Democratic Party, HoC, and ODT. He will be missed by his partner and soulmate Janet and his daughter Anya, and a grateful Tamil nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the nightmare on Wellington Street continues. This government may have turned Ottawa into a ghost town, but that hasn't stopped all the spending. With this government, it's trick or treat every day of the year. They trick Canadians into thinking they're taking action to stop inflation. Then they treat themselves to lavish hotels. They trick Canadians into using the ArriveCan app, saying it'll save lives. Then they treat their friends to fat contracts. One former Liberal MP got $237 million for ventilators we never used. They trick us with talk of climate action, then treat themselves jetting on carbon contrails to Costa Rica. Tonight, every child who pays the parent candy tax will get their first taste of life in Canada. When this Prime Minister is not wearing a racist costume, he's reaching into the candy bags of every Canadian. We get tricked while they eat our treats.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the Nova Scotia mass murder was the deadliest in Canadian history, claiming 22 lives, a tragedy for families, Nova Scotia residents, and all Canadians. While victims' families mourn, the Liberal government seized the moment. They had an ideological agenda to implement, after all. With the backdrop of grieving families, the Liberals implemented and played on Canadians' emotions as they introduced their misguided 2020 Order in Council gun ban, which fails to improve public safety. This was cold, calloused, inappropriate, and extremely disrespectful. Then the cover-up began. The former minister's responses have changed from not asking for anything to there was conversation. Now with the recording, we know the RCP Commissioner received a demand from the Minister's office on which she failed to deliver. How could the Minister even think that using a tragedy to push a Liberal agenda was appropriate? Canadians have lost trust in this government, who peddle legislation on the graves of victims of national tragedy. This Minister, Mr. Speaker, must resign.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, a resilient, prosperous, and inclusive economy is one that fosters and promotes women and their contributions. For 25 years, NLAW Newfoundland and Labrador Organization of Women Entrepreneurs has been doing exactly that, mentoring, supporting, inspiring, and celebrating women entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurs are building and growing successful businesses that drive Canada's economy and better our communities. Yet in 2022, they are still facing and overcoming barriers every day. From small one-person studios to large high-tech firms, the vision, grit, and tenacity of women entrepreneurs have made a real and lasting impact across the province and the country. To Jennifer Bissell, NLAW CEO, and the 8 deserving Entrepreneur of the Year Award recipients, congratulations. Well done, and thank you for your contribution to the growth and resilience of the Newfoundland community and economy.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, women across Ontario took the opportunity to compete in the Mrs. and Ms. Regional Canada Empowerment Pageant in Sudbury. This was not the traditional pageant people are used to. It was designed for women ages 25 to 65 and focused on their accomplishments, their education, their careers, and their commitments to volunteer and community service. It empowered women, offered workshops and self-care, and raised funds for a great cause, the Northern Ontario Families of Children with Cancer. The organizers and contestants raised $34,000 for the NOFCC, which will make a big difference for families in the North. There were many impressive contestants from my riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, including Audrey-Anne Blais from Matisse, Alex Powers from Valrita Hardy, Rosalind Russell from the La Cloche Foothills, and Shannon Kennedy from Manitoulin Island. Please join me in thanking organizers Cheryl Kazera and Natalie Carrier for making this event so impactful for the contestants and for raising so much for a great cause. And congrats to the winners who were crowned, Melanie Champagne, Natalie Restoul, Sammy Barrett, and Jennifer Natty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the 30th anniversary of the end of the LGBT purge. Between 1950 and 1992, LGBTQ plus members of the armed forces, the RCMP, and other federal employees were subjected to discriminatory policies and practices based on their sexual orientation. On this sad 30th anniversary, the LGBTQ Purge Fund and Egal Canada came to the Hill to raise awareness among elected officials about the rights of LGBTQ plus community. They want the federal government to implement the recommendations of the Emerging from the Purge report. These recommendations call for a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace for LGBTQ plus people. I also met with the leaders of Fondation Émergence, Laurent Pro and Patrick Desmarais. They spoke to me about the importance of the federal government doing its fair share to ensure that LGBTQ plus people are included in government. In a world that is increasingly challenging rights, I call on everyone to remember this horrible anniversary to ensure that we do not backslide.
Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are bracing for hard times ahead due to the costly Liberal NDP coalition. Their carbon tax is making everything more expensive, to groceries, home heating, and gas. Saskatchewan families can expect an extra $1,500 bill. Conservatives moved a motion October 24th to remove the carbon tax on home heating and cancel the tripling of the carbon tax. The NDP, what did they do? They voted in favor of keeping these crippling taxes. Yet this week, the leader of the NDP flip-flopped and tweeted he's demanding the government to remove the GST off home heating. No wonder the Saskatchewan NDP didn't invite the federal NDP leader to the recent convention. By voting to triple the carbon tax, the NDP has abandoned working families and seniors in Canada.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 48 days since the Leader of the Opposition last spoke to the mainstream media. 48 days of ducking, dodging, and hiding from basic, simple questions. In fact, the last time the Leader of the Opposition took questions from mainstream media, he used the exchange as an opportunity to politically profit and fundraise, telling prospective supporters, we can't count on the media to communicate our messages to Canadians. The same political playbook was used by former President Trump, who bashed and demonized the press with his nonsensical fake news narrative and went so far as to state that the press was the enemy of the people. And like former President Trump, the Leader of the Opposition has turned to Twitter and Facebook to sow mistrust in mainstream media and silence critical voices. Mr. Speaker, Canadians demand and deserve answers from elected officials at all levels. Freedom of the press is critical to a democracy in which government is transparent and accountable to the people. Without it, our democracy is in trouble.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The $500 billion in inflationist deficits have caused the highest levels of inflation in 40 years now. Canadians are cutting to be able to afford food, and young people have to live in their parents' basements. The economic update will give the government the opportunity to cancel these inflationary policies. But is it not ironic that the things that the government is going to have to do to address this crisis are canceling 100% of what they've done for 7 years? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to inflation, we have a concrete plan. Reducing daycare costs for families, doubling the GST tax credit, giving $500 for housing, and offering dental support for 500,000 young Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what's ironic is that when they had the opportunity to vote for Canadians, they voted against Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberal Leader Mark Carney has said that inflation is domestically generated. So has the current Governor of the Bank of Canada. And now, after $500 billion of inflationary deficits, the Finance Minister is pretending that she believes, like Conservatives, that government spending is driving this crisis in the first place. Isn't it ironic that the solution to the problem the government will have to pursue if it wants to make life more affordable is to do exactly the opposite of what they have been doing for the last 7 years?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on inflation, our government is taking concrete steps to reduce child care fees, and in my own province, it's over $6,000 for average for family, doubling the GST credit, providing a one-time $500 payment for renters, and Mr. Speaker, 500,000 kids will get dental coverage that they never had before. What's ironic in this House, Mr. Speaker, is that when the Conservatives had the chance to vote for Canadians, they voted against, we voted for them.
Leader of the Opposition.
None of what they've done has actually worked. This week we found out 20% of Canadians are skipping meals or cutting portions to afford groceries. In fact, 1.5 million Canadians are have in 1 month visited the food bank. And finally, speaking of food banks, the one at Jane and Finch actually got kicked out of its location because rent doubled. How much pain will Canadians have to suffer before this government stops its inflationary policies?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that times are tough for Canadians, and that's why our government, since we've been in office in 2015, has lifted 2 million people out of poverty. We know that it's not enough. We know that there's more to do, and that begs the question, Mr. Speaker, why did the Conservatives vote against vulnerable kids who just wanted to get their teeth looked at? Why did they vote against people who needed a $500 top-up on their housing? Why did they vote against childcare? And Mr. Speaker, we know they can't wait to cut it up. We are always going to stand on the side of Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
According to a Bloomberg Nanos poll, the largest share of Canadians in recorded history say they're worse off than a year ago. What did the NDP do as a solution to that? They voted to raise home heating bills. Yes, them along with their costly coalition partners in the Liberal Party voted twice to make home heating more expensive by tripling the carbon tax. The Liberals understand that the purpose of the carbon tax is to make home heating more expensive. Will they tell the NDP that that is in fact the plan?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you it's nice to take a question from my friend opposite once again, but I gotta say, as an Atlantic Canadian, it really burns me to see this line of questioning. We're dealing with neighbours that I've got right now who've lost over 6 figures in corn crops that they're trying to feed their cattle. We've seen silos come down. We've seen wharves damaged. And we know that when we put a price on pollution, it puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families. If they want to be laggards when it comes to climate action, they're free to do so, but they shouldn't be so committed to taking money from my neighbours while they do it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the carbon tax is not a climate plan. It is a tax plan. They have not hit a single solitary climate change target since they took office. And now they want to not double down, but triple down on their failure by tripling the carbon tax as we go into a winter when analysts expect that heating costs will go up 100% and more for families in that member's riding who heat their homes with oil. Mr. Speaker, will the costly coalition, including the NDP, finally reverse themselves so the Canadians can keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister.
With respect to the allegation that our plan to put a price on pollution is a tax on Canadian households, he knows it's bogus. Year after year after year, he's been making this point in the House of Commons, and year after year after year, it's proven to him that Canadians actually receive more from a dividend than they put out on pricing. The reality is this is one amongst many measures of our climate plan. We know that it's the right thing to do, and we're seeing it in my community because right now, it's very clear the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of taking action. We're going to do the right thing, both by the environment and the bottom line of Canadian households.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, the Toronto Star revealed the federal government's strategy when it comes to health transfers, and it confirms our worst fears. The Prime Minister refuses to meet with his counterparts in Quebec and the provinces as long as they're unanimous in asking for $28 billion in increases and an indexation at 6%. He wants to break the provinces. He wants to negotiate individually with the provinces that are going to break and force them to abandon their asks and accept his conditions. It's dividing to rule, Mr. Speaker. Our hospitals are overflowing. Why is the government working to make sure the provinces don't get the money they need? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is speaking about division, but no, we are all united. All the health ministers and myself are united, and we are working for the same people. We are working with the same dollars. We all want to invest to support our healthcare workers who need that support, given the difficult conditions we're facing right now. And we're going to take care of all Canadians, no matter where they are. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we know why they're playing this game. They're so arrogant, they've even told journalists about it. They're playing these games because they want to isolate Quebec. They want to break the provinces. They want to make them walk on glass and abandon the $28 billion that they need to meet their health care needs. They're just going to give us crumbs. All that so they can come to Quebec afterwards and say, well, this is the agreement, take it or leave it. This is predatory federalism, Mr. Speaker. Are the Liberals aware that this is called blackmail and that they're blackmailing on the backs of sick Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only are we all united on the importance of acting for our healthcare workers and for patients who need help, but also the federal government is going to do its part. It's been doing that for years with the $72 billion in additional money on top of the transfers. And these investments continue, Mr. Speaker, with rapid test vaccines, Paxlovid, and personal protective equipment. All of that is still underway because the pandemic continues, along with the $2 billion to reduce surgery wait times and diagnostic wait times. And I can continue to speak about that, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, while rich CEOs of the big grocery stores are filling their pockets, people have to choose between paying rent or paying for food. 1 person in 5 is skipping a meal to reduce their grocery bill, and demand is exploding in food banks. That's where we're at, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are letting these greedy companies force Canadians into making impossible choices. People are hungry and CEOs don't care. In their economic update, will the Liberals finally make rich CEOs pay their fair share, or do they not care either? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well what we've done. He doesn't need to politicize this question. Everybody here in this House wants to make life more affordable for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that it's not just today that we've started to be interested in this. I wrote to the Competition Bureau last May, Mr. Speaker, asking them to use all the tools at their disposal to make sure that the grocery stores are acting properly. Last week, I called for an investigation, and I've spoken to a number of these CEOs from across the country to tell them to do their fair share. Everyone has to do their part to help families, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, prices are now so bad that 20% of Canadian families are skipping meals to cut down on food costs. And as interest rates continue to rise, Canadians need their government to act to reduce costs. In the fall economic statement, they have an opportunity to do that. They can make it easier to prosecute grocery price fixers. They can implement a windfall profit tax to ensure big companies aren't using inflation as an excuse for highway robbery. It took this government 6 months to take the NDP's advice and double the GST tax credit. So how long is it going to take this time for the Liberals to see the light and implement these simple, helpful measures?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, there's no need to bring politics in something that concerns all Canadians. Everyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, wanted to do their part to bring price downs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's not yesterday we look at that. I wrote to the Competition Bureau back in May of this year, Mr. Speaker, asking them to use all the tools at their disposal to make sure there was no unlawful practice in the market. And more recently, I asked for an investigation, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to the CEOs of a number of these chains around the country. Mr. Speaker, everyone needs to do their part to help Canadian families in times like that.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal inflation has 1 in 5 Canadians skipping or cutting back on meals, with more families pushed to food banks. Liberals will punish Canadians further by tripling the carbon tax on home heating, groceries and gas. Meanwhile, this Prime Minister sings in luxurious hotels abroad and spends in 4 nights what an average family spends in a whole year on rent. Canadians can't afford this costly coalition anymore. When will the Liberals stop pile-driving Canadians deeper into debt, stop inflationary spending, and stop raising taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
We know that the rebates that Canadians get, 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back. And in my own home province of Alberta, almost $1,100 a year comes back to them. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, our plan on affordability, building on all the work we did in the spring, continues here into the fall. Dental supports for 500,000 kids, doubling the GST, $500 in rental supports. Mr. Speaker, we voted with Canadians. Conservatives voted against.
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
If things were as great as the Liberals say they are, then why are almost 50% of Canadians saying their finances haven't been this bad in a decade? 40-year high in Liberal homegrown inflation caused by the costly coalition is pushing more seniors, more children, and more workers into food banks and skipping meals. Even future Liberal leader candidate Mark Carney doesn't believe the Liberals saying inflation is a global issue. He knows it's a Liberal-made issue. Will the Liberals do the right thing? Stop the pain, stop the empty words, stop the spending, and stop raising taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges that Canadians and seniors are facing with paying their bills and for their groceries, Mr. Speaker. That's precisely why we've been there for them. Mr. Speaker, that's why we've doubled the GST credit, putting more money into the pockets of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly why we're helping them with rental and dental support, Mr. Speaker. That's why we actually increased the old age security by 10% for those 75 and over, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we'll continue to deliver for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
How many more Canadian families have to visit food banks in this country? How many more young couples will have to give back their keys because they can't pay their mortgages? How many seniors will have to cut back on the necessity of heating their homes before these Liberals and their costly coalition partnership with the NDP wake up to what's going on in Canada? Will they stop the taxes? Will they stop punishing Canadians? Will they commit to stopping their planned tax increases and their tripling of the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the Conservative record on taxes. In 2015, when we lowered taxes on the middle class, the Conservatives voted against. When we voted for the child care benefit, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives voted against. When we created the Canada Worker Benefit, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives voted against. When we lowered taxes on small businesses, how did the Conservatives vote? They voted against. And what did they do last week, Mr. Speaker? Instead of supporting Canadians who needed the help the most, the Conservative bench voted against.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The inflationary spending is the cause of the pain for almost every Canadian, while Liberals pretend that everything is fine. Remember, they told Canadians that interest rates would stay low. They told Canadians that the problem would be deflation, not inflation. We were told then that all of this was temporary so that the government can continue to spend and spend. They told us that they would take on the debt so Canadians wouldn't have to. What else are they going to get wrong?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think we need to roll the tape back in this House to the time when the House was discussing on hybrid parliament how this government, this parliament, would support Canadians in the worst pandemic in 100 years. And this government had bold proposals to make sure that wage subsidies and individual subsidies for people would be able to keep them in their homes. How did the Conservatives vote? They voted with us. Mr. Speaker, are they now saying they wish they would have taken those votes back and not had the CERB and not kept businesses afloat? I think the Conservatives need to tell Canadian what their plan is, because we certainly have one.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is contradicting her Prime Minister when she says the government needs to tighten its belt and cut spending. Even future Liberal leader Mark Carney contradicts him when he says that inflation in Canada is a problem caused by Liberal management. And even if the Finance Minister wants to control spending, she's under pressure from the costly coalition, the NDP and the Liberals, who are working together to continue with these inflationary spending policies. Will the Minister commit to stopping these tax increases and to stop inflationary spending? The Honourable Minister. Let's be clear, when it comes to the Conservatives' record on taxes for Canadians, in 2015, when we lowered taxes for Canadians, the Conservatives voted against. When we created the Canada Child Benefit, the Conservatives voted against. When we put in place a plan for workers, the Conservatives once again voted against that. Last week, once again, Mr. Speaker, they voted against. Our plan is to vote for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we will always vote for what is best for Canadians. And every time the Liberals bring measures that will create economic problems, such as inflation and higher interest rates, we're always going to vote against that. They're spending $200 billion out of $500 billion they've spent, which the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed has nothing to do with pandemic help. The Liberals can talk, but when it's time to act for real for Canadians and for the economy, they're lost. When will this government stop with its inflationary spending? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the plan that we put in place in the pandemic helped Canadians get through the worst pandemic in 100 years. The Conservatives voted with us then, but now they want to revise history, and they're welcome to do that. But right now, we have a concrete plan for inflation. $500 to help with rent, with a dental plan for children, and with the doubling of the GST tax credit. The Conservatives don't want to know anything about that, but we know Canadians want to know about that, and that's what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be uncomfortable to be in the room next week when Canada comes into the room at COP27. The UN has just published another report proving that various countries' climate change plans are driving us straight into a wall. At the same time, Canada announced in Washington that it was going to be accelerating oil and gas products to export more to Europe. Does the government not realize that it's the fight against climate change that we need to accelerate and not climate change itself?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question and her commitment to climate action. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want a reminder that we have the most ambitious climate change plan in the history of Canada, $100 billion invested since 2015, $9.1 billion in the emissions reduction plan. And, Mr. Speaker, it's an ambitious sector-by-sector pathway to get to our 2030 targets on our way to net zero by 2050. It has broad support from environmental groups, industry, farmers in Quebec and across the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, the Minister could have said that they're aware of the UN report and that they won't approve any new oil and gas projects. At minimum, he could have said that he wasn't going to accelerate them. But no, imagine, the Minister went on the TV last week to explain how he, as Minister of the Environment, can help oil and gas companies get through the evaluation process more quickly. Mr. Speaker, in the middle of a climate crisis, is it the role of an environment minister to help industry approve their oil and gas projects? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, the world must meet the challenge of the climate crisis. This is something that we must absolutely do for our children and our grandchildren. And obviously, Canada has put in place a plan to fight climate change. It's maybe the most detailed plan in the entire world. Obviously, we need to have a strong economy, but we also need to face climate change, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, at COP27, all the countries that are there are going to be talking about the actions they've taken since the last conference to fight climate change. When Canada speaks, our allies are going to remember that since the last COP, Canada approved Bay du Nord and its billion barrels of oil. They're also going to remember that they announced in Washington that they're going to approve other projects like Bay du Nord, and they even want to accelerate them. Does the minister not realize that worse than coming to COP with empty hands, Canada is going to be coming with dirty hands? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we know that we must meet the challenge of the climate crisis. We need to be a leader in these circumstances. And I want to say that around the world, there aren't many countries that have a detailed plan like Canada's, but we also need to have a plan for the economy. We need to be prosperous for our children and for the future, and we are going to work to do both of those things.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has repeatedly claimed that neither he nor his staff ever requested the RCMP commissioner to reveal confidential evidence. He claims that he never asked for letters of support from independent police to provide political cover for the use of the Emergencies Act. And yet the RCMP commissioner clearly knew that the minister was seeking these letters, and evidence shows that she was working with him to reveal confidential evidence about the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Does the minister expect us to believe that the RCMP commissioner acted alone?
The Honourable President of the Privy Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's a very significant problem with the member's theory, which is based entirely on speculation, innuendo, and conjecture. But Mr. Speaker, he ignores the facts, and here are the facts. Mr. Speaker, at no time did I or the government attempt to interfere in police operations. I did not direct, ask, or even suggest to the Commissioner that she release that information, and the Commissioner herself has testified under oath that I did not receive direction, I was not influenced by government officials regarding the public release of information. Mr. Speaker, those are simply the facts.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, we've received email evidence from his office that suggests otherwise. Audio recordings and text messages from the RCMP commissioner confirm this disturbing pattern. The Minister of Emergency Preparedness has repeatedly crossed the line, interfering in a police investigation and politicizing our independent police forces, all to provide political cover for this Liberal government. The evidence against the minister is piling up. It's no wonder that the commissioner is looking for a new messaging app to permanently delete messages. The minister keeps denying, but the facts say otherwise. When will the minister finally come clean?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said a number of times in this House, the independence of police operations is a key principle in our democracy. It's one that our government respects. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd simply remind this House, in May of 2020, the member from Lee, Grenville, Thousand Islands rose in this House and demanded to know why the government wasn't releasing information on search warrants, production orders, and closed warrants related to the Nova Scotia massacre. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, I was forced to rise in the House and explain to that Conservative member, and as I did to all members, that our government does not interfere with ongoing criminal investigations, and the RCMP are responsible for the information that he sought.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, here are the uncontestable facts. In a conversation 10 years after the tragic incident, here's what the Commissioner said to her colleagues. She confirmed that there had been political interference in the ongoing investigation. First, she said, I had a conversation with the minister and I said that it would be in the communique and it wasn't. Second, she said, did you know that the government is working on a weapons bill right now? And she said, third, I'm waiting for a phone call from the Prime Minister to apologize. 1, 2, 3. Why does the minister continue with this cover-up?
The Honourable Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I've risen in this House a number of times and simply repeated the truth to the members. I'm not going to speculate on a conversation of which I was not a party. I can simply advise this House at no time did I direct, ask, or even suggest to the minister, to the Commissioner of the RCMP that she should release any information pertaining to this investigation? And under oath before the Mass Casualty Commission, the Commissioner has confirmed that she was not directed by myself or any government official, and that with respect to the release of information or in the conduct of the investigation. Mr. Speaker, those are simply facts.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, the Environment Minister criticized oil and gas companies for paying out huge profits to their shareholders instead of taking climate action. But it's hard to believe this minister's fake outrage when the Liberals are still handing out billions of dollars to big oil, all while these corporations rake in record profits. The minister won't put a windfall tax on these excess profits to invest in climate action and to make life more affordable. Will the minister finally stand up to big oil by making them pay what they owe?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And, Mr. Speaker, we know two things for certain. Oil and gas emissions must come down, and that energy companies are making record profits. And like us, Mr. Speaker, energy companies must put their shoulder to the wheel and begin investing in pollution reduction, Mr. Speaker. We need to work together to create the clean economy and the good jobs of today and tomorrow. And, Mr. Speaker, we'll be with them every step of the way as we meet our 2030 targets on our way to net zero by 2050.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
So big oil has racked up their highest profits ever, and that's no surprise to Canadians who are getting gouged at the pump. So how is big oil spending their loot? Well, stock buybacks, payouts to investors, automation as they lay off thousands of energy workers. As for climate action, not a chance. They want the taxpayers to pick up the bill. So when is the Environment Minister going to stop acting as an ATM for the oil lobby and hold him to account? When is he going to make the investments necessary in a clean energy transformation that doesn't leave Canadian workers behind?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would advise the honourable member perhaps to actually read the emissions reduction plan. This government has invested over $110 billion in reducing emissions around this country and in making investments to actually grow a clean economy going forward. It is something that you have to actually think about on both sides of the equation. Yes, we must reduce emissions, but we also have to think about creating jobs and economic opportunity for the future, and that is exactly what we are doing.
Outstanding. The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Prime Minister Trudeau stood shoulder to shoulder with protesters.
I just want to remind the honourable members that we... Order. I just want to remind the honourable members that when we name someone in the chamber, it's by their title or by their riding. The honourable member for Willowdale from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister stood shoulder to shoulder with protesters who participated in the Freedom Rally against the Iranian regime in Ottawa. As the Prime Minister made clear, our government will not stand idly by as the Iranian government terrorizes its own citizens. The message from our government is also consistent, that Iranians have been suffocated for far too long, and we will echo their sentiments. Could the Minister of Foreign Affairs apprise members of this House of the latest measures adopted?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Willowdale for his important question and for his solidarity with the Iranian people. Today, Mr. Speaker, we announce a new round of sanctions against the Iranian regime. Those sanctions target senior officials and prominent regime supporters who participated in human rights violations. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do everything we can to hold the Iranian regime accountable for its oppression and brutality, because, Mr. Speaker, impunity is not an option. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Well, the verdict is in. The evidence is clear. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. The Prime Minister's own parliamentary budget officer said that of the new spending, 40% of it was not related to COVID. Liberal leadership members seem to agree, which is Mark Carney recently said, inflation is now primarily a Canadian event. Even the deputy leader said, with their new religion of fiscal restraint, seems to agree. Does the Prime Minister agree?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear what the Conservatives are saying. They are saying that they wouldn't have put in place the CERB, which kept millions of Canadians in their homes. They wouldn't have had the wage subsidy, which kept 60,000 businesses operating just in the energy sector alone in Alberta. They wouldn't have had the rent subsidy, which helped.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second. I'm having a hard time hearing. And when I can't hear his voice, I know there's a problem in the chamber. So I'm going to ask all of you to keep it down. He has a voice that really carries, the Honourable Minister, and it's appreciated. But let's give him the chance so that we can hear his response. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear about what the Conservatives are saying, and they don't like us telling Canadians what they're actually saying. What they're saying is that they would have scrapped the CERB, that they would not have had the wage supports, that they would not have had supports for businesses, 60,000 energy businesses in my province of Alberta alone. The Conservatives want to cut. They're unhappy that they supported us when they did. They're trying to revise history. Mr. Speaker, we are going to focus on Canadians who need the help the most, when they need it the most. That is our job, and we will do our job.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Let me set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. What Conservatives stand against is high inflation, leading to the highest food bank usage, a third of which are children. That's what Conservatives stand against. Don't believe me? Ask the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who said high inflation is leading to hard times for Canadians, particularly the most vulnerable in our communities. Will these Liberals stop their inflationary spending, cancel their planned tax hikes on groceries, gas, and home eating?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative plan is just to cut. What is their plan? Our plan, Mr. Speaker, we've lowered taxes on Canadians 5 times in our mandate. We have an affordability plan that's going to help families. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member on the other side wanted to help kids, 500,000 children in this country, they should have done the right thing and voted for dental supports last week when they had the chance.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi the Fjord. Mr. Speaker, with Liberal inflation, Canadians are curtailing their lifestyles. Their paychecks no longer allow them to live suitably, and what's worse, for some, their paycheck doesn't even allow them to eat enough. We recently learned that Canadians went to food banks 1.5 million times in a single month, a 35% increase over 2019. Here in Canada, in an industrialized country like ours, it's unacceptable. When will the Liberals stop making Canadians poor? The Honourable Minister. Despite the fact that Canada has one of the lowest inflation rates in similar countries, it is still difficult for Canadians these days. The other side just wants to cut. What do they want to do? They wanted us to cut back during the pandemic. They wanted to cut, they voted against the wage subsidy and supports for business. Mr. Speaker, we support Canadians. We did it during the pandemic and will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi the Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have to stop blaming global conditions. They attacked Canadian energy, and now the price of gas is almost $2 a litre, and winter isn't even here yet. The former head of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, recently told a Senate committee that inflation is now being generated domestically by the Government of Canada. Inflation is now a domestic problem, a Canadian problem. Will the government commit today not to raise any taxes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know full well that inflation is caused by the illegal war in Ukraine, by the Russians, by disrupted supply chains, and by the zero COVID policy in China. That doesn't help Canadians. What does help Canadians is our affordability plan, our support for dental care for kids and rental support. The Conservatives voted against it. We voted for it. Who's supporting Canadians, Mr. Speaker? Our government is. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, with 3 days to go before the government's economic update, all signs point to a looming recession. The government must remember that the best economic stabilizer in a recession is employment insurance, provided, of course, that workers who lose their jobs are covered. If nothing changes, 6 out of 10 workers will fall through the cracks. Comprehensive EI reform was urgently needed already. It will be even more urgent if there's a recession. Will the economic update finally include EI reform? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we understand that EI has to be accessible and fair for Canadian workers, and that's why we're modernizing the system. It's essential for a worker, for EI to be there for them, and that it remains there for our workers. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, if there's a recession with the current EI program, 6 out of 10 workers will be left behind. 6 out of 10, Mr. Speaker. We've been through this already during the pandemic. The CERB had to be created because the government realized it couldn't just look the other way when 60% of workers lost their jobs. If there is a recession, we could end up in the exact same situation, and that would be embarrassing because you could see it coming this time. Will EI reform be added to the economic update? The Honourable Minister.
That employment insurance has not kept up with the way Canadians work, and that's why access and adequacy are key fundamental principles that we're building into a modernized approach to employment insurance. I look forward to revealing the government's plan to modernize the steps we will take to make sure every worker continues to have access, fair access across the country, no matter where they live.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Whether it's home heating, groceries, or gasoline, Canadians are finding it extremely difficult just to be able to make ends meet. And while I'm concerned for all Canadians, there is one group in particular that has my heart, and that is those who live on a fixed income. Because at the end of the day, as prices go up, they don't have the ability to create a greater income for themselves, which puts them in a place of trouble. And many are living on the edge of poverty, which is not okay. So my question is very simple, and that is this. Will the Liberals demonstrate a bit of compassion today and commit to stopping their out-of-control inflationary spending spree and stop their punitive tax hikes on those who are finding it hard to make ends?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Let's look at the facts. The fact is, when the Conservative Party was in power, their plan for seniors was to raise the age of retirement to 67.
Yes,
the first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, we reversed that back to 65. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the party opposite opposed every single measure that we put forward to support seniors. The increase to the GIS, the increase to the old age security by 10%, our enhancements to the CPP, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've just moved forward on doubling the GST credit with the payments going out this Friday. We're moving forward on rental and dental support, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to continue to deliver for Canadians, including seniors.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
I don't think there was much hope in there for Canadians, so let me ask again. It's no secret that Canadians are struggling to be able to make ends meet. Just putting healthy food on their table is a struggle. We know that the number of Canadians going to food banks is skyrocketing. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has no problem jet-setting around the world or spending $6,000 a night on hotel rooms. So again, I would ask, please come back down to reality. Would this government stop its punitive tax hikes and its out-of-control inflationary spending in order to make sure that Canadians can afford to live?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, across the world, the problem of making ends meet and paying bills is being felt profoundly. What is irresponsible is to say that those are struggling, that you're going to amplify their fears and anxieties, that you're going to mislead them about their situation. And let's talk about inflation. When Canada has one of the lower rates in the world on inflation, that isn't acceptable. That doesn't pay the bills. But I'll tell you what does is concrete actions on affordability. What doesn't help, Mr. Speaker, is amplifying an anxiety and giving no answers. And unfortunately, that's what we hear from the other side.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, it's Halloween and Canadians are spooked. They're spooked by having to pay 28% more for costumes and candy, and spooked to this government's indifference about the inflation crisis, which they just wave away as being globally brought into this country. Except the central bank governor has said inflation is now more of a homegrown problem, and Mark Carney agrees with him, the former central bank governor. So will this government show some compassion, reduce its inflationary spending, and put a pause on its tax hikes?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I've met people in my community who won't take their kids to the grocery store right now because they're afraid that the cashier is going to tell them that they can't afford what's in their cart and they don't want their kids to go through that. We are going to be there to support families in that situation. When they talk about tax hikes, Mr. Speaker, they're talking about programs like the Canada Pension Plan and like EI. There are people in my community who depend on EI when they fall on tough times. There are people who have worked their entire lives to make sure the Canada Pension Plan would allow them to age with dignity and buy groceries in retirement. We will defend low-income families today and every day. It's nice to see that they finally speak to the issues. It'd be better if they actually voted for measures to achieve those ends.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, since her appointment, the Defence Minister has made it clear that we have to build military institutions where every member feels safe, protected, and respected. That's why she accepted Ms. Arbour's report in its entirety and immediately stepped up efforts to change the culture within the defense team. Just last week, the minister announced the appointment of an external monitor. Could she tell us a little bit more about the significance of this appointment? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her important question. We've already laid the groundwork for a culture change, for example, by starting to transfer cases to the civilian system. Last week, I appointed Jocelyne Terrien as our external monitor. She will help us ensure that we continue to make solid progress in changing the culture. We are going to continue our efforts and deliver reforms that will strengthen our institutions for the armed forces. Thank you.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The Liberals' reckless spending is driving up the cost of living for Canadians. $6,000 a night for this Prime Minister's hotel room charged to taxpayers. $54 million for the Arrive scam with a complete snow job on who got paid. Meanwhile, folks who are getting their first home heating, oil, or propane delivery are afraid they won't be able to afford a mid-winter fill-up. With the costly coalition of these NDP Liberals, food bank use is at an all-time high as Canadians choose between heating and eating. Will these Liberals end their inflationary spending?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has a fiscally responsible, prudent, and targeted plan that's going to put money right in the pockets of Canadians who need it the most. We are not only increasing the Canada Workers' Benefit, we have doubled the GST, we have a $500 payment going to low-income renters, and we are going to help 500,000 kids have dental support, possibly for the first time in their lives. I don't know what it is the Conservatives have against helping kids, Mr. Speaker, but on our side of the aisle, we've got the backs of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, we're very much worried about children, including the fact that with record high food bank use, more than a third of those users are children. These Liberals added more than $171,000 of new debt every single minute of the last fiscal year, and half of that spending had absolutely nothing to do with pandemic supports. Canadians are struggling. These Liberals, they're making it worse. They had the NDP cheerleading them on, trying to max out the national credit card. That's what happens when you have unserious, out-of-touch, expensive NDP Liberals who don't care and don't know what Canadians are facing. Canadians cannot afford the costly coalition. Will they end this inflationary spending?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I sat in opposition when the party opposite was there, and they did not talk about poverty. They did not talk about the plight of low-income families. They had no targets on poverty reduction. This is a government that not only introduced finally targets on poverty reduction, but has exceeded them every single time, lifting more than 2 million people out of poverty. That isn't enough. We must do more. But the fact that the party opposite is trying to raise anxiety at a moment when we need solutions and answers is problematic. They vote against direct measures to help those in need and then seek at every opportunity to amplify anxiety, and I ask why.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, when this government gave millions of dollars to Loblaws for new fridges, I had convenience stores, florists, and small independent food stores calling me asking how they could also apply for a fridge. I had to explain they didn't qualify. They weren't a billion-dollar corporation. We don't know who got rich off the ArriveCan app, the app where glitches forced people into quarantine by mistake. Canadians cannot afford this costly coalition. Will the Liberals end their wasteful and inflationary spending?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we know that 8 out of 10 families will be better off after the climate action rebate. But the member is from BC, Mr. Speaker, and no one understands climate change better than the residents of BC. Mr. Speaker, the costs are very, very high. A $6 billion tab for the atmospheric rivers after drought, fires, and flood. Mr. Speaker, 600 lives lost in the interior of BC. The price is very high, Mr. Speaker. We have a moral obligation to deal with the climate issue and an economic imperative.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, as a result of the ongoing conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, my Scarborough Agincourt constituents and beyond are concerned about the 240 deaths and the many destroyed civilian settlements in Armenia. A ceasefire was agreed upon on September 14th. However, recent reports suggest further escalation. Our government announced it will open a full embassy in Armenia, and we are actively engaging with our Armenian partners to strengthen their democracy. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs update us on the steps we have taken to secure peace in this area and how we are supporting the strengthening of democracy in Armenia?
Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Scarborough Agincourt for her important question and also for strong advocacy for the Armenian Canadian community. I announced back in June that Canada would be opening a new embassy in Yerevan, and this has been long waited by many. This will also allow for our countries to have stronger ties, and we know that there's a lot of instability and security challenges in the region, so Canada will step up and make sure that we are involved in making sure that we have stronger ties and obviously to protect peace and democracy in the region and globally. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, last week a North Island resident told me she is scared for the safety of her family because of the Port Hardy Hospital emergency room closures. There is not enough staff to keep it open. This is a crisis. Canadians can't access public health care. Rural communities have been left behind by underfunding for health care by both Conservative and Liberal governments. Will this government finally listen to the pleas of British Columbians for more federal funding for public health care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Funding public health care in Canada is not only a need, but also an obligation under the Canada Health Act. We know how important it is to millions of Canadians now with the crisis that we see in emergency departments across the country. We also know we need to support access to family health teams because this is a key part of the solution. People need to have access to their family doctors in order to avoid having to go to the emergency room to treat things that should have been treated or prevented before people end up in a hospital.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, last Friday I asked a question and didn't get an answer from the parliamentary secretary, so I'll ask the minister now. In our ridings, we all hear from desperate people who have serious illnesses. All parties unanimously agree that we need to extend financial assistance to these Canadians. In its last budget, the government announced that EI sickness benefits would be extended to 26 weeks. This was supposed to be done by this summer, but unfortunately it hasn't happened yet. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is straightforward. When will it? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, I have good news for my colleague. By December, workers will have access to 26 weeks of EI for illness. We're going to extend it from 15 to 26 weeks, and we're very pleased that workers will have more support when they fall sick. That's all the time we have for question period.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Thornhill.
There have been consultations among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that given the brutal death of Mahsa Amini at the hands of the IRGC, the subsequent crackdown in Iran on women's rights, civil liberties, and fundamental freedoms, and a long history of grave human rights abuses and violence against women perpetuated by the Iranian state, that this House declare its support for the removal of Iran from the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
The honourable member for Shefford with a point of order. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultation among the parties, and I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House reiterate its unconditional support for Iranians who are protesting for their rights in Iran, that it condemns the intimidation and bullying and violence against the protesters who are supporting the movement to free women in Iran, and that it calls on the United Nations to to exclude Iran from its organization. All those opposed to the honourable member's motion, please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say no. Adopted. Carried. It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022.
To the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-9. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Already here.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Vandal, move that Bill C-9, an act to amend the Judges Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period provided for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Findlay.
Ms. Findlay.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Abu Taif.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Liu.
Monsieur Liu.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Jarley.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris. Mr. Lake, where the hell is he hide?
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
Would all opposed please rise?
Right. Thank you.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
To vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mr. Chahal, 4 pour.
Seeing no more hands raised, le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 327, 327. Nays contre, 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Oops, sorry. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Report to parliamentary delegations. Honorable député.
The honorable member for Nickelbelt. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honor to present in both official languages the following report. The Canadian section of Parl America's 6th meeting of the Open Parliament Network, virtual session, 9th, 15th, and 22nd of March 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting reports from committees.
Members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor and privilege to table a petition today on behalf of constituents from the Comox Valley and Courtenay and Cumberland in my riding and my colleague from Vancouver Island North. Mr. Speaker, they cite that 27,000 Canadians have died since 2016 due to preventable drug poisoning resulting from a toxic drug supply. The war on drugs has resulted in widespread stigma towards those who use controlled substances, and the war on drugs has allowed organized crime to be the sole provider of substances, and that problematic substance use is a health issue and not resolved through criminalizing personal possession and consumption. They call on the Government of Canada to reform drug policy to decriminalize simple possession of drugs listed in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, something that is recommended by the Expert Task Force on Substance Use, provide a path for expungement of conviction on records for those convicted of personal possession, and again, with urgency, Mr. Speaker, implement a health-based national strategy for providing access to a regulated, safer supply of drugs, and expand trauma-informed treatment, recovery, and harm reduction services, and public education awareness campaigns throughout Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
I have a number of petitions to present today. The first one is on behalf of Canadians from across Canada who are concerned about the Liberals Party's platform promise to revoke charitable status for pro-life organizations such as pregnancy crisis centres. They note that the Liberal government has tried this once before with the Canada Summer Jobs Grant Program, and they mean to raise this awareness and ask for the Government of Canada to ensure that charitable status is not politicized. And the next petition I have, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned around the damaging noise levels of firearms, and they're calling for the Government of Canada to recognize traditional hearing protection. They recognize that Canada is the only one of the G6 nations that doesn't recognize the legal use of suppressors. They call for the Government of Canada to allow sound moderators to reduce noise pollution, noise complaints in communities and gun ranges and in rural and farming communities and areas that use firearms for recreational activities where hunting and sport shooting is legal. They note that sound moderators facilitate significant increase in humane husbandry of game animals, livestock, and pets as hunting companions, and that hearing damage is significantly reduced when these items are used. So they call on the Government of Canada to take a stand and to empower Canadians to be responsible for their own health and safety by removing the prohibition on sound moderators from the Criminal Code of Canada, allow the legal acquisition, possession, and use of sound moderators on firearms by all licensed firearms users in Canada, and call on the provincial and territorial governments to amend their prohibitions and allow Canadians to use these devices. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honored to rise on behalf of constituents from Saanich Gulf Islands who are very concerned about the status of old-growth forests. This petition focuses on the different aspects of the importance of old growth in terms of climate, in terms of Indigenous rights, in terms of biodiversity, and in terms of the dwindling amount of old-growth forest, particularly on Vancouver Island, and particularly along areas of Fairy Creek, which is slated for logging. The petitioners call on the government to work with provinces and First Nations to halt logging of endangered old growth, to fund protection of old-growth ecosystems, and to support value-added forestry initiatives that get Canadian wood to Canadian mills instead of being shipped overseas as raw logs. And they oppose the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production, yet another climate fraud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today, question 761 and question 763. And then further to that, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions numbers 760, 762, 764, and question 765 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions sous-mentionnées soient...
Does the House grant that the questions be made orders for return and tabled immediately? Granted.
Terry?
I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement Sénat. Bill S5, the Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the environment is something I have been concerned about since as long as I can remember. The environment is changing at a rapid speed in Quebec, Canada, and the world, and as such, a review of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act is long overdue. I will talk about the need to modernize this act. I will talk about some concerns of environmental groups and some of my own concerns regarding the bill. And I will bring up a few questions that I hope will be answered when the bill is studied in committee. The Bloc, if in case you were not aware, does support the bill in principle. It has been 23 years since the Canadian Environmental Protection Act was last revised. It was literally a different century. I can say that a lot has changed since then. Technology has advanced. Planned obsolescence of consumer goods, the exploitation of natural resources to respond to a world demographic boom, and increased consumption on a global scale. Climate change has led to more frequent tragic natural disasters, These disasters have also increased in strength. As such, the bill needs to be modernized, the act rather. Having said that, I will bring up a few important points. Bill S5 does not completely overhaul the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, which is a flaw. All sections of the act should be reviewed to ensure that they are in line with modern realities and in line with the needs of a changing world, not to mention the needs of future generations. Quebec wants to make decisions as a nation, especially when it comes to environmental issues and issues of the Quebec territory. This is a belief that was expressed by the Quebec National Assembly in April. On that date, MNAs from all represented parties unanimously passed a motion stating that Quebec's jurisdiction of environmental issues takes precedence. All too often, when the time comes to move forward environmental justice, Quebecers are disappointed by the Government of Canada. They're disappointed by decisions that seem more like they come from an oil state than a state that is ready to bequeath a healthy environment to future generations. That's why the bill needs to be amended, not only to serve the needs of our voters, but also to ensure that Quebec and other provinces do not suffer from Ottawa meddling in their areas of jurisdiction. In the preamble to the Act and in the body of the text, the Act proposes a right to a healthy environment. However, senior public servants who presented S5 to parliamentarians when it was tabled stated that the Liberal government's claim that a new right is created is not true. For this to be true, there needs to be a new round of constitutional talks so that the right to a healthy environment could be added to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This would allow all Quebecers and Canadians to truly benefit from a healthy environment. Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm saying we need to open the Constitution. The time has come. The old days are gone and it's time to move forward. Canada ought to follow the example set by Quebec. In Quebec, the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms has, since 2006, so 16 years, recognized that every person has the right to live in a healthful environment in which biodiversity is preserved to the extent and according to the standards provided by law. However, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act does not, like the Quebec Charter, have a semi-constitutional status. Quebec does not need Canada's help to promote the fundamental rights of its people. Canada needs to take inspiration from Quebec. The bill brings up the notion of vulnerable populations, but it does not truly define them. Indigenous peoples are recognized, but what about children, pregnant women, people with immune issues, people suffering from chronic diseases? These are also vulnerable people, vulnerable populations. Regardless of the color of their skin or their religion. The bill ought to define what a vulnerable population is. I'm delighted to note that there are studies being carried out on toxic substances and that the bill urges to move away from testing on animals, something that many groups have been fighting for years. That is a step in the right direction. The bill ought to note decades of recommendations from pro-health and pro-environment groups. Having said that, I do have a few questions regarding the bill. The bill talks about the accumulation of one substance, but it does not focus on comorbidity. What I mean by this is that some substances by themselves might not be toxic, but combined with other substances, they may become highly dangerous. This is not brought up in the bill. I find it noteworthy that the bill does not address comorbidity. The bill talks about removing provisions on the virtual elimination of substances. I understand this was done because the virtual elimination regime was considered dysfunctional. But I'm worried that the government is throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Just because the regime was dysfunctional doesn't mean it's completely useless. The regime could have been improved instead of repealed. What is more, at a few points in the bill, the duties of the environment minister and the other ministers mentioned in the bill lack teeth. There are places where the bill says the minister may do something instead of must do something. Action must be enshrined in the bill. I'm thinking about studies, reports, the publication of reports. Ministers should have to carry out these steps instead of just be given the possibility to do so. Finally, the bill states that the ministers should give annual updates on the development of the framework in the bill. But why put so much on the shoulders of ministers instead of independent actors? By supporting academic research and other neutral actors, we could improve information gathering while ensuring data is impartial. Madam Speaker, to conclude, Bill S5 has a lot of highly technical provisions. They should be studied in great detail by the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. That way, we can ensure that a modernized Canadian Environmental Protection Act would truly get the government to carry out its duty when it comes to environmental protection, all while respecting Quebec's environmental sovereignty and that of other Canadian provinces. I know that my colleague, the member for Repentigny, will do a great job in committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really encouraging within S5. What there is the essence of recognizing that there is a right to a healthy environment for Canadians. And that means, for example, and this is what I really like about the legislation, is that it puts into place the fact that Canadians can request a substance be assessed. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of details that have to follow out, and no doubt that'll come up in committee in some of the discussions. We can talk about the Indigenous reconciliation when you think of UNDRIP. Again, something that's being incorporated into S5. There's issues surrounding animal testing. There's no doubt it's a substantial piece of legislation. But what I like is the fact that it appears that all members, virtually all members of the major political parties in the House actually support its passage into second reading. The issue is, does the member not agree that we will be able to really get down to a lot more work in this bill if we can actually see it go into a committee, into a committee stage?
The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I want this bill to be sent to the committee as soon as possible so that we can bring the improvements that have been mentioned by some colleagues and myself in my own speech. Here, we make suggestions. In the committee, we make suggestions and then we vote on them. We can improve a bill. That's the work. So yes, this bill needs to be sent to the committee as soon as possible after everyone has given their opinion. Questions et commentaires.
Sir Isthmus Mountain, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Beauport-Limoilou for her presentation and her talk, and she talked on a number of things that are talked about working together and about the legislation and how the wording is so open to interpretation and how there's so lack of clarity and this vague terminology throughout it. And my question to her, she talks about how getting this to committee where we can sit down and actually bandy this about amongst ourselves. And my question to her really is, does she actually think it's going to happen? Because what our Canadians are expecting us to do, Madam Speaker, is that we're sitting around and putting out ideas back and forth, and we come to a mutual agreement. And I'm wondering if she believes that that's actually going to happen.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'm someone who believes fundamentally in goodness, in logic, and conscience. I also believe in the goodwill of members sitting around a committee table. Yes, sometimes it takes time to formulate ideas, but when we finally reach an agreement and stop fussing over minor details, we get somewhere. And I think that with good faith, we'll be able to create an act that makes sense and that will make everyone happy.
First, I want to thank my colleague. I know she's passionate about the environment. I've witnessed her at the OGO committee. Madam Speaker, this is the first time I'm rising since learning of the passing of the Tloquit Nation hereditary chief, Moochynink, also known as Bruce Frank. And Madam Speaker, I would like to pay my condolences to his wife Iris, their daughter, and all Tloquit and Nuu-chah-nulth people and the community surrounding, because this is a big loss to our community. So thank you for allowing me to do that, Madam Speaker, to recognize our Tyee Hatwia. Madam Speaker, through you, I know that Indigenous peoples are often, political, they're in pollution hotspots, Madam Speaker, and this bill doesn't do enough to address that. Through you, maybe my colleague can speak about the importance of something that Moochynink cared deeply about, and he worried about our coastal waters and the environment and the spread of polystyrene and the government's lack of regulations around polystyrene, that the government needs to do more to protect our environment. And maybe she can speak to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, you have 30 seconds. Quickly. Currently in the Pacific Ocean, if memory serves, we have the equivalent of one continent built of plastic. Marine animals will eat this plastic, and then it ends up in our food because we eat the animals that ate things that are probably not good for them. First Nations are also affected by this because a greater portion of their food is coming directly from the sea. We have to be careful. We have to take care of our environment, and by doing that, we take care of ourselves. And I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to the family of the hereditary chief, if he would like to convey that message. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are times when we will all wish that certain legislation was unnecessary. Certainly, that is true for this bill, S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. It would be so nice to live in a world where there was no need for laws to protect the environment, because everyone, individuals and corporations, understood their responsibility and act accordingly. However, we live in a real world, and that means there's a need for legislators to enact laws to ensure that what should come naturally does indeed take place. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members opposite for their concern for our environment. While there are times that we differ on the best method of doing that, I know that they have a deep concern for the future of the planet, a concern that is shared by myself and my colleagues. As we discuss this bill today, I hope that my contribution would be taken into the spirit in which it is given. Perhaps no legislation is perfect, and I am hopeful that this bill, which has seen several revisions in the Senate, can be further improved by the contributions of the members of this House. The role of government is to protect citizens. None of us would dispute that. Bill S5 recognizes that every Canadian has the right to a healthy environment and that the federal government has responsibility to protect that right. That right is not defined in this act. So it may be given to some people cause for concern, because it is good to know that the government has not forgotten an importance of the definition that is still to come, and we're hoping that we will see it later on. I'm surprised that the minister needs 2 years to develop an implementation framework on how the right to a healthy environment will be considered in the administration of this bill, balanced with social, economic, health, scientific, or other relevant factors. But I would rather he take the time to get it right. Too often it seems that this government has acted hastily to the regret of Canadian people. So I will not complain about the delay in that case. Although I should point out that the minister has had plenty of time to consider it, given that the government introduced this bill in the last Parliament but failed to make its passage a priority, unfortunately. What worries me, though, is that the current government has a habit of making pronouncements highlighting its environmental plans. Then the following through, I'm hoping that this time they mean what they say. We all know that the Liberal government has yet to meet a single carbon emission reduction target that they have set for themselves. That's not news. That is true. They talk about climate change using words like crisis and emergency, but then act as they don't believe their own words.
That's right.
In fact, carbon emissions have gone up under this Liberal government, and they cannot deny it, and they won't deny it. The carbon tax is an absolute failure. Not only it has not reduced emissions, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made it clear that the majority of Canadians actually pay more in carbon taxes than they collect of rebates. So far this year, the Commissioner of the Environment has released 10 reports on the performance of this Liberal government's protections to the environment. More than half of the reports showed the government was failing to meet the targets. Certainly, it could be said this legislation is long overdue. The last major revision of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act was more than 20 years ago. That actually goes back to 1999 under Prime Minister Chrétien. We know so much more today about the climate than we did then, and about the need for an action to make it a meaningful effort. This legislation modernizes the chemicals management plan in Canada. It is hard to see how anyone would disagree with that objective. Taking a risk-based approach to chemicals management is something that I feel that will get a broad-based support. I am so pleased to see the efforts to remove unnecessary red tapes from our environmental regulations. All too often, it seems the goal of this government is to make life more difficult for Canadians and individuals and for Canadian businesses. It will probably surprise many people to see that sometimes the Liberals actually take the effects of their legislations into consideration. This bill, as I'm sure, not the only legislation we will see from this government designed to strengthen environmental protection on behalf of the Canadian people. It stresses chemicals management and toxic substance, which are not only areas of environmental protection that are concerning Canadians. I seem to remember that the Environment Committee several years ago made recommendations regarding national standards for clean air and clean water. Perhaps those will be included when the Minister tells us exactly what is meant by Canadians having a right to a healthy environment. Certainly, you would think clean air and clean water would be essentials to that. As this bill goes next to the committee stage for further study, before being brought back to this House, I think it is well that we consider what we would like the legislations to accomplish. As I stated previously, we are in this House committed to protecting our environment. Canada is the envy of the world of our clean water and clean air and the natural beauty of our country. We are all committed as parliamentarians to ensuring the future generations enjoying the same healthy environment we have today. Our legacy will be defined by how, and only by how, we treat the planet that has been entrusted to us. There seems to be general agreement that revisions to our environmental protection laws are long overdue. Perhaps this government has not acted quickly enough, but it is acting. And perhaps the provisions of this bill won't or don't go as far as some of us would like to see, and that is understandable. When this bill was examined by the Senate, it was subject to considerable amendments before it was passed and given it to us for consideration. Some of those amendments make sense to me. Other suggestions, such as removing the word cost from cost effective in the precautionary principle, would seem to me or to be in need of more discussion. I understand that in whichever form this bill finally takes, it will not be as all-encompassing as some would hope. The reality is that if ever, we will find a perfect piece of legislation, and I would respectfully suggest that perfection is even less likely when dealing with the offerings of this Liberal government. However, in this case, they seem to have addressed a need. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be looking forward to hearing the questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have been asking a considerable number of questions today in regards to the Conservative Party's approach and not wanting to pass but rather debate to pass it to the committee stage. So the member is already aware of my concern in regards to that. The other concern that I have is the Conservatives feeling that, in principle, they don't have to share with Canadians or tell Canadians what their policy is on the environment. Many believe that many Conservatives are, in fact, climate deniers. They don't recognize the climate change. And it's amplified by their positioning on the price on pollution. One day they're in favor of it, lately they're against it. And I'm wondering if my friend could indicate whether or not, on such an important piece of legislation, does the Conservative Party actually have a plan on the climate? And if he does, I'd be more than happy to provide leave necessary so he can expand upon it.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manic.
Well, thank you. I think I indicate that we're to support this bill to go to committee stage, which is we believe it's very important and it's worthwhile. You know, as far as policy, I don't even think that this government has a plan for the environment. This government has a plan for taxation. Exactly. That is exactly what this government has. So please, I mean, they haven't even hit one single target of what they call, and they've been boasting about for the last 7 years and beyond. So come on, give us a break and stop questioning others where you're not performing on your own. Let's see how much result you can generate as a government out there through you, Madam Speaker, and then we have to discuss our plan when the time comes. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like my colleague to explain this. In his speech, I hear him say that he thinks the quality of the water, the air, the planet is important. That's music to my ears, but it also makes me wince when I think about their desire to expand oil exploitation. Also, the Conservative Party doesn't have the best track record regarding the environment. Can he explain to us how he makes sense of all of this?
Well, again, on the same, first I would like to thank the member for his question. On the same note, there's got to be a time where as I indicated in my speech, that we all have the concerns over the environment. No one have more concern than others. So that competition toward better environment, cleaner water. But I'm surprised to hear the question coming from Quebec, where sewer being dropped in the rivers in Quebec. Where is the Bloc Québécois on that? Why they've never raised that in the House of Commons, and trying now to question the Conservative Party over our vision and our belief in a better environment, cleaner water and cleaner air.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his speech. This bill doesn't address ambient air quality standards, and even though air pollution contributes to over 15,000 deaths in Canada each year, and air pollution is likely one of the most common ways that the right to a healthy environment will be violated, would the member support including requirements that the implementation framework for the right to a healthy environment include actions that the minister will take when ambient air quality standards are exceeded?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thanks for the question. I did ask about, I said that the bill is not perfect, and we would like to see it perfect coming out of the committee, out of all the amendments that is going to take place. And I also spoke about there's no definition for rights in the bill as far as environment, as far as water and clean air. So the bill is yet to be perfect, and I hope that through committee and through consultation, we will get a nice piece of legislation that is going to really help Canadians and to really make better over what it meant to be. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Short question. From Edmonton Manning. I hope you'll forgive me that it gives me an opportunity to clarify some constitutional elements that have been misunderstood in the debate so far today, and that is that I've heard a number of Conservative MPs say that somehow this involves the criminal code. I want to clarify that really forcefully. I have a lot of problems with this bill, but it doesn't involve the criminal code. It involves the head of powers, his criminal law powers, as defined by the Supreme Court of Canada back in the Hydro-Quebec case. So the government is entitled to legislate to protect Canadians from toxic substances and others that threaten our health. It doesn't involve criminality in the sense of the criminal code. And if my honourable colleague has any comments, I'd welcome them.
Very brief comment from the honourable member for Edmonton Manning. 10
seconds. Well, happy to hear the leader of the Green Party's questioning this. I thought the Green Party was silent a lot on the environmental policies, and I like to see more coming from their side. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we're talking about Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and other legislation. This initiative is welcome because the Environmental Protection Act hasn't been updated since 1999, and much has happened since then. But I don't want to overstate the significance of what's going on here. This draft bill streamlines a program that is already in place and has been working effectively for many years. This is more about administration of a program than bold, new ideas about the environment. Now, first, a couple of positive things about this draft legislation. The preamble of the Environmental Protection Act will now read, quote, "Every individual in Canada has a right to a healthy environment," close quote. Secondly, the preamble of that legislation will now recognize, quote, "The Government of Canada is committed to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples," close quote. Now, we have no arguments with these broad aspirational statements, but that's what they are. They're broad aspirational statements. There's nothing in the bill that gives substance to these statements. In fact, we're going to have to wait 2 years to see the government's implementation framework to see what the government considers to be a healthy environment. This typical Liberal Party virtue signaling, devoid of substance. This is what Canadians have learned to expect of the Liberal Party. Lofty words, but little substance. Now, another positive thing with this bill, the government listened to stakeholders, and that's always welcome. Experts who are familiar with the benefits and risks of chemicals used in everyday life of Canadians. Toxic substances need to be used in a safe manner, and we need to listen to experts. Bill 5 preserves the risk-based approach to chemical management as opposed to the hazard-based approach. Now, my understanding of the distinction is that the preferred risk-based approach focuses on actual outcomes. It does a risk-benefit analysis. Clearly, not all hazards can be removed out of our lives, but they can be managed. And that's what this bill does, and that's a good thing. We accept that. The bill also continues the tradition of being facts and evidence-based. Follow the science, use a precautionary principle, make decisions based on the best evidence available at the time. Generally, we accept these principles. All government decisions should be based on facts and not on ideology. Now, unfortunately, the Liberal government has a fairly poor record. For example, we take Bill C-21, which is the bill that will ban or already has banned all handguns in Canada. That bill is being studied at the Public Safety Committee right now, and that Public Safety Committee has just finished a study on reducing gun and gang violence in Canada. We heard from more than 40 witnesses, experts in their field. Not one of them said that the problem was handguns owned by lawful gun owners. As a matter of fact, what we were told is that the vast majority of guns, firearms used in a crime in Canada were smuggled in from the United States of America. The U.S., the largest gun manufacturing economy in the world, with whom we share the largest undefended border in the world. Now, admittedly, this creates a big problem for Canadians, but taking the frustrations out on lawful gun owners is not the problem to the solution. Now, wanting to stay positive, I'm now going to turn to the Conservative Party's record on the environment. It is well known that Canada's most successful pro-environmental Prime Minister was a Conservative Brian Mulroney. In the 1980s, acid rain was a big problem in both Canada and the U.S. Our Great Lakes were dying off, the environment was suffering, fish stocks were in decline. Now, Mr. Mulroney claims as his biggest and proudest achievement the Canada-U.S. air quality agreement that finally broke the back of acid rain. This achievement was not about virtue signaling, it was about achieving real measurable results. It took real effort. It took cooperation with our neighbors. It took political will and stamina. It took the common sense approach that Conservatives preferred. Now, we understand that global climate change is in fact global. We need to work with our allies, our trading partners, and with all peoples on this planet, as we did with the acid rain agreement. Now, take plastics, for example. With the amendments to the Environmental Protection Act, in the bill that we're talking about today, plastic manufactured items will be listed as toxic. We knew this was coming. And here's what our Conservative Party campaign platform for last year contained. It said, quote, "To meaningfully contribute to tackling ocean plastic, we must recognize that plastic is a global problem." Close quote. Now, further on, our platform said this: "The current government's approach has been heavy on slogans, but light on action. Declaring plastics toxic isn't helping our environment, but is driving jobs away from Canada." Close quote. Again, Madam Speaker, common sense, not the flash and bang that you'll learn in a high school drama class. Just let's get down, let's do the work. The same goes for the Liberal Party's carbon tax, which ignores the international threats to our global environment. Liberals want Canada to produce less carbon. So their solution, well, let's leave our natural resources in the ground and let's let other countries rack up carbon debits. Let's produce less natural gas and let Russia fill the void in Europe. Let's produce less oil and make Saudi Arabia and Venezuela happy. Now, Madam Speaker, it would be one thing if the Liberals' version of the price on pollution actually had the desired effect. But despite a lot of pious talk on emission reductions, Canada is falling further behind. And now the Liberals are going to triple the carbon tax. How high does it have to go before we're actually going to start to see our emissions come down? Maybe in a few years' time, we're going to see what the tripling, what effect it had. Maybe it's going to have to be tripled again after that. Canada is a big and a cold country. We're going to consume energy just to survive, just to operate. More and more people, admittedly, live in urban ridings and can take public transit, like in my riding of Langley-Aldergrove, where I'm very happy to say that the squeaky wheel got the grease, and we actually got a commitment that SkyTrain is now going to come to Langley. But many people living in rural areas simply don't have that choice. Ask a family in rural BC if they will pull their kids out of hockey because the price of gas is too high. Of course not. They'll tank up the pickup truck, they'll see the price at the pumps and be reminded why they're so irritated by the federal government, and then they will drive the 100 kilometers to the hockey tournament. This is what we do. This is how we live.
That's right.
Now, Madam Speaker, I want to end on a positive note. I will be supporting this draft bill, not because I support the government's failed environmental program, but because this bill streamlines the administration of an important part of the federal government's work, namely the management of risks and hazards in our natural environment. We all want a healthy environment, and Conservatives like the idea of things being managed in the most efficient way possible. And this modest bill is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise and ask my colleague some questions about his speech today. A couple things. First, I'm really glad that he brought up the environmental record of the Conservatives back in the 90s. It was really strong, and it continues to be probably the strongest Conservative environmental agenda in this country, provincial or federal, ever. Begs the question why this Conservative Party neglects the environment in their platform and in their lines of questioning. Madam Speaker, carbon pricing is world renowned as the foundation of a policy which is forward-thinking, and all of the colleagues on the other side in the Conservative Party ran on a platform of carbon pricing in the last election. However, now they seem to be railing against that foundation, despite it being a rather conservative principle, a market-based instrument, a hallmark actually of many Conservative governments' platforms around the world. So I wonder why this party continues to fight against something that's so well founded in economics while pretending to be the party that is one of common sense and knows something about how to manage an economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, I'm actually quite surprised to hear the Liberals keep promoting a price on pollution, their carbon tax, because clearly it is failing. If you take a look at the graph, the number keeps going up. This government fails to meet one target after another after another. Now they're going to triple the carbon tax. Is this finally what's going to break the back? But it's, unfortunately, it's going to break the back of many Canadians who need to rely on energy just to live in this large and northern climate. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Langley-Aldergrove for his speech. He brought up Brian Mulroney. I would like to hear what he has to say on the fact that Mr. Mulroney doesn't recognize himself in the new Conservative Party because it has not agreed to recognize climate change.
Well, yeah, good question. Thank you very much for that. I have a great deal of respect for Brian Mulroney. He was a great leader. He was a great prime minister. I'm very proud of the Conservative Party because we have a great tradition here in Canada as well. And I'm confident that going forward, we are going to form a very good and responsible government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I listened with great interest. I heard about guns, I heard about gangs, I heard about carbon tax. I didn't hear anything about S5, but that's okay because we have the privilege of being able to discuss and debate, and I thank my colleague. I'm thinking that people in Northern Ireland don't have that right now. Now the DUP refuses to enter Stormont. They're being forced into a new election. This is because the British government's ignoring their obligations under the Good Friday Agreement. And so to get back to the issue of S5, I think it's very, very important that Canada plays a role in pushing the British government to recognize they have international legal obligations, and we can do that through trade negotiations. This is what we can do as parliamentarians, whether the member wants to debate guns, gangs, or carbon taxes. We need to be talking about democracy both here and in Ireland.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
I was listening carefully to hear if there was a question in that, was a comment, so I'm just going to comment myself. Unfortunately, the member opposite didn't listen to my speech. Maybe the delivery was very boring, I'm not sure. But I actually said quite a bit about S5. And I'm saying positive things about it because I think that there is good in it. And I'm saying that I will support this legislation because it is a modest step in the right direction. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my thin friend from Langley Aldergrove, I happen to have worked in that administration under former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. I worked on acid rain, worked on the treaty that protected the ozone layer, and I can contrast from first-hand experience why the current Liberal government is not hitting targets and Brian Mulroney's government did. Is that at no time did we both in that government decide to fight acid rain while subsidizing acid rain. At no time did we say we must make other colleagues happy and build, for instance, more pollution into our system while trying to fight it. We can't meet climate targets, and I know the members opposite think it's important to build pipelines. We must cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline if we have any interest in making sure our emissions go down. We have to actually be consistent and fight for what our goals are, which is to make sure we have a livable world for our kids. And that's not hyperbole. That's what the scientists are warning us.
Member for Langley Aldergrove, 10 seconds.
Well, good. Thank you. It was a great question. I'm happy to rise to answer it. Global climate change is a global phenomenon. Canada cannot solve it on its own, but we can contribute. We have natural gas. It burns much cleaner than coal. Let's pump more natural gas, deliver it to China and to other developing countries so that they can get themselves off of dirtier coal. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my turn to rise to speak to Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, which, well, we know that since the beginning of the day, everyone's talked about this title. It's a bill that has arrived at the perfect time to overhaul CEPA. It's about time that we revisit the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. The amendments that are being made are both good, but there's some that aren't as good. So we're going to be supporting this bill with a certain degree of openness, but we will have a great deal of amendments to move in committee because there are things that must be done. This bill it's a good bill. It brings forward some good measures. And so we're going to give this bill the benefit of the doubt. We're debating in this House on things that were brought forward by the other place so that we can put forward a bill that is improved and that is as good a bill as it can be. But it's not a bill that is not going to revolutionize the environment in Canada. We have to put things in perspective. This is a bill that will change things, yes. It will change the administrative aspect, that will facilitate a number of procedures, but it's not this that is going to allow the government to succeed where it has failed since 2015. That is putting in place objectives and then never reaching them. We've seen that since 2015. And it's a form of hypocrisy that we see among many politicians now. They say, well, we're going to fight climate change, we're going to protect the environment, we're going to reduce greenhouse gases. But it's always at the expense of Canadians who have to pay for the ideological choices of certain politicians. Now, why am I saying this, Madam Speaker? Why am I talking about hypocrisy? Well, there are many people stating that we have to end fossil fuels and end the use of plastics. But unfortunately, most of us here use those products a great deal. And so long as we need those products, Canada simply cannot end the development of fossil fuels. And what we are doing is that we have to use energy that comes from Canada. It's as simple as that, Madam Speaker. Instead of countries that don't respect the environment at all, this energy should come from Canada. But no, instead, the government spouts a lot of rhetoric and it puts the responsibility for protecting the environment on the backs of Canadians. And the Liberals' plan is not a plan to tackle climate change. It's a plan to tax Canadians. And that's the way they're trying to put the burden of fighting climate change on the backs of taxpayers. And taxpayers, well, that's you and me. It's like people who are watching us or people who don't watch us, and there are many who don't. And it's too bad, because if people watched us more or listened to us more, we'd be able to better explain our differences. But right now, what the government is suggesting is simply a tax hike, hoping that it's going to work. But it hasn't worked since 2015. The Environment Commissioner of Canada said in 2021 that Canada is going from failure to failure. And I'm also going to tell you what the Commissioner said. Canada has already been a leader in climate change, but after a series of missed opportunities, it is now a country that is lagging behind all other GSET countries since the adoption of the Paris Accord in 2015. If I go on, it's not a victory, it's from failure to failure, said Commissioner DeMarco in 2021.
Since 1988, Canada has set out a number of different climate change objectives and has failed to meet them all. The final attempt by the Liberal government, or the last attempt rather, was to try and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by imposing a tax on Canadians. Madam Speaker, what this government fails to understand is we are living through a serious economic crisis. Inflation is at almost 7%. The price of groceries has seen 11.4% inflation, the highest level of inflation seen in the last 4 decades. Gas prices are at an all-time high. And this government is calmly proposing to hike up prices again. Not only have they failed to deal with the inflation that Canadians are currently dealing with, the government is now asking Canadians to pay even more by imposing a carbon tax on them. And yes, the carbon tax will triple over the next few years. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? It means that Canadians, already forced to cut back on grocery shopping, make tough choices at the supermarket because they just are not able to buy the grocery products that they were before. Now they're going to have to make even more difficult choices because you can't make cuts in everything. You can't cut back on using your vehicle to get to work. You cannot cut back on heating your home when you live in a country like Canada, where temperatures can reach more than 30 degrees below. You can't cut back on heating and feeding your family. I mean, that's not a discussion we should be having in Canada in 2022. That's something we shouldn't even be thinking about. But despite all of these difficulties, despite the problems on everyone's lips, despite the fact that more and more Canadians are having to turn to food banks. And unfortunately, when you turn to a food bank, it means that you don't have enough money to go to the grocery store. Even though times are tough, the government is saying, listen, we just need a little bit more from you. We want to give you one more additional tax, and that will let us that will let us look better on the international stage, because then we'll look like we're doing something. Well, the numbers speak for themselves. The Liberal government's carbon tax plan just doesn't work. It will never work. And why? Because Canadians simply cannot make ends meet with this tax. This carbon tax truly is a tax. Because what does it mean? It means people will have to take money out of their pocket and send it off to the government. So it's all very well and good to use all sorts of different names for it, but when the government is taking money from you, that's a tax. It's not a carbon plan. It's a carbon tax. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we have seen repeatedly that this plan will not work, that Canada will not meet its targets despite the government's plan, which I think is quite ruthless towards Canadians. Now, why are we going to vote for S5 anyway? Because it has nothing to do with carbon taxes. What does S5 do? Well, it will cut back on red tape. It will help businesses be more competitive. And we believe that is a step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, we do hope to see this bill amended and improved, because some of the amendments suggested in the other place are a little bit risky. We think those amendments could damage the Canadian economy. Having said that, we are quite optimistic about this bill. We hope to see it move forward, and I hope that parties will be able to work together to make it a success.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting. The member said that we're going to vote in favour of this bill, S5. Why? Because it has nothing to do with the carbon tax. And yet, the member spent a great deal of his time talking about the price on pollution, carbon tax. And he went further, and I would go further by saying that could be a little bit of hypocrisy here coming from the official opposition. Think about it, Madam Speaker, and 338 candidates, part of the election Conservative platform, was to support a price on pollution, a carbon tax. New leader comes by, they've taken a flip-flop on it, and they say carbon tax or a price on pollution is a real bad thing. Yet, the price on pollution only applies to provinces that don't already have a price on pollution. I'm wondering if the member would stand in his place and criticize those provinces that have a price on pollution, and would he be saying that they should be getting rid of that price on pollution, or is his standard or new principle just on the federal backstop plan?
The Honourable Member Mégantic-L'Érable. I hear my colleague talk about hypocrisy. Here's what I seem to recall from 2015. When the Liberal government was elected, they promised little teeny-weeny deficits for 3 years. And then the Liberal government said they would balance the budget. In his inaugural speech, the Prime Minister said that interest rates are good where they are and that they would stay where they were for years. That's what I call hypocrisy. As such, I'm not willing to be lectured by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to get into this topic of hypocrisy, and I'm not going to point my finger at the member from Mégantic-L'Érable, but I do hear a certain level of hypocrisy in the discourse. The Conservatives are saying that Canada is missing its climate targets year after year. Well, it's because Canada is a petro-state. At the same time, Conservatives are saying that we do need to produce more oil. What is more, Conservatives are telling people that the carbon tax is making it so people can't make ends meet. But the most greedy actor in the Canadian economy is big oil. And yet Conservatives say, oh, we'll support big oil, we'll provide funding for them. Does he not think that that's hypocritical? The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my honourable colleague for being so nice. I'm very moved. But he's saying there's a lot to unpack in 30 seconds. First, he said, look, I'm not going to talk about hypocrisy. But let's talk about hypocrisy anyway. So I'm a little baffled by the way my colleague is asking the question. I am not as he describes. Thank you.
Member for London Fanshawe.
New Democrats have been pushing for a long time for more protections for Canadians, a healthy environment, environmental Bill of Rights. Just this past session, my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, put forward again that environmental Bill of Rights. It's about ensuring that Canadians have the supports to know what's going on. I know that I have been approached by many constituents really concerned about what they're seeing in terms of even their own backyards. So I was wondering if this honourable member could talk about if he's going to support that colleague's push for stronger legislation than we're seeing, unfortunately, now, and not just taking incremental steps towards environmental protections, but much bigger ones. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Madam Speaker, S5 notes that the bill recognizes the right to a healthy environment. Well, I'm from Thetford Mines, and around Thetford Mines, for hundreds of years, we produced asbestos for an entire century. We lived on this industry, which caused a lot of environmental damage. So this means that we are able to recognize that things need to change. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the government is not on the right track. In Thetford Mines, there are still traces of asbestos everywhere, and the area needs help so that our people could live in a healthy environment. To live in a healthy environment requires actions, and there are things we could do to build a healthy environment.
Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be here today and to speak regarding Bill S5. Madam Speaker, you may be aware that the Canadian Environmental Protection Act has not been updated since the 1990s. However, my colleagues have pointed out that it is more of a bureaucratic modernization effort than it is, in fact, an environmental bill. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, we as Conservatives, as my colleague just mentioned, will indeed support it. However, certainly there is a lot of ambiguity within it, as this bill does many things, including recognizing that every Canadian has the right to a healthy environment and requires the Government of Canada to protect this right. This right is not defined in the Act. However, this right may be balanced with social, economic, health, scientific, or other relevant factors. And the Minister must develop within 2 years an implementation framework on how the right to a healthy environment will be considered in the administration of CEPA. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this is not the first time that we have seen ambiguity with the government. And certainly what comes to my mind in this moment, Madam Speaker, it's to highlight the failures of this Liberal government on the environment in particular. So I'll start, Madam Speaker, with the fact that the Liberal government has never met a single carbon emissions reduction target in all of their years in government. You know, we looked for them to do this again in March of this year, where they said that they were going to slash emissions by 40% by 2030. And they once again released an ambitious climate plan with far-reaching emission reduction goals, yet to this date still not having met a single reduction target. So their plan in March answered the question, what do the Liberals do when they miss their climate targets? Well, Madam Speaker, they simply make up new ones. And the Liberal government's reaction to each failed target is simply to increase them and to talk louder, as we've heard from a previous minister. If you say it loud enough and often enough, people will totally believe it. Bigger targets do not mean action, Madam Speaker, and stronger rhetoric does not get results. And the Liberal plan that will have devastating effect on Canada's oil and gas sector under the guise of increased stringency, which includes a cap production. And of course, this confirms the Prime Minister's plan to to phase out Canada's energy sector. As an Albertan, Madam Speaker, this is nothing new to me. Canada has what the world needs, Madam Speaker. When Europe needs ethical energy, the Prime Minister is effectively making sure that Canada will not or cannot meet these demands, Madam Speaker. And the Liberal government is spelling the end for Canada's environmentally and socially responsible energy sector. And they are, in fact, surrendering the global market to oil producers like Saudi Arabia and Venezuela, who do not have the same care as we do in Canada here for both human rights as well as the carbon footprint. In fact, Madam Speaker, Canada's world-class energy should be taking up more space in the market to keep producers with lower standards out. But the Liberal government has failed to recognize this. And under the Prime Minister, Canada will continue to sit on the sidelines and lose tens of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars to countries who do not share our values on the environment, human rights, or freedom, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll also make it clear that carbon emissions have gone up under this government, and that between 1990 and 2020, Canada's GHG emissions actually increased by 13.1%, or 78 megatons. That's a significant increase under this Liberal government, Madam Speaker, so that certainly has to be pointed out. As well, Madam Speaker, I'll speak to the carbon tax, which of course as Conservatives we do because we want to realistically evaluate this. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the carbon tax is an absolute failure. It has not reduced emissions, as I've just pointed out in my last statistic. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made it clear that the majority of Canadians pay more in taxes, Madam Speaker, than they get back in rebates. More in taxes than they get back in rebates, Madam Speaker. Again, we see this government taxing. In fact, if we look at the report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, we see that when the economic source side impact is combined with the fiscal use side impact, the net carbon cost increase for all households, reflecting the overall negative economic impact of the federal carbon levy, reflecting the overall negative economic impact of the federal carbon levy under the government's Healthy Environment, Healthy Economic plan. Indeed, most households will see a net loss resulting from federal carbon pricing under the HEH plan in 2030 to 2031. That is, the overall costs, which now include the federal levy and GST paid fiscal impact and lower employment and investment income economic impact, exceed the rebate. Yeah, this government talks a lot about this rebate, and yet the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has come out and said that all of that is that they are doing, it inflicts more pain on Canadians than the good that they are claiming that they are doing. And the induced reduction in personal income taxes arriving from the loss of income. So we're seeing there, even with the rebate, Madam Speaker, that they claim is helping Canadians. This is not the case. In fact, Madam Speaker, in 2022, the Commissioner of the Environment released 10 reports on the performance of the Liberal government's protection of the environment. And more than half of these reports showed the government was failing to meet its targets, as I indicated before. In fact, Madam Speaker, I have here a March 28th article from the CBC News, and it states, Madam Speaker, that Canada has in fact had 9 climate plans since 1990 and has failed to hit a single target in them, Madam Speaker. A single target out of 9 plans. And in fact, Jerry Vitamarco said Canada has been the worst performer among G7 nations on climate targets since the landmark Paris Agreement, which was adopted in 2015, and which, I will add, the Conservatives had supported in good faith back in 2017. Now, here's an interesting quote, Madam Speaker. I'm going to read this quote. A climate plan is a lot like a household budget. If you don't pay attention to the details, you won't achieve your goals. You need a plan. You need to break it all out. What are my expenses? What do I need to achieve? And without that, you are obviously not going to stay within your budget. Who said that, Madam Speaker? Not a conservative. Julia Kroom of Eco-Justice said that. Julia Kroom of Eco-Justice. So even Eco-Justice, Madam Speaker, an organization that conservatives would not usually bring up, is saying that this government has failed on their climate targets because, like so many things we've seen, most recently, of course, inflation, the cost of living, you know, I think we're all very concerned on this side about what the fall economic statement will bring on Thursday, despite our leader asking to stop the taxes and to stop the spending. But we've seen here that it is often a lack of planning which has led to this. Well, Madam Speaker, I will tell you who has done their part. You know who's done their part, Madam Speaker? Industry. Industry has done their part, despite this government's demand to ask more and more of them. I have here Enbridge. Enbridge has the plan to eliminate GHG emissions from their business on a net basis by 2050, reduce the intensity of GHG emissions from their operations by 35% by 2030. Cenovus, Madam Speaker, is going to reduce absolute GHG emissions by 35% by year-end 2035 as we build towards their long-term ambitions for net zero emissions by 2050 through both methane reductions and carbon capture storage and other decarbonization, something that is of great interest to our leader. And Imperial as well, Madam Speaker, is a founding member of the Oil Sands Pathways to Net Zero Alliance, as well as determining transformational technology solutions. So, Madam Speaker, while this government is marred in ambiguity, while this bill is necessary, it also is marred in ambiguity. And as we have seen from the lawyer from Eco-Justice, if you fail to plan, you plan on failing. And so certainly while we will support this bill, Madam Speaker, let's clear up the ambiguity, not only with S5, but in government as well. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the Honourable colleague from Calgary, Manipur. Number one, S5 doesn't deal with climate, and I recognize that's a big part of the debate we're having here is sections of environmental and climate policy that aren't in S5. But I want to put to her that it's true that this government has never met any target, but neither did the previous government under Stephen Harper, which picked a target in Copenhagen and said it would meet that target. It picked a target in 2006, said it would meet that target. In both cases, the Liberals claimed they reduced emissions, but it was due to COVID. And in the Harper administration claimed they'd reduced emissions, but it was due to the 2008 financial collapse. We need all the big parties to actually do all the things the Honourable Member for Calgary Manipur said. Have a plan, make a target, and stick to it. In fact, not only have none of the governments in this country ever gotten the target, they haven't gotten the direction right. They're supposed to go down, emissions go up. And that's largely due to governments, one after the other, trying to accommodate Alberta's oil and gas industry and running into opposition.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I didn't really hear a question there. It was sort of more of a statement and a proclamation. But I will say that, certainly while we have always considered the environment here, yes, we've considered the environment, our focus at this time is inflation and the cost of living, and I believe has historically been the economy. This government staked their existence, their raison d'etre, on the environment. And they failed. They failed in every single capacity. So maybe the Honourable Member has not seen the results that she has wanted from either party at their time in government. But we were realistic with our focus set on the economy. This government set their expectation, their future on the environment, and they failed.
Des commentaires à l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you to my colleague for her speech. And congratulations on your dress. It is the perfect dress for the occasion. You're perfect for Halloween, and your French is excellent. Certainly, the member knows that he must speak through the chair, and my address is indeed very constitutional. The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. One thing that I'm struggling with the Conservative speeches from the last minutes and the last period of time is this. We'll produce less oil and we'll try to make money by producing more, and Russia will make more and they'll make money, and then we won't make money. That's obvious. So let's consider this obvious factor. Does my colleague think that perhaps, maybe somewhere, we could think of a way to get out of fossil fuels? Thank you very much to my colleague for the question and for the comment on my address. I try my best to dress for the occasion. At the Conservative Party, we are rooted in reality. Currently, the reality in the world and in Canada is that we need energy. We need oil and gas. Honestly, I think that Quebec benefits from oil energy. So even though we'd like to move in a direction where we can evaluate other types of energy, the fact is, right now, Canada and the rest of the world needs oil and gas. We have to recognize that. We have to work together.
It's James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague listing every climate promise. Well, she missed a whole bunch of them, but a whole bunch of the climate promises that the Liberals have made, but they have failed on every single one. But I want to ask the member, this past month, the Alberta Federation of Labour wrote to the Prime Minister with all the affiliates of the Alberta Industrial Unions, IBEW, Boilermakers, the Western Section of Unifor, District 3 Steelworkers, the operating engineers, to say they're already living the transition, and they're asking this government where the funds are to create the diversification and a clean energy economy that we're seeing in the United States, that Calgary Economic Development would say would create $61 billion in opportunity for Alberta alone if that money was on the table. Does the members support the position of the Alberta Federation of Labour that we need to see this commitment to an energy transformation now?
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore, 15 seconds.
Thank you. I appreciate the member pointing out all of the climate targets that I missed. He seems to have missed the idea of the economy entirely, and as well that we came here as independent parties as a part of the costly coalition. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your...
À l'ordre.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions that will be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford, the Economy. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's absolutely an honor to rise to speak tonight on S5 and lend my voice to this important piece of legislation that is doing a major update to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. And it's been said by many in this House that this bill hasn't been updated significantly since it was introduced. So it isn't as up to date or as current as it could be. And so for that, I will share with colleagues that for that reason, I do believe in supporting this bill, although I do think that there are some requirements to have some amendments and to make some changes because this bill still misses a few things. But one of the things that this bill does that I agree with is that it recognizes that every Canadian has a right to a healthy environment and requires that the Government of Canada actually protect this right. But one thing that it doesn't do is it doesn't actually specify what a right to a healthy environment means. It's worth noting that this government, the Liberals, have been in power for 7 years now. It is my understanding that this isn't the first time this bill has come before this chamber. A variation very similar to this came before it in the previous parliament, and it is my understanding that the consultations have been going on this piece of bill and this update for more than 5 years. And the fact that that hasn't been clarified in this legislation, I think, is troubling, and it should be troubling to every single member in this chamber, because what this bill actually sets out is it provides to the minister to develop within 2 years an implementation framework on this right and how it will be administered, how it will be considered. And I think that it's something that's critically important to highlight. This isn't even the first time this bill has been before this parliament. This is a bill that's been before a previous parliament, and they still don't have that nailed down. And in my riding, Fort McMurray Cold Lake, people frankly don't trust this Minister of Environment. They know that he has actively campaigned against my riding, against the hardworking men and women that go to work every single day in the oil sands and in our oil and gas industry all across Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan. He's chained himself to pipelines. He's chained himself, actually, sorry, I misspoke. He chained himself to a coker on its way up to Fort McMurray. He's chained himself and rappelled up towers. He's done all kinds of things in his previous work with Greenpeace that directly affronted Canada's oil and gas sector. And so the fact that it is up to him to decide that critically important piece of how that's going to be implemented is worrisome. And perhaps he will, in fact, do a good job, but I think that it would be far better for us as parliamentarians, the 338 of us that were elected to be here, that we were the ones voting and deciding on that particular piece. This piece of legislation, it actually does a few things that I really enjoy. And specifically, one of the things that I really appreciated with this piece of legislation is that it makes it so that an environmental risk assessment isn't being duplicated, especially for any kind of drug. So before, there were so many cases where things were being duplicated in the assessment between the Food and Drug Administration and CEPA. So the fact that now there is only going to be one assessment being done provides some clarification and clarity, and it also will help ensure that we have the shortest possible process for these kinds of things and the most appropriate process. But there is one thing that kind of concerns me, and I'm not sure if the government has actually thought all the way through on this, is that it allows absolutely any person to request that a minister assess whether a substance is capable of becoming toxic. And I think that this could open up for a lot of abuse, and it could open up to hundreds of thousands of requests from the government and requests for assessment, and we don't necessarily know how in-depth these assessments are going to be. So we don't know if this is going to be an onerous task that is going to be far beyond the capacity of a minister, because it does not request that the department do an assessment. It actually states the minister, and so the minister will direct the department, but it ultimately comes back to each and every time the minister, and I'll go back to the fact that, at least in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake, there's very little trust that this minister has their best interest at heart in any capacity. And I think that is a critically important piece. You're putting a lot of power in the possession of one person, and I think that is always a dangerous space to be in, regardless as to who's in power. But like I said earlier, it does remove some redundancies in regulations, and it has it in many cases so that there's only one department that will regulate a particular substance. And I think that we can all agree that removing unnecessary redundancy and getting rid of government red tape is always going to benefit Canadians, it's going to benefit our bottom line. And as long as it's done with strict protocols in place, our protections are still there. And so I think that that's critically important. And like I said before, this modernization is a good step. I'm just nervous and don't understand why after 5 years of consultation, 5 years of active consultation, there still is such large gaps and holes. And I am hopeful that the government will be willing to have some amendments come forward on this, to support this so that we have the best possible legislation for Canadians. But I'm troubled because I've been sitting here listening to debate happen on this legislation, and I'm not hearing anyone from the Liberals getting up to speak on this. I'm not hearing anyone from the NDP getting up to speak. The Costly Coalition is miraculously silent. They really only jump up once in a while to ask a question. And I think that it just goes to show that they're not all that engaged, or if they are engaged, they're not there. They're just there to heckle. They're just there to create chaos in this chamber. They're not necessarily here to bring forward different arguments and support why they're here and why they're supporting this. And I think this is one of the reasons why Conservatives are asking for some amendments to this bill. And I think as a new legislator, as someone that is here for a year, it's been shocking to me to see how many of these pieces of legislation have been brought forward that are from previous pieces of legislation, and yet we don't really have that fulsome debate. They decide that because it was fulsomely debated in the previous Parliament, somehow we can skip through that. Well, not everyone was here in previous Parliaments. Some people were elected in 2021, and the fact that we're not going to hear all of these debates because they've decided that that's already happened, to me is an affront to the democratic process. It's an affront to democracy in general. And I would urge my colleagues to keep that in mind as we're going forward and as they're bringing forward other pieces of legislation that it's critically important to discuss in today's context. When a previous piece of legislation such as this would have been brought forward, the major concern of Canadians on inflation was not there. That top of mind concern around inflation was not the burning question that faced every single person at the grocery store trying to wonder whether they're going to be able to pay for their groceries that week or not. And on this side of the House, we're very well aware that the environment and the economy must go together. And I'm going to state that because I think it's an important piece. And it's really unfortunate that the Liberal government have continued to attack hardworking Canadians, making life harder for them in the name of environmental protection, all the while in their last 7 years in office, 7 years that they have been in office, they're not meeting a single carbon tax emission reduction target. Not a single carbon emission reduction target has been met by this government. And they'll constantly point to, well, Harper didn't do it either. Well, this is the government that campaigned on being the environmental champions and environmental stewards, and yet they have met 0 targets. Right. They have a track record of failure on targets. What they have done is introduced an ever-increasing carbon tax, and let me be absolutely clear, this carbon tax is not an environmental policy. It is simply a taxation scheme. It is a way for this government and their costly coalition between the NDP and the Liberal to continue funding their high-spend agenda. And on this side of the House, we're going to stand up against the carbon tax and for hardworking Canadians every single day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand up and find common ground with my friend and colleague opposite, particularly on what she calls the carbon tax, given that we both ran on a commitment to price carbon in the last election. But I think there's 2 things that we can agree on today. One is that the environment is worth protecting, and that the time that we have in this House to debate important bills is limited and extremely valuable. And whether we'd like to stand in this House and argue against Bill Nordhaus's Nobel Prize on carbon pricing or something else, I wonder if my colleague will allow this bill now to go to committee so that we can collectively add some amendments if that's what's necessary. She spoke about an affront to democracy, but over the this bill has been debated now more than a budget implementation act in this House. I think the time has come for it to go to committee and get worked over. The time has come. Does my colleague agree that it's time to stop debating in this House? The democratic thing would be to allow it to pass through so it can go to committee and improve as a bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Murray Goldbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is absolutely rich and full of hypocrisy coming from that member who supported Bill C-31 going through this process at an abridged manner after having a guillotine motion put on it so that we got to have 2 witnesses that were ministers and 3 witnesses that were government departmental officials to come before 2 hours at the Health Committee. That is the amount we got to study a $1 billion bill.
Hypocrisy.
And so I'm sorry, I'm not going to take any lessons from the member opposite. I'm not going to allow him to come here and tell me that this is somehow not an affront to democracy and that we should somehow let this pass, because when they're given the choice, they just ram things through. They allow their way or the highway, and unfortunately Canadians deserve better.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the member spoke a bit to the bill and also talked about the carbon tax. And Madam Speaker, my concern when it comes to the carbon tax is that all parties, everybody who is sitting in this House, ran on a platform to put a price on carbon. That's something that was unequivocal. That's what happened. People voted for everybody to be here to deliver that. My bigger concern is, Madam Speaker, is that we get here and then we have parliamentarians, even from British Columbia, that think that they can remove the carbon tax when in my home province, the carbon tax is a provincial jurisdiction. The carbon tax in my province was brought in by the right wing, by the BC Liberals, and is supported by all parties. So maybe through you, Madam Speaker, my colleague can speak about, does she understand that the federal government doesn't have jurisdiction over the provincial carbon tax in British Columbia?
Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to thank the honourable colleague for reiterating the fact that carbon tax is actually that of provincial jurisdiction. Unfortunately, the Liberals do not understand that. That's exactly why they forced the carbon tax on provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan, unfortunately. And frankly, in my province of Alberta, I was very proud to be an MLA in Alberta, where we actually had a tier program. So instead of having just a flat-out carbon tax, we had a taxation program where we taxed the highest emitters and actually had measurable environmental targets being met because of this. And we were working to reduce emissions in our heaviest industries by doing so. In fact, between 2012 and 2021, there was a 23% drop in emissions in intensity in the oil sands as a direct result of some of the technological advances that were put into place through the TIER program. And I think that every member in this House would be well served to look at Alberta's model of TIER program. It's something that I would have very much supported and would love to see implemented on the national scale.
Député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Now, if we really wanted to revise SEPA, wouldn't we put in place the polluter-payer principle? Thank you. The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Thank you, Madam Speaker. TIER is Alberta's program, and it does include that type of principle. And it was a program that is focused on taxing large businesses that are the largest emitters. And there's a fund that was created to support technology. So it's really a program where R&D is supported in the form of new technologies to enhance the environment. And I really support that program.
The Honourable Member for Provincial.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak into this House to Bill S5, a very important issue that is seizing Canadians today. I have appreciated the speeches and questions by my honourable colleagues both today and reading over the record from the legislation when it was previously debated in this House, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to add my voice to the conversation. You know, Madam Speaker, it's Halloween tonight, and that seems fitting. So as so often I read or hear of a legislation brought forward by this government, and again, it's frightening, especially when they start talking about the environment. I feel afraid because I'm wondering what new pie-in-the-sky policy or target are they going to propose now? Canadians are afraid. Some because all they hear from this government the last 2.5 years and also on the environment is always fear, fear, fear. Be afraid, be very afraid. We're all doomed. Others are afraid because they're just wondering how much it's going to cost. Justifiably concerned, given that this government has already spent somewhere in the region of $100
billion in their efforts to fight this climate change. And achieved? Negligible. We have a carbon tax that's going to be tripled, tripled, tripled. And it has nothing to do with reducing emissions, but it has everything to do with taxation and wealth redistribution. The carbon tax may not be driving down emissions, but it sure is driving up inflation. Add to that the cost of a new clean fuel standard, and that will cost Canadian families an additional $1,200 a year in gas costs. The government's much-touted carbon action incentive payments doesn't come anywhere near the amount my constituents in rural Manitoba have to pay to fill their vehicles. Nowhere close. Now there's an additional $1,200 coming. Canadians are no closer to a clean environment, just poorer. Banning single-use plastics, which thankfully they have yet to accomplish given that the single-use plastics were somewhat important in fighting COVID the last 2.5 years. And as my friend, the member from Regina Capel, noted in his excellent speech on this bill earlier this month, a speech from which I will be drawing conservatively, if not liberally, that 93% of the plastics that wind up in our oceans today come from 10 rivers, none of which are located in Canada. It also takes nearly 4 times as much CO2 to make a paper straw as a plastic straw. That and the whole saving trees thing, which had the government actually managed to get a few of the 2 billion trees they promised to plant into the ground, it may not have been a big issue. But that's always the MO of this government. Make a big splashy announcement with a nice backdrop and a myriad of ministers nodding solemnly behind, and something big and symbolic, utterly unachievable, is supposed to happen. Slap a big price tag on it, paid for by the taxpayers, and then demonize anyone who dares question this government's plan or judgment. Put it another way, every time the government does this, they're taking money from Canadians who pay their taxes in good faith, expecting some bang for their buck, and they don't get it. It's like a giant Ponzi scheme with the government saying, give us your money and we'll invest it for you, and here's the amazing substitute or unrealistic return that you can expect. And they don't get it. Only the people running the Ponzi scheme reap the benefits, while those who invested just get poorer. Put it another way, Canadian families keep getting tricked, while liberal cronies keep getting all the treats. And speaking of treats, perhaps the next time the Prime Minister or the Finance Minister want to talk about how they understand the plight of Canadians who are skipping meals so their kids can eat, the PM can tell Canadian parents just what a bed in a $7,000 a night hotel room feels like. And I'm sure that the meals weren't that shabby neither. They're also likely to have some pretty nice hotel rooms in Egypt, as the Minister of Environment prepares for his annual pilgrimage of failure to COP27. Let's think about that for a moment. We want to reduce emissions. Hey, I know, let's fly 35,000 people to the Middle East. It's tough to know what will be worse, the emissions from all those private jets or the hot air from the delegates pontificating about how we're all doomed if we don't start eating bugs and insects. You know, after 27 years of conferences with nothing to show but some photo ops and frequent flyer miles and a noticeable increase in emissions, you'd think that maybe Zoom could have been an option. But that's just not as much fun, is it, Madam Speaker? Speaking of fun, as we're having this debate tonight, thousands of kids are going to be out trick-or-treating this evening. We always told our kids, be careful. Be careful who you're accepting treats from and what you're receiving. Always have Mom and Dad check your candy first and make sure it's safe. Only in this case, we've got a nanny state and a government who wants to parent Canadians, and they're the ones providing the tricks, guised as treats, that will harm them in the end. Perhaps it's a better analogy of what our role is as His Majesty's loyal opposition.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I'm very sorry to interrupt my honourable friend from Provencher, but I'm looking forward to hearing anything about S5.
The Honourable Member has a point. We are 4 minutes left on the speech. The honourable member could get to the object of the debate, please.
We want to offer a careful assessment of the government's plans and policies and how they're going to affect Canadian families to protect Canadians from government overreach and from bad legislation that ends up costing them money for which there's no return. Because when it comes to this government and the environment, we have a track record of fear and a track record of failure. So when it comes to this particular piece of legislation, I want to tell this House that I will be supportive, at least to move it to committee. Hopefully there, some of the real issues can be discussed. They can be given the proper consideration, although I am cautiously skeptical. Conservatives are willing to work with the government on this legislation because it is important. It's important legislation. We all agree that we want a healthier environment. We all care about this planet, and we want to not only preserve it for our children, but leave it in a better condition than when we found it. And I think those are things that we agree on. As Conservatives, we have a long track record of accomplishment, of enacting strong and tangible environmental protections. No pie-in-the-sky promises. Not policies based on fear-mongering and ever-moving, but never-reached targets, but real, down-to-earth, common-sense efforts with clear, achievable metrics, realistic goals, proportionate, Madam Speaker, to Canada's share of the problem. And it's that last point that I really think is at the crux of the issue. The difference, or perhaps better put, the potential difference between Bill S5 and so much of what the government has put forward is with this bill, we're actually focused on Canada. And that is a good thing. I like the fact that the bill seeks to reduce red tape. That's definitely one of its redeeming factors. That's a common sense fix that Conservatives can get behind. But even here, the government misses the mark. Rather than deal, for example, with a real tangible health and environmental issue like the dumping of raw sewage into our rivers, which, by the way, was one of the first things that this Liberal government did, they gave the City of Montreal license to do that. So the next time you hear a Liberal minister stand in this House and tout that their government's first action in office was to lower taxes for the middle class, think of sewage. The specific word choice is up to you, but it will point you into the right direction. Rather than deal with that, rather than plant the trees or, my goodness, find a way to finally provide all Canadians with safe, clean drinking water, this bill doesn't actually do much. It ignores the Environment Committee's recommendation for national standards for clean air and clean water. It has a vague reference to the right to a healthy environment, but it's not an actual right. It's not like a charter right. But I mean, hey, it's not like vague or undefined rights have ever caused this government a problem. We can think of a MAID, we can think of vaccine mandates or Indigenous issues. But there's no metric for implementing, or for that matter, adjudicating an ill-defined right. That isn't really a right. This point has been raised by numerous members across party lines. The member for Regina Capel put it succinctly, when legislation is ambiguous, it really sets it up for litigation. Why? Well, to play off what the member from Saanich Gulf Island said earlier this month, you can't back up platitudes with legal action. And again, here I refer to our Conservative record. Clearly defined and reasonable goals with clear metrics leading to real results for Canadians. I'm all for updating and slashing red tape, providing there's clear, unambiguous, effective legislation in place to protect our water, our air, and by extension, our citizens.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his remarks. He represents the riding next to mine, Prevanche. I'm from Winnipeg South. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to know if the Honourable Member recalls that it was Stephen Harper who added CO2 to Schedule 1 of CEPA, the gas that is primarily responsible for climate change. And given that his riding is next to mine, Madam Speaker, I do know that the Red River flooded this year. Half of his riding was underwater, Madam Speaker. The worst drought in 70 years. Last year, the wettest year on record this year. Does he believe climate change is real and that it should be a major focus of this House and that we need to use all the tools in our toolbox to combat it?
The Honourable Member for Provincetown.
I want to thank the member from Winnipeg South for that question, and it is true what he says, that his riding is adjacent to mine, and when he needs good employees, he knows where to cherry pick them from. And that's not lost on me neither, Madam. But in regards to his question, he did note that half of my riding had flooded. That's, I would say, a gross exaggeration of what actually happened. The Red River did again flood this last year, and I'm surprised how often these 1 in 100-year floods actually happen. Do we recognize that there is climate change? There's always been climate change, Madam Speaker. There will always continue to be climate change. I think the question is, which we don't address in this House, is what part do we as humans impact that climate change, or do we impact it at all, or is it because of forces outside of our control?
Honorable Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Among the things that the bill intends to amend is the list of toxic substance that I believe is quite interesting. I'd like my colleague to expand on that, since we are trying to create a healthy environment where people, and especially businesses, will stop polluting the air, as is the case in Rouyn-Noranda and in my riding, and which will stop legal proceedings against these companies and against the government, since it is turning a blind eye. Thank you.
Well, thank you to that question from the member from the bloc there. And I think an important part of this bill is actually looking at the list of toxins that need to be examined, and that these are things that are very important. We need to make sure that the list of toxins that are on that list of banned substances are there for a reason. The study needs to be done. The science needs to be researched. And I am troubled a little bit with what in this bill, with the part of the bill that says that any person at any time can demand that the government of Canada examine any substance for toxicity, and I think that's one of the things that's too ambiguous, and we're going to end up with a whole bunch of lawsuits, as the member alludes to, and probably frivolous work on the government. And I think it needs to be more pointed, more direct. Are we against toxins polluting our environment? Absolutely, we are.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
My colleague for his speech. Now, Madam Speaker, everybody ran on a platform to put a price on carbon in the last election. And my colleague asked a very clear question through you to the member. Does he believe that human impact is causing, exasperating the warming of the planet and causing climate change and the impacts of climate change? And we know that his party voted that climate change isn't real, that it's not caused by human impact. So I'm hoping we can get a really clear answer from my colleague on that question and where the Conservatives truly are at. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you to the member for that question. And you know, what I can say as actual fact is that we believe that there is climate change. We've always stood behind climate change. And we need to do what we can, what our areas of responsibility are, to meet any negative impacts that the climate may be experiencing as a result of our activities. But what I'm against the dumping of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. I'm against making a promise to plant 2 billion trees and not delivering on that. Leaving it up to the forest industry. For every tree that they harvest, they plant 3. Why is it up to industry to fulfill government promises? That's what is more of a concern to me.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The bill that we have in front of us today, Bill S5, has to do with environmental protection. It has to do with updating important documentation having to do with how we define toxins. And this is long overdue, and we know that. That's been mentioned here in this House before. It's been since the 1990s. Unfortunately, though, this government across the way will claim that they're wanting to get this through quickly and that Conservatives are stalling it, but actually the fact of the matter is that the Conservatives have had 5 years to work on this legislation and to get it through the House. And they haven't taken that so seriously. They've been slow. Further to that, in the middle of those 5 years, there were actually several elections, one of them called completely unnecessarily. And of course, that was in fall of 2021, in the middle of a pandemic, when individuals were, of course, concerned for their health, their safety, their well-being. Interestingly enough, part of this bill actually has to do with health, so I'll get to that in just a moment. And yet, the Liberals decided that that would be a good time to call an election. Now, of course, elections have this way of stalling things. They have a way of putting aside legislation and making it so that it is no longer standing. It has to be called back once Parliament resumes. And so here we are. We are talking about S5. Again, something that has been in process for about 5 years. It didn't need to be that way, but it was. Nevertheless, let's jump into the bill and discuss it. There's a couple of things that I want to draw attention to. Certainly, there are some new definitions brought about through this legislation, and I think overall, my colleagues and I can agree to that. We see where there is some simplification achieved, and so that we can get behind. That said, there are many amendments that were made within the Senate before coming this way, which is opposite to how it normally works. And we have some issues with those amendments, and we'll be looking to create some change around that to make sure that Canadians are better advocated for going forward. But of course, that comes at a later stage. For today, I wish to speak to a part that is actually in the preamble of the bill. And in that part, this bill, the preamble of the bill, says that it is committed to prioritizing a healthy environment, that is a right that Canadians should have guaranteed for them. Here's the thing. First off, instead of putting it in the preamble of the bill, it should actually be in the body of the legislation if it's going to have teeth. Because we know that when it comes to the court of law, a judge doesn't make a decision based on the preamble. A judge makes a decision based on what is in the actual bill. And so if the current government is looking to truly be held accountable as to making sure that Canadians enjoy a healthy environment, then they should have the courage to put it into the main component of the bill rather than in the preamble. Putting it in the preamble is just simply another nicety, another platitude. And speaking of that, we already have many examples. Let's look at the carbon tax, for example. So the carbon tax, there's a lot of language, it's quite fluffy, that is used with regard to how the carbon tax is somehow making a difference or will make a difference. And yet, when we look at the actual facts, we see that carbon emissions haven't been reduced in our country. No, actually, Madam Speaker, they've been increased in our country. And so we have to ask the question, well, then why the carbon tax? We don't know. But yet it continues to be in place, and in fact not just to be maintained, but it's actually increasing year over year over year over year, every single April 1st. April Fools, but no one's really laughing. Because it's expensive. It's expensive to pay the carbon tax. And you know what? Canadians are reasonable people, and I think they can get behind something even if it penalizes them a little bit, if they know that it's going to make a measurable or meaningful difference for them. But the fact of the matter is that we have a report from the Commissioner of the Environment who says, actually, no. The current government has been given a failing grade in terms of their environmental, goals or objectives. They haven't met any of them. And this is coming out of reports that are at an arm's length. I didn't make this up. And so here's this government using platitudes, using niceties, using this language that appears to do something but actually does nothing. And so here we are again, we have this piece of legislation, and in the preamble is this commitment to a healthy environment. And yet, the courage is lacked to give it teeth, to ensure that it happens. But let's talk about that then. Let's talk about, if we were to truly define this vague term, healthy environment, what might that look like in Canada? What might Canadians be able to anticipate if we were to create a healthy environment? Perhaps it would mean that we take a look not only at the thing, but we also look at the context. So for example, plastics. Those opposite of me would like to put out language and have put out language that demonizes plastics. But if we consider plastics in context, let's look at plastics in the way that they were used during the pandemic. During the pandemic, they were used to cover instruments in hospitals. Today, they are used to cover instruments in hospitals. They are used for equipment in hospitals. They are used in daily practice to ensure that people are kept healthy. So in a hospital, are they a toxic? Further to that, during the pandemic, when people were given these plastic forks or plastic spoons because they couldn't eat in the restaurant but still needed to consume food, is that a toxic? Perhaps. But maybe there needs to be a further conversation around context, because perhaps it's not adequate to demonize something altogether without considering time and place. Furthermore, let's talk about this, healthy environment, LNG, liquid natural gas. Let's talk about the fact that if we were to move entirely over to LNG and off of coal, the incredible difference it would make in terms of creating a healthy, vibrant Canada. But the members opposite of me don't want to talk about that because to them, oil and gas is bad. So we'd rather turn a blind eye to the truth that we continue to use coal because that's, well, inconvenient. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about all this greenism over here, all these plans over here, all of this nice language that we have over here. Look over here, look at the shiny item. But we don't actually want to acknowledge the truth, which is to say we have something incredible called LNG. We could use it, get off coal, clean up the environment, contribute to health. Here's another one for you. The government wants to impose a carbon tax. And of course, it is tripling by 2030. That will have a huge impact on Canadians. The government has said that this is going to make a meaningful difference. We've already discovered that it hasn't and won't. Meanwhile, though, if we were to actually develop oil and gas in our country, if we were to get pipelines into the ground, if we were to be able to get product to market, that would be a huge help in creating a healthy environment. You want to know how? Because then the growing demand would be met domestically, rather than having to bring it in from Saudi Arabia or Russia. Let's talk about Saudi Arabia or Russia for a moment, shall we? There are no environmental standards. There are no human rights standards. Instead, this government is deciding to ship in blood oil. Why? Because the demand for fossil fuels isn't going anywhere. It only continues to grow. So is that contributing to a healthy environment? We'll just bring all the blood oil over from Saudi Arabia, shall we? Or let's continue to fund Putin and his war machine against Ukraine. Is that a healthy environment? I look forward to this government giving a definition to what it means by the right to a healthy environment, because it certainly should be a lot broader than the niceties or the platitudes that they use in describing their carbon tax.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I've got a couple of numbers for my colleague opposite and the other members here who continue to debate this bill past the number of hours that are typically spent on a Budget Implementation Act. The first number is 0. And that's the number of people in this House or really anywhere that have talked about banning single-use plastic from the healthcare sector. That number is 0 because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about things where there is a very viable alternative when you can, make something out of paper instead. Somebody earlier said that paper straws were worse for the environment than plastic straws. I think we all know that that's not correct. But 0 people are talking about banning single-use plastics in the healthcare sector. The other number that I have for my colleague is 338. That's how many members in this House of Commons went door to door in the last election and ran on a platform including carbon pricing. So I think we should, in fact, get over the fact that pricing carbon is one of the foundations for an important environmental platform because we all ran on it in the last election. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Well, member for Lethbridge.
I do love the number 0. Let's talk about the accomplishments in terms of protecting the environment in Canada. 0. Let's talk about the units of carbon that have been reduced in terms of emission because of the Liberals' carbon tax. Oh, wait, that number is 0 as well. Shall I continue? I like the number 0 as well. The point is that the current policies that are being implemented by this government do not help to create a healthy environment for Canadians. Instead, they are punitive in nature. Canadians are paying through the roof, they are struggling, and they deserve better.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for her speech. She spoke about emissions reductions, but I'm still reeling from the fact that the Conservative colleague who spoke before her called into question whether humans are responsible for climate change. Well, the science on the human contribution to modern global warming is clear. According to the world's top scientists and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, human emissions and activities cause the vast majority of the warming observed since 1950. Does she stand with her Conservative colleague who questions whether human-caused climate change is real, or will she clearly condemn the anti-science rhetoric from her colleague?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The conversation in the House today has to do with what this government is doing concerning the environment. And
can we give the honourable member the possibility to answer the question that was asked? The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Good.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I feel like there's a certain consensus. We all agree that this bill deserves to be passed at second reading and sent to committee so that it can be modified, because we all believe it is important to modernize an act that is 23 years old. The age of my daughter, she's not old or anything, but 23 years is a lot for an act. I'd like to hear my colleague give an example of an amendment that she would apply to the act instead of holding it up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pleasure. Basically, the entirety of my speech talked about this provision that is in the preamble around guaranteeing Canadians the right to a healthy environment. It's in the preamble, which indicates that the government lacks the courage to actually put it in the bill and be held accountable for that. So perhaps we could start there when it comes to amending this bill.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Sandwich Schofields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I noted that the honourable member did address an important point with which I agree, which is that the right to a healthy environment must be a real right, an enforceable right, which will mean that the government has to open up Section 22 of the existing Canadian Environmental Protection Act. But I noted her reference to blood oil. Green Party agrees that we should cancel all imports of oil from any foreign countries and only use Canadian oil. But there's a surprisingly small component of Saudi Arabian oil coming to Canada. All of it goes to the Irving refinery in St. John, New Brunswick. And I wonder if the honourable member might want to comment on what could be done to get the worst and the most human rights violating nations out of Canada's energy streams.
Member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, I believe that if we're serious about wanting to make sure that we're taking care of our health as Canadians, but also the health of the world, which should be, at least in part, our endeavour, then we do need to consider our sources pertaining to oil and gas. When we bring in from countries that do not have higher environmental standards or do not treat people with the utmost respect, human rights, then we are actually functioning in an unethical manner ourselves. And so we have an opportunity to...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here in the House and to be able to address the government's Bill S5 and more broadly to address the environmental policy approach taken by this government. Now, sadly, we're 7 years into the tenure of this government, and this government still does not have an environmental plan. They don't have a plan to address the challenges we face in terms of climate change or various other issues. What they have in reality is a tax plan that they would like to tell us is an environmental plan. Their plan is to continue to increase their carbon tax, to triple their carbon tax, and yet they want to back away from the actual nature of that policy and the mechanism by which it is supposed to work. So those who favor a carbon tax as a response to the challenges we face associated with climate change believe essentially that by raising the prices of goods that entail carbon emissions, you will discourage people from consuming those goods, that you will be able to engender less consumption of those goods and therefore less emissions overall. That's the logic of a carbon tax position. It's not one I agree with, but I think I can at least understand that is how it is proposed by those who have defended it, at least who defend it honestly. What is entailed in that process is the idea that by increasing the prices of goods such as driving, such as airline flights, such as heating your home, people will do it less. So when we're reading in the news that people are suffering because of higher prices, that they're worried about whether they can heat their homes, that they're being forced to cancel vacations or cancel trips in their car to visit or support family members, it's important for people to understand that that's not some accidental byproduct of the carbon tax policy. That's actually the purpose of the carbon tax policy. That is to lead people to do less of those activities, to lead people to heat their homes less, to drive less, to travel less, etc. So this government has put in place a policy that is designed to limit the ability of Canadians to do those various things. And yet we have members of this coalition, NDP and Liberal politicians, who act surprised that that's the outcome. We say, well, why are gas prices higher? I don't know, maybe it's because you have imposed a tax on gas specifically designed for the purpose of raising the price. That would be one explanation of why gas prices are higher. Now let's acknowledge that there are many things that go into the price of gas. There are many things that go into the price of these various goods that are taxed by the carbon tax. But one of those contributing factors to the price is the tax that's put on top of it. So I wish members of the costly coalition in this place would be willing to own up to the fact that that is the consequence of the policy that they have put in place. And I think we should also note just how grievously unfair that policy is. Because the people that are going to be forced to cancel those trips, the people that are going to be forced to sit in the cold, are people that are relatively less well off. Many members of this House, people that are in a better position financially, they're going to be able to continue to afford to travel. They're going to be able to continue to afford to heat their homes. But many Canadians will not. Many Canadians who bear the brunt of the cost associated with the carbon tax. See, the carbon tax is very regressive in the way that it hits the population. It's regressive in that it imposes those costs most on those who can least afford to pay them. Mr. Speaker, this is not an environmental plan. Why do I say that? Because the independent analyses have shown very clearly that the government's carbon tax will not achieve the environmental objectives that they want it to. And why is that the case? Why does this logic that by imposing costs on people, you're going to lead to less consumption, why does it not work? Well, because many of the goods we're talking about are essentials. Right? We live in Canada. People need to heat their homes. And of course, there are adaptations people can make. They can make renovations to their house. But for those that are most affected by the carbon tax, they likely struggle to afford those kinds of adaptations. So the approach we have emphasized is how do we support people with new technology, but also with various kinds of deductions that allow them to make those kinds of adaptations. Our approach has always emphasized technology as opposed to taxes. That's why, for instance, it was a previous Conservative government that brought in the home renovation tax credit. Some of these kinds of changes that are aimed at making it easier for people to afford the kinds of adaptations that they need. So an environment-oriented tax cut instead of imposing a punitive tax on people. because a tax cut approach helps people have the resources that they need to make these kinds of adaptations. The problem is when people are barely getting by and you increase costs on them, that's not going to lead them to make adaptations in their life. That's not going to allow them to afford a new home with better insulation or something, Mr. Speaker. Because they are struggling to get by, that's the point, that's the reality. And this carbon tax is part of a politically manufactured affordability crisis that we have in this country. Government out-of-control spending is driving up the cost of everything by driving inflation. And the government is responding to that by additional punitive taxes. Of course, we know about their planned payroll taxes, but also their plan in terms of the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, it's particularly notable now in the global context we're in, just what a failure this government's approach to energy policy is. We have more and more countries, I think, recognizing how important energy security is. We're of course, very much seized with the horrific genocidal Russian invasion of Ukraine and thinking about what we can do more to support Ukraine. And there are many areas in which I think the government needs to do more. But one of those areas is to work to, as quickly as possible, increase Canadian energy production and support our European allies by supplying them with the vital energy that they need to not be dependent on Russian gas. Canada is one of the only democracies in the world that has such an abundance of natural resources. As it happens, many of the world's democracies are geographically small, populous nations who therefore rely on the import of natural resources. So Canada, within the community of democratic nations, because we're rich in natural resources, because we're more sparsely populated, I believe Canada has a special vocation in terms of supplying our like-minded allies with the energy resources they need to not be reliant on dictator oil and not to be to feel forced in a way to contort their foreign policy to access the energy that they need. Canada can play that role in displacing Russian energy in Europe. It's not just about replacing foreign energy imports into Canada, although that's part of the picture. We should be replacing foreign energy imports into Canada and displacing dictator oil from our European partners. This is an urgent issue in terms of global security, and Canada needs to step up. And yet the Prime Minister and other ministers continue to throw cold water on proposals for more support to Europe in the form of natural gas production and exports and other things along those lines, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge missed opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member of the NDP is making jokes about my cough. I won't take it personally, and I wish him well. Mr. Speaker, the legislation we have in front of us, it doesn't respond to.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for James Bay.
Making fun of his cough. I thought the cough was the best part of his speech.
Well, knowing that we have a whole minute left here, I'm going to call on the honourable member for a short part for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a lot I could say about that member's contributions to the House, and I will come back to it in due course. But I do want to get in these final points, Mr. Speaker. Bill S5 is a piece of legislation that contains some things that Conservatives can support, and we look forward to proposing amendments to aspects of that of the legislation. A major concern of my constituents deals with the fact that this legislation continues to allow the label toxic to be associated with plastic. Yet we use plastic for so many everyday things that labeling plastic in general as toxic is just ridiculous. So some work is required, Mr. Speaker, but in general I think it's clear that the government's proposals around environment are a total failure. They're not working, and they're manufacturing an affordability crisis in Canada. We need to emphasize technology, not taxes, and we need an approach that addresses the affordability crisis and improves the environment at the same time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his comments. I wonder if the Honourable Member would acknowledge that the April 1st increase in the price on pollution was 2.2 cents. 70% of the rise in the cost of gas was because of the illegal war in Ukraine, 25% because of provincial taxes and refining margins. And Mr. Speaker, I am a fellow Western Canadian. I believe the energy sector is important, not only in Western Canada, but for all of us Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, the oil majors have committed to net zero by 2050. They believe in market mechanisms to drive down pollution and reduce emissions, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the honourable member agrees with same.
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that his government's plan is to triple the carbon tax over time. But the government would tell us it's going to be tripled, but a little bit at a time. We're gonna get to that tripling, but it's only going to be a little bit of an increase, and then a little bit of an increase, and you'll barely notice the little increases, Mr. Speaker. But I think people actually want us to take a step back and say, first of all, the member's right; it is increasing on April 1st, and then those increases add up insofar as they impact virtually all of the goods that individuals consume. But moreover, I think people want to take a step back and say, wait a second, this tripling of the tax over time, little bit at a time, but it's going to add up to tripling of the tax, is going to significantly affect their bottom line. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard a few speeches this evening, and I really feel like this is an opposition day about the carbon tax, but we should be talking about the Environmental Protection Act. I understand that there is a tenuous connection between the two, but let's talk about protecting the environment. At the end of their speech, the colleague said that there were some things that he appreciated in this bill and that there are others that he'd like to improve. I'd like an example of a thing that he likes and a thing that he'd like to see improved. Thank you.
Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. In principle, I agree with the idea that Canadians have a right to a clean environment. I mentioned that there is an issue with calling plastic a toxic substance.
By the bill, it's a pre-existing problem with the intentions of this government. So that's a positive and negative as she requested.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague for his intervention. I would like to follow up with his discussion and points about the price of gasoline. In the United States, they have to release information each week that shows the refining capacity and the costs and allows consumers to look at it more. And as well, even Donald Trump used the petroleum strategic reserves to try to influence the market to lower the price of gasoline. I'm wondering whether he thinks that, the U.S. these are basically interventions on the market, at least positions that we should maybe look on the Canadian side, especially like requiring the information to be released so Canadian consumers can actually follow the product from the refinery to the pump.
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, unless he disagrees with his party, that member supports the idea of imposing higher and higher taxes on gasoline. So I just think it's contradictory for the NDP to say, on the one hand, we want to impose taxes on gasoline that are specifically designed to raise the price, but on the other hand, maybe there's some other backdoor mechanism that we can use to reduce the price. I think they need to answer the question directly. Is their goal higher gas prices or lower gas prices? If their goal is higher gas prices, own it and admit it. If they want lower gas prices, well, I've got a simple solution. Stop increasing the carbon tax. If you want gas prices to be lower, then reduce or remove the tax that is specifically designed, as it's currently structured, to increase that price. That should be fairly straightforward and simple. If we didn't have a carbon tax, then maybe we could say, what else can we do to lower the price? But let's first be honest about the fact that his party is pushing for a policy designed to increase the price of gas.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to use this opportunity today to address something that this bill does not look at it all, and also something that I don't think this House has addressed in any form of debate yet. And I would just encourage my colleagues to listen to me, because I think what I'm about to present is going to be something that this entire place is seized with for many years to come. What I'm worried about this bill failing to address is two things. Number one, we are seeing global greenhouse gas emissions rise at rapid rates in spite of global policy that has been sort of considered dogmatic and dogma for the last several years. So we don't have a global solution to climate change. This bill does not address that. But also, I am very worried that the climate policy, some of the failings of the climate policy that the world has put forward, particularly the Liberal climate policy, is actually setting us towards a potential reset of the geopolitical order away from Western democracies and in favor of autocracies. And this bill this bill fails to address a question that I really want every person in this House to listen to. What happens if Russia, who is engaged in a barbaric war of aggression against Ukraine, does not ever turn the taps back on to Europe? That is a question that people are not asking themselves right now, and it's a problem. I think the prevailing wisdom right now in many corners, Speaker, is that at some point, Western sanctions on Russia for their war of aggression against Ukraine, at some point, that is going to break Russia, and that the ensuing fallout will lead to Russia turning the taps back on to Europe and everything kind of going back to normal. I am very concerned that that is not the case, and that our environmental policy in Canada is failing both the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and we're now no longer at the point where we're just talking about the runaway inflation that people are addressing. I'm actually worried about the effect on Western democracy. And this is not hyperbole, and I would like to briefly lay out my thesis here. The West has made three major errors in its climate policy. First of all, the fact that the Committee on Party process has never seriously addressed the creation of substitute goods, low-cost, affordable substitutes to high-carbon consumer practices and products at the same pace that we have increased our reliance on energy from autocratic nations while reducing our own capacity to produce carbon energy is a huge problem. Because in simple terms, what that means is that the people at the fancy cocktail parties forgot that if you don't have something to replace something with, you're going to have a massive increase in price, and that demand is going to be filled by something or someone. So that's critical error number one. We don't have substitute goods for carbon in a way to address or match what's happening with inflation. Number two, critical error number two, the Western world has just spent an enormous amount of money on the pandemic. We are having a massive parliamentary debate on whether or not that spending was justified. Certainly, I would think everyone agrees in here is that the Western world is so in debt that we no longer have resiliency to weather another shock, Mr. Speaker, which means at a time when we need to be addressing things like energy security, there's number one, an unwillingness to step away from the current climate dogma in terms of the current policy that's on the table that doesn't address substitute goods. And number two, we can't even get countries to talk about how we are going to address the lack of supply that has been precipitated by Russia turning the taps off. Okay? Number three, the third critical failing in global climate policy is that we fail to understand that the West's paternalistic approach to post-colonial countries has left a dialogue that is ripe for anti-Western rhetoric to take root. And what do those three things come into nexus on right now, Mr. Speaker? This is where we're at. There's three major problems. First of all, we're seeing massive economic disaster in the European Union specifically. I encourage colleagues here today to look at the inflation numbers, particularly out of the European Union. They are grim and they are frightening. Number two, I ask my colleagues to look at the reliance of European countries on Russian gas. In Germany, I believe it's 50% of their utilization comes from Russia. And there's no replacement for that in sight. Why? Because our climate policy has been short-sighted and didn't say, look, while we are trying to find ways to replace that carbon with new technology, we should be ensuring that there is a supply from pro-democratic Western countries. So now there's no short-term or even medium-term solution for ways for European countries, Canada, the US even, to meet that demand, okay? And that's a huge problem. Like, that is a reality that is not set into our climate policy. Number two, the other problem with this is that there is going to be civil unrest. When people can't afford to eat or heat their homes, all of the stuff that we talk about here, sometimes the theater that engages in this House of Commons, Speaker, that results in civil unrest. And if it doesn't result in civil unrest, Speaker, it results in something equally as dangerous, which is a ground of people and an electorate and people in Western countries and democratic nations that are open to listening to anti-democratic propaganda from countries that have an economic interest in ensuring that they have that supply. The last thing that is very damaging about this failure in Western climate policy is that now when we are faced with the consequences of not having those substitute goods and not having that pro-democratic supply, that Western supply of carbon energy, is that we're now firing coal plants up again. There's coal-fired electricity plants that are being fired up in Western countries with climate policies because because Canada didn't produce LNG. So in all seriousness, this is what I want my colleagues to ask. What happens if Russia never turns the taps back on? And if anybody thinks that's not going to happen, they're already finding new markets in China, in India, in Myanmar. What happens? We don't have substitute goods. We're so in debt. We don't have the ability now. How is the government going to pay for beefing up our grid infrastructure, for all of the things that we need to do to make actual change in climate policy? We don't have that resilience. We don't even have that resilience to help people through this winter's energy crisis, this winter's food crisis. And I want people to think about the long-term fallout about what's going to happen here. As we're putting tariffs on and restrictions on petroleum fertilizer in Canada, I've talked to Ukrainian MPs who are worried about food production, not in the short term. They're like, the Russians are seeding our fields with landmines. This is serious. This bill doesn't address any of this stuff, and frankly, none of our dialogue on climate change, on energy security, it's this theater between one pole and the other. And this government is in power right now, and they have a responsibility and a moral duty to answer the question. We are in dire straits. What are we going to do? What happens if Russia does not turn the taps back on? We don't have an answer for that right now.
Upon a point of order from the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I'm profoundly sorry to interrupt the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, because this is an important speech, but it has absolutely nothing to do with S5. The S5 deals with toxic chemicals, 6 different parts. None touch on carbon pricing. None are about Russia, Ukraine, or climate. Bill S5 is a different bill altogether. This is an important speech, Mr. Speaker, but there is no relevance to S5.
Well, knowing that we only have about 50 seconds left in the speech, I would maybe ask the member to maybe wrap things up in view of the bill that's before us. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I could not have asked for a greater proof point than what the leader of the Green Party of Canada just gave to my argument. Environmental policy is so out of touch. It's so far from being moored in the reality of actually achieving results while ensuring that Western democratic values are protected, that's the type of comment that we get. The fact that we are debating this bill today, Speaker.
A point of order from the member for Standish Gulf Islands.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, but Bill S5 is not a sign of irrelevance for all climate policy. It happens to be the bill we're debating now.
I do believe we are descending in debate for the sake of 30 seconds left in a speech. That maybe we'll let the member finish her speech, and then we'll take questions and comments. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of great comments and a lot of great answers. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Again, that's the point, Mr. Speaker. We are here spending time in debate on something that doesn't even come close to addressing the greatest environmental challenge and the greatest threat to global geopolitical order in recent history. This is not a joke. This isn't about points of order and whatever. This is about a call to action for every person in this place to understand that our failure on this issue means that autocracies benefit, and we have to get this right.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, I want to thank her very much for her speech. I agree it isn't necessarily tied into S5, but you know what? All of it is extremely important. S5 is important, and all of the comments that my colleague has mentioned are issues that we all have to be paying much more attention to than what we have so far. And certainly at various committees, work is being done. And I would encourage the honourable member, I know how sincere she is with her concerns, is that at the committee level we'll continue to work through some of these issues. But, you know, I share much of what she said of where we're going and whether we have enough time to get where we need to get with the concerns that she has raised today.
Mr. Speaker, it's not good enough. Like, I get where my colleague's coming from, but she's a member of the governing party. And as a member of the governing party, she has influence and stature within her caucus to say the pressure that the world is under right now because of our inability to have a stable source of carbon energy at this juncture in history could actually contribute not just to massive civil unrest due to inflationary pressures, but a reset of the geopolitical order. And I encourage her to use her voice within her caucus, up the food chain, to persuade this government to make a difference and change their policy.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honneur de député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill, with whom I had the pleasure of participating in the 145th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. We met the main Ukrainian members, and we realized what the geopolitical challenges are. We heard from them, and it's true what she said about autocracies. And I'd like to come back to this because it's crucial, because we've seen the link between international conflicts, problems of food insecurity, the problems of due to climate change that exacerbate the problems of hunger in the world. And I'd like to hear what she has to say. Oh, and also farmers who can be part of the solution to develop better food resilience. They need to be part of this transition. It's crucial, and it has a link with what we're talking about in S5. It has to do with the food we eat to ensure food security. So I'd like to hear her on that.
I thank my colleague for the question, and I also thank her because she's laying out the problem here. Right now, the world does not have the tools it needs to address the issues of food insecurity due to a lack of carbon energy production, particularly in light of the situation in Europe right now, as well as those long-term substitute goods. What she's addressing is the issue of price inelasticity of carbon. This is something I have been talking about in here for 10 years, Speaker, that you can tax, you can make the price as high as possible if it is a critical good that humanity relies upon to exist. If we don't have it, you will get civil unrest, starvation, riots, and more. And we are down that path. We need to ensure that energy security and substitute goods are an emergent #1 priority for any conversation on climate policy. And I really encourage colleagues within their own caucuses, as we're approaching Canada's trip to the Committee on Parties, to be talking about how Canada should be putting energy security at the front of our climate policy. Thank you.
Now we do have time for one quick question and answer. The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Alberta Federation of Labour came to Ottawa along with their affiliates, the IBEW, the Boilermakers, steel workers, Unifor, the operating engineers, to say that Alberta workers want a new deal, one that is based on investing in a clean energy alternative. Now, I understand that the Deputy Prime Minister has met with the Alberta workers. I haven't seen any support for the position of the Alberta Federation of Labour from the Conservatives in Alberta. I'm asking my honourable colleague, does she support the work of the Alberta Federation of Labour and the energy workers that they represent on getting this government to invest in a clean energy future?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill with a very...
Where's the money going to come from? We're broke. I mean, I appreciate my colleague's perspective, and I agree that we need to have good jobs for all Canadians and innovative look at that, but we're not resilient. And it's because of the spending. Like, we need to make sure that we have a resilient economic plan. And money doesn't grow on trees. We can't print money forever. And so those are realities that I would ask my colleagues, particularly in the Liberals and the NDP that vote together on these matters, to address.
Reprise of debate, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start my speech here tonight with an example from the real world. Let's say that Bob, for lack of a better name, was hired by a company to specifically develop targets to meet the goals of that business. And they wanted Bob not only to set the goals and set the targets for that business, but also the plan to achieve it. Mr. Speaker, if I told you that Bob had been working there for 7 years, had presented multiple times numbers and targets that he was going to do for the company, and failed every single time, most Canadians would rightfully think that Bob doesn't deserve a 7th chance. Bob deserves to be fired. And the company may want to take a different approach to how they're meeting the goals and targets that they set for themselves. Mr. Speaker, we have watched the exact same thing happen here in Ottawa for the past 7 years. For 7 years, we've had our own Bob on the Liberal benches. We've had numerous ministers stand time and time again, always have nice backdrops, always use every buzzword and platitude and virtue signal possible to talk about what they're going to do for the environment on issue A or B, how they're going to set a new target and how they will meet it. And every single time, they never met anything and what they said they would do on targets when it comes to emissions reductions. You would think maybe they came close a couple of times. Mr. Speaker, not even close, not even once. During the pandemic, a drop in emissions when we were locked down, businesses were shut down, people were at home. As we've opened up in the past couple of years, we've returned to the same failed results that the Liberal and NDP coalition have come together with. Higher emissions and the absolute opposite of what their plans and targets were. So tonight, Mr. Speaker, we're on the floor of the House of Commons talking about environmental issues, and specifically the confidence this House has in the Liberals and NDP deal over the course of the next couple of years, however long that arrangement may last, the faith and confidence that Canadians don't have to follow through on anything they have to say when it comes to the environment. We now in this country, after 7 years of a Liberal government, we not only have an emissions crisis, according to their own numbers of where we are to reduce, and they are going up every single year. They have a record of setting targets, never following through, and breaking every single promise on it they ever made. They also promised the cap at $50 a ton. It's going to triple in the coming years. So not only do we have an environmental crisis, according to their own targets, we have an economic one created here too. And we spend a lot of time on the floor of the House of Commons talking about inflation, talking about the cost of living, and more than ever before, more Canadians struggling to make ends meet while they have environmental promises that are made, all the right words that are said, and at the end of the day, very little results achieved. Actually, the opposite. Again, not even coming close to what they said and promised they would do to Canadians. A key piece of that plank on their environmental platform, we're arguing, is not actually an environmental plan. It is a tax plan when it comes to the carbon tax. The carbon tax is driving up the price of everything, and it is now creating an economic crisis in our country. When it comes to gas and transportation, home heating, groceries, rent, construction, you name it. So we have the opportunity, and the Liberals propose and are bringing forward a bill on anything to do with the environment. Canadians rightfully, after several years, numerous broken promises, and a number of times when they promise something, they don't actually have the ability to deliver and follow through. They seek forgiveness afterwards and ask for that fourth or fifth or sixth chance to say, this time we mean it, this time we have a plan to actually do what we say we're going to do. Canadians don't buy it anymore. So when we look at a specific piece of legislation, S5, and what the government would be tasked with doing in the coming years when it comes to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, Canadians rightfully have watched public accounts, read the Environment Commissioner's reports, read the Auditor General's reports, saying one thing and a complete lack of ability to do on the other. We have talked about a different approach on environmental issues. We believe, and our new leader has said this several times, which is resonating with more and more parts of this country, that technology and the evolution and the development of it here at home is much better than the carbon tax plan that is being supported by the Liberals, the NDP, members of the Green Party. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, everything that this government touches these days makes the situation worse, and it makes it more expensive. What we need to do is to not increase taxes during these challenging times. The other side has had the opportunity, through their environmental priorities, to raise taxes in the name of a carbon tax, to say their solution would solve this problem. Just trust us and we'll deliver on it. Cost of living and inflation has been driven up. Emissions are going up, and they still, despite setting new targets and new plans, using all the platitudes and all the buzzwords over and over and over again, they're not achieving, they are failing. So, Mr. Speaker, we're proposing a different path. It is time not to triple the carbon tax in the coming years. It is time to actually get rid of it.
Order of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill S5 is not about the carbon tax, and this is not an opportunity to talk about future plans for campaigns or anything like that. Bill S5 is about the Environmental Protection Act, and I think that if the members opposite are going to talk to it, they should speak directly about the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'll remind everyone in the chamber today that we are speaking to a specific bill, so I would make people to wrap things up. There's about 2 minutes left in the honourable member's speech. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I don't blame the member for his intervention. I would be very uncomfortable for us highlighting the failures of the carbon tax and their broken promises. So I appreciate the opportunity to reiterate what I had just said in my speech, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals say things when it comes to the environment. They propose legislation and targets and plans and spending and taxes in the name of the environment, but every single time when the reality comes, they get very uncomfortable about being called out on their record that they say every piece of word salad and buzzword out there when it comes to the environment, and they do nothing and actually have the opposite result. They drive up the cost of living, they drive up inflation, and they're perpetuating 2 crises: an environmental protection crises, and they are actually creating an economic one now too. To the bill, Mr. Speaker, on S5, I will use as a perfect example. When it says in this legislation that government will set out the specific criteria in which the government will look into managing or regulating a substance, when it talks about ensuring new substances that may be toxic be developed in 24 months, if you go back and look, the words that are proposed for them to do and their actual action plan, don't take my word for it. Take the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Take the Auditor General of Canada's word for it, the Environment Commissioner. They say one thing, they use every good word possible, they say they mean well, and they fail time and time again. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the other parties don't like talking about the failure of the carbon tax and their environmental policy. After 7 years of failure, I agree with them. It'd be pretty painful to talk about the economic realities they've created and the environmental record they've created in this country.
Questions and comments? Question of commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Point of order. Oh, we have a point of order from the Honourable Member, and I want to say Fort McMurray, but I know there's more to it. But Fort McMurray.
Well, Blake, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I look around the chamber, it's one of the things that's very important while we're having debates is to ensure that we always have quorum, and I do not believe that we actually have quorum in the chamber right now.
We'll just look to the table for a second and start counting people as we go along here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a point of order over there from the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I always love when they call quorum, Mr. Speaker, but I don't know if the member actually counted people who are online.
There's only 2, so that actually have their screens on. So I'm more than happy to provide that number to the table. How many you got there? We think we have 21. So, all right, I am satisfied that we do have quorum. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My friend and colleague opposite, during his speech on Bill S5, raised some pretty valid concerns and some important issues that, while I was knocking on doors this weekend, I heard from my neighbours as well. However, in talking about Bill S5, we're actually not talking about Bill S5. We are removing time from the order paper and talking about these issues. But my friend and colleague wanted to talk about carbon pricing, so I have a quote for him. Quote, "We recognize that the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is to use pricing mechanisms, and we will tie our carbon price to the European Union." And just for the record, Mr. Speaker, end quote, the European price on pollution right now, the carbon price is about 80 euros, much, much higher than the $50 in Canada. That was the more you burn, the more you earn platform from the Conservative Party that they ran on in the most recent federal election. And also I heard earlier tonight that if you don't have alternatives or something to replace it with, then you don't really have much of an argument. So the members opposite had an opportunity over the last little while as we debated Bill S5 ad nauseum, longer than you usually talk about a Bill Implementation Act, to talk about some real-world examples to help the environment, to provide a healthy environment, or at least to provide people with those rights. However, I haven't heard any of those ideas, so I'll give my friend the opportunity. Does he want to institute a new type of carbon price? Is there something else that he would like to recommend or suggest to protect our environment? Or are we just hot airing it tonight in the House of Commons?
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you to my Liberal colleague for raising the carbon tax during this debate and giving me the opportunity to respond. I really appreciate it, because when he talks about $80 over in Europe, only $50 here, it gives me the perfect opportunity to remind the Liberal benches and the NDP that they're going to triple the carbon tax in the coming years to $170. It gives me the opportunity to raise the Parliamentary Budget Officer report that says most households will see a net loss resulting from federal carbon pricing. Household costs exceed the rebate and included reduction in personal income taxes arising from the loss in income. Mr. Speaker, it gives me the opportunity to remind the Liberal government that every single environmental target and promise that they made when it comes to emission reductions, they failed to do so. All they're doing is raising the cost of living on people at a time when they need it the least.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Beaupont-Malou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many hours now, and even days and weeks, I've heard the Conservatives talk about the carbon tax and the fact that oil companies are going to tax consumers. I might suggest that there's a way, and I'd like to hear my colleague on this, to enshrine in the law the obligation that the carbon tax should only imposed on profits, and it shouldn't be passed on to the consumers. There are record profits in that area. What does he think? The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, Glengarry.
I will respectfully completely disagree with the premise and principle of what the Bloc is saying. They are using, at the end of the day, the carbon tax as a tax to add to the price of doing business, whether it be in the oil and gas sector or any other sector, in the way that it is. What we've seen is we've had the Liberals and NDP and Bloc and Green Party support carbon taxes over the course of the last several years. We have not seen emissions go down in any way, in meaningful way, in the right direction. What we have seen is the cost of living, the cost of groceries, the cost of home heating, and a cost of living crisis in this country go there. We're talking about, when we talk about emissions reductions, it comes from technology, carbon capture and storage, small nuclear module reactors and so forth that can be in for our energy sector. That is a good way that can keep the cost of living down and keep our emissions down as well.
Another question and comment. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this isn't about what the bill is supposed to be about, but as there's a focus on carbon tax, I'm going to ask my question about that and the fact that the Conservatives are so focused on it. And yet he spoke nothing about, and I believe that my honourable member, the colleague from the Bloc, tried to ask about corporate greed. He's a member from Ontario. And we saw the Conservative provincial government take the tax off of gas prices in Ontario. And yet, interestingly, those gas prices have gone right back up. Yeah. Yesterday, I had to pay $1.78 at the pumps. So maybe he could explain to me why that occurred if corporate greed isn't the reason for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are out of time, but I will let the Honourable Member respond. The Honourable Member Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
What I would say to the NDP on this front is the last thing that we need is an escalation and a tripling of the carbon tax on families across the province of Ontario, including the province of in City of London and across the province of Ontario. What I will say in the record that we hold up on S5, the NDP keeps falling for Liberal promises. And when they don't deliver, it's time for them to stop backing them up and time for them to start holding to account on the environment and everything else.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to be able to add some comments here on Bill C5 tonight as well. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of my colleagues and members of the House and our colleagues in the Senate for their hard work and insightful debate that has already occurred on this legislation. As someone who farmed for decades and was actively involved in many agricultural organizations, I was always attuned to certain concerns regarding the federal government's policies and regulations. And even to the point, Mr. Speaker, of when I was first elected in the Manitoba legislature, the then Premier Philman, former Premier now in Manitoba, asked me to take on the role of the environment, to be the Shadow Minister of the Environment in Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, and I wondered why that would be so important to him at that time, and I suddenly realized with all of my farming and agricultural background that environment would be probably one of the most important issues facing agriculture in the next 30 years. And it has been, Mr. Speaker. It certainly has been in the last 25 or so anyway, and so that was a very important role to be played. A lot of the time, we would rely on farmer-led organizations to keep us abreast of what the government was doing, particularly on approving crop protection products that we wanted to use as farmers. Some of the time, we'd get news reports and would have to write our elected officials to tell us what was really happening on the regulatory side of things. Quite frankly, regulations which get determined by departments and Treasury Board Cabinet Committee don't get sufficient attention in this place. As farmers know, we must take care of the soil, water and air to ensure that our operations are sustainable. My dad always had a quote, Mr. Speaker, something that he taught me very young: if you look after the land, it'll look after you. Farmers are stewards of the land, not only because it's the right thing to do, but because it's good for business, Mr. Speaker. In the past couple of decades, there has been a tremendous amount of innovation in the agricultural sector. From the chemicals farmers use to how they apply them, they are light years from where they were back in the days when my father started farming in Elgin, Manitoba. On the farm, we used crop protection products all the time. Just one example of that might have been the fact that I started growing peas in 1971, Mr. Speaker, and there were very few chemicals that you could use on them at all. And today, there's a plethora of products out there to kill things like thistles and millet and wild oats that weren't even available to farmers in those days. Because of the advancements in machinery, seed technology, and the use of chemicals, farmers are now producing more food per acre than ever before. And that trend will hopefully continue, Mr. Speaker. As our leader, the new leader of the Conservative Party, has repeatedly said, we want to make Canada the breadbasket of the world, and we have great opportunities. But due to the illegal invasion and brutal war currently being carried out in Ukraine by the Putin regime, we recognize how important the Canadian agriculture food sector is for the world. And some of my colleagues were just referring to the importance of that food production capability earlier this evening, Mr. Speaker. A lot of the time, Canadian farmers would see that crop protection products would be approved in like-minded nations such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, and others, while it took a considerable amount of time to get it approved in Canada. And one example there was when I was a farm leader, we were dealing with products that were used in North Dakota but couldn't be used in Manitoba because the rules were different between their Environmental Protection Agency and our Pest Management Review Board in Canada, Mr. Speaker, in those days. And the one that was most important to us at that time when I was the wheat grower president was dealing with the fusarium in wheat. So, Mr. Speaker, due to the processes set up, there is always a concern that I was just referring to that delays could impede access to the newest and most effective crop protection products available for agriculture production, for the agricultural sector. And at the end of the day, farmers want...
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, and I have enormous respect for my colleague and his deep knowledge of agriculture. I'm wondering, have we gone to private members' business on an agricultural bill, or are we on S5? But I certainly am very interested in his agricultural. I just don't see that he's talking about S5.
I will continue to remind folks to, of course, stick to the bill at hand, but I am giving people lots of leeway here as well. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his concern and raising that with me. I do appreciate that fact, but I just want to point out that we want to make sure, and we are in favour of moving this bill to second reading, I must say, Mr. Speaker. At least I am as well. I'm sure my colleagues are as well. And I think that this is very relevant because I'm coming to the point where I want to be able to say what I hope happens at committee with it, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to say that at the end of the day, farmers want a science-led approval process that's based in fact rather than hyperbole. And so with that in mind, I want to reference some very sage words from my friend and colleague Senator Robert Black said while debating this legislation. His words were incredibly important, and I would like to quote him directly because we haven't really had a review that he is doing here since back in the 80s in regards to soil science in Canada. It says, I quote him saying, "I have recently learned from a few agricultural stakeholders that there are minor concerns about the inclusion of and language around a precautionary principle throughout the bill, particularly since it states that a weight of evidence approach and a precautionary approach should be taken. Members of the agriculture community are concerned that it's commonly understood that a precautionary approach is used in the absence of data. A weight of evidence approach, on the other hand, suggests there is evidence in place. While the balance between the precautionary principle and weight of evidence approach is referenced in the bill isn't new, as it already is in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, there is a need for clarity as to how it is to be applied to the broader subset of potentially toxic substances this bill brings into the Canadian Environmental Protection Act consideration. It is important to note that there is existing guidance on how the two are balanced by Environment and Climate Change Canada. However, agricultural stakeholders have highlighted the critical need to ensure the end result is as fully informed decision making as possible. And I agree with their concern that Canadian regulators should have a clear mandate to pursue additional evidence where it's found lacking, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, however, given the important role this bill will play in evaluating substances present in our environment, I believe that where there is an absence of data, there should be legislated processes and mechanisms to request more data. I am hopeful that members of this chamber will consider such a matter at committee and investigate how we can possibly strengthen this bill to ensure its success. Mr. Speaker, I just want to close by saying I want to echo what Senator Black had to say, and I hope that the committee will ultimately studies this legislation, which is what I referenced earlier, Mr. Speaker, invites numerous agricultural witnesses to get a fulsome analysis on their views of this bill. A prime example, as I made reference to Senator Sparrow, is the study that he did and the books that he wrote about the development and the protection of our soils, which are completely relevant in this whole area, Mr. Speaker, although some may say that the agricultural industry is a little stretched from Bill C-5, but Mr. Speaker, it's completely relevant if we listen to my colleagues that have already spoken on this bill about food security in the future and being able to make sure that we have fertilizer to continue to use for use in the production of increasing and maintaining at least, and hopefully increasing the amount of food supply in the world, because it is under attack as we speak, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, I for one welcome the modernization management plan in Canada, if done correctly, and with the aim of improving the environment and having an efficient process for crop protection products to be approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting for a number of hours today listening to members, in particular from the Conservative Party, talk about this legislation. And in many of the comments has been brought to your attention in terms of issues of relevancy. What I have found is that throughout the debate, members talk about let's pass this thing, let's get it to a committee. Recognizing that there's a need to look at the possibility of amendments. Yet it seems that the Conservative leadership behind the curtains, in the back room, seem to be determined to not allow the bill to get through second reading, given the fact that it's been before Parliament now for many, many months. Everyone in the chamber, at least the parties, are supporting the legislation. It seems to me that this is the type of legislation that should be passing into committee. I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in terms of the need or the desire of the House to actually see it being looked at in committee.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the bill is before the House. The bill is, we've stated, many of us on our side of the House, here on the Conservative side of the House, that we are in favour of the bill. I've just pointed out in my presentation, at least, that I've even pointed out the types of witnesses that I hope come before the committee when we're discussing S5, this environmental management bill, Mr. Speaker. None of us want to see toxic substances. I pointed out very, very clearly in my presentation tonight what's required in the agricultural industry to keep it vibrant, and there has been huge technological changes and improvements made in the environmental use of products in the agricultural industry, and I only use it because it's one that I'm familiar with, Mr. Speaker. The same thing applies in forestry and mining and many other industries we have as well.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill related to environmental protection. I think this makes transparency important because we need to have access to data. Does the honourable member think that data on environmental impacts of different industrial sectors does the member think they should be made more open? Because, of course, agriculture can be part of the solution. You could talk about agroforestry and carbon capture through agriculture. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question as well. And of course I do. I do believe that we need to be able to make sure that we have as much clear data. That's why I asked for the types of individuals to come forward in the debate on this very bill. And I think we need that expertise, as he said, not just in the agricultural industry, but in mining and forestry and others as well. And to make sure that we're looking at not only for the land, but how that impacts our other natural products or areas such as waterways and the air in many of our cities and industrial areas as well.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The very patient honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to rise and to congratulate my colleague on his speech. I remember being a city councillor in Penticton, where we actually had Department of Fisheries and Oceans was telling Penticton Planning Department that there was actually a fish habitat area in a chunk of land that we wanted to put in some stairs to that prohibited that, when it turned out it was just a golf course's water hazard. So there are issues when Ottawa calls something by a particular definition that is not conducive or recognizable by the locals. Amendment 10, vulnerable environments, it introduces a new term, vulnerable environment, in reference to products that contain a substance or release a substance into the environment. Now, if I was a farmer, Mr. Speaker, and someone in Ottawa started talking about vulnerable environments, especially at a time where farmers are having to put such new resources into new capital, new techniques, new different types of harvesting methods, to suddenly have these uncertain terms being injected into it, does it raise the concerns of this member, and does you think it raises the concerns of his constituents?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I definitely want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. That's part of my whole presentation tonight, was to make people aware of the concern that the agricultural industry has. I think I pointed out there that we need to have people on the ground that are utilizing these products and systems, because there's many land use systems there that we could be using to improve the types of agriculture production that we're using today that will help solidify, Mr. Speaker, food security in the world, and that's what I'm referring to here. We cannot do things that inhibit farmers from being able to feed the world and be able to. We're fortunate in Canada that we may always have enough food, but you can't take that for granted, as some of my other colleagues have said tonight, because you just need to make sure that people know the rules around the production of what can be used to produce food.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand I have a limited amount of time. Is that accurate?
5 minutes. I will pick and choose my talking points. Firstly, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this particular bill and speak on behalf of the good residents of Brantford Brant. By way of some background, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 has not been significantly updated since it was passed in 1999. S5 is the first major update since that time. The Liberals have had 5 years to bring this forward and failed to do so in a timely manner. The bill recognizes that every Canadian has the right, Mr. Speaker, to a healthy environment and requires the government to protect this right. However, if I can just... That right, however, is not defined in the Act. The right may be balanced with social, economic, health, scientific, or other relevant factors. S5 also puts in language to highlight the government's commitment to implementing UNDRIP and to recognize the importance of considering vulnerable populations when assessing the toxicity of a substance, as well as the importance of minimizing risks posed by exposure to toxic substances. I want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, that this is an environmental bill, and I'd like to take this opportunity with the time I have remaining to highlight this government's failures on the environment. Number one, the Liberal government has never met a single carbon emissions reduction target in all of their years in government. Number two, carbon emissions have gone up under this Liberal government. The carbon tax, number three, is an absolute failure. First, it has not reduced emissions. Secondly, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has made it clear that the majority of Canadians pay more in carbon taxes than they get back in rebates. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. But what we routinely hear on that side of the House is they like to rewrite that particular narrative. In 2022, the Commissioner of the Environment released 10 reports on the performance of the Liberal government's protection of the environment. More than half of the reports show that the government was failing to meet its targets. To echo the comments of several of my colleagues today and other days, the Liberal government has never had an environmental plan. They have a tax plan. With respect to S5, we as Conservatives have some concerns about the amendments passed in the Senate. The Senate passed 24 amendments, 11 of which made the bill significantly worse. Key points to remember, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's chemical management plan is a leader in the world, that Bill S5 modernizes the SEPA and will ensure that risk-based approach to chemical management is preserved in Canada, that Canada has completed more risk assessments and introduced more risk management instruments than any other jurisdiction. The bill recognizes a right to a healthy environment, which we fully support. Ultimately, the Conservatives will support this bill, but will be seeking amendments. And I know that the bill talks about a healthy environment, but says nothing about healthy water. And I want to point out this as another failure of this government. When we take a look at the long-term and short-term water advisory across this country, we still have 29 long-term drinking water advisories. Time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In accordance with standing order, actually, when the member returns, you'll have 5 minutes remaining and then a 5 minutes question and answer period. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to pursue a question I initially asked in the month of June related to the, I asked it in May, relating to the upcoming June session on the first session of the Conference of the Parties within the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I asked the question as to whether Canada was going to attend, and I was following up on a question from the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona, who just asked a similar question. And the honourable parliamentary secretary from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had made it very, in his response, said that the government of Canada was going to maintain an unwavering commitment to nuclear disarmament. In the end, Mr. Speaker, Canada did not send a delegation to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We didn't even send an unofficial delegation of observers. This was a profound disappointment to the community within Canada that's looking to our government to stand up and work against the threat of nuclear war. We have had a nuclear non-proliferation treaty in the world since 1970. We had historic progress being made at the time that the United States was under President Ronald Reagan, and the then nation of the USSR was under Mikhail Gorbachev, and they decided together to work to eliminate nuclear weapons. We've had significant backsliding since then from both the U.S. government and, of course, the USSR is no longer. Mikhail Gorbachev, God bless and rest his soul, is no longer with us. The appallingly militaristic and brutal dictator within an alleged democracy of Russia, Vladimir Putin, is now bringing us closer to the threat of nuclear war than we have been at any time for very many decades. I note, Mr. Speaker, that as time has passed before I could pursue this question, ironically, today's date places us exactly very close to the anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which took place in late October of 1962. So here we are in 2022. And what have we learned and what have we done? We must do more to end the threat of nuclear war. And as we look at Canada's role as a member of NATO and what's happening right now with Vladimir Putin mentioning specifically the potential threat of using nuclear weapons, that must be denounced so strongly at all times. We know that the U.S. government, one of the reasons that they put forward to oppose the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was, quote, that it could delegitimize the concept of nuclear deterrence upon which many U.S. allies and partners depend, close quote. Now, there's something for us to actually focus on the importance of signing on to the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, that it would, in the words of the U.S. under former President Trump, quote, delegitimize the concept of nuclear deterrence. That is certainly something we should support. We must delegitimize the notion of nuclear war, nuclear deterrence, or nuclear strikes if we're going to have a peaceful world. There's no question in my mind, and I'll be interested in what the government representatives say to this tonight, that had we pursued aggressively the work that we should do as a non-nuclear state without being so subservient to our nuclear state neighbor, if we'd pursued that as we did in the Ottawa Treaty to ban landmines, we could perhaps have kept the world much safer from Vladimir Putin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, both for her original question and for her statement tonight. I want to be clear that Canada has always had a clear policy of disarmament, non-proliferation, and peaceful use of nuclear energy. Cornerstone is the 52-year-old Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the NPT, a treaty with near universal adherence, and it's at the root of Canada's nuclear policy. It is also unquestionably the cornerstone of the international nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament regime. Canada clearly acknowledges the entry into force of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW, last year, in the first meeting of the states parties in late June of this year. We understand and we also appreciate the sentiment behind the TPNW. But I will reiterate tonight that Canada is not a state party to this treaty, as several of its provisions are incompatible with our NATO commitments. NATO is a defensive alliance, and whether we like it or not, nuclear deterrence is currently a reality. However, we must and will continue efforts to strengthen the international arms control, non-proliferation, and disarmament architecture. The best way to do that is through a step-by-step approach. Under the current framework of the NPT, Canada is a very active member of both the ministerial-level Stockholm Initiative and the Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Initiative. These groupings are cross-regional and bring a variety of different but valuable perspectives. These groups put forward concrete proposals to advance nuclear disarmament, many of which were widely supported at the NPT Review Conference in August in New York. The Stockholm Initiative in particular has served as a unifying force on nuclear disarmament. I've attended several meetings of the initiative, and I recognize that the short-term concrete actions recommended by the initiative have great potential to make real progress in our overall objective of a nuclear weapon-free world. This includes important risk reduction measures that nuclear weapon states can take to reduce risk of possible use of these weapons, all the more urgent given the current international context. Canada is and will remain an active participant in multilateral efforts to develop nuclear disarmament verification processes and capacity. We provide financial and expert support to the International Partnership for Nuclear Disarmament Verification. We're part of the UN group of government experts on this issue. Cooperation in these fora on technical issues between nuclear and non-nuclear weapon states builds trust and confidence and lays the groundwork for future disarmament work. While the current international environment remains extremely difficult, I would even say precarious, Canada will continue to take a constructive and ambitious approach to nuclear disarmament. Russia's obstructionism in international fora and its continual and reckless nuclear saber-rattling poses a direct challenge to the rules-based international order of which the NPT is an integral part. Canada will work with all states, including TPNW proponents, to further our collective ambitions for nuclear disarmament. There is a wide range of views on how we can make progress on nuclear disarmament. I saw that firsthand when I met with groups of Canadian civil society leaders on this issue early this year. We are listening continually to advocates on the subject. But in light of the precarious international situation, Canada's approach will continue to be one that engages diverse stakeholders, attempts to value all perspectives. Creativity is needed in this field to overcome the stalemates and abuse of fair process by bad faith actors. We're committed to engaging in reform and refreshing our international system. With that in mind, Canada will continue to engage with a broad coalition of countries. We will push for a nuclear weapons-free world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague, who is a truly honourable colleague and parliamentary secretary, but I'm very disturbed that we didn't even send observers to the Vienna Conference on the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I think we need to look much more closely at how much more precarious our situation is now, how much less we were able to assist Ukraine, because we couldn't say we'll have a no-fly zone over Ukraine without increasing the risk of nuclear war. We need to recognize that perhaps NATO is, in another reference, muscle-bound. It was unable to help deal with Ukraine's situation. Yes, of course, it sent weapons to assist Ukraine. We cannot risk getting involved or subject the people of Ukraine to a protracted, brutal war. We need to find a route to peace, and perhaps we should start talking about why are we in NATO if NATO requires us to support nuclear weapons.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would simply reiterate that Canada's commitment to advancing nuclear disarmament is unwavering. Indeed, we were very aware and took very strong note of the first meeting of the states parties of the TPNW. Important conversations were had. We're well aware of them. But with 191 states having joined the NPT in over 52 years of history, we are focused on continuing to strengthen that treaty regime. As I've outlined, we are working through long-standing partnerships such as the Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Initiative and more recently established the Stockholm Initiative on Nuclear Disarmament, important multilateral bodies that are trying to make a difference and move the needle on this significant issue. The diverse membership of these groups is their strength. Canada will be there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Iran are at a critical point in their history. The protest movements in Iran aimed at ousting the radical, dangerous regime. These protests have an incredible amount of momentum right now, and I salute the courage and the heroism of the people involved in this movement. At the same time, the horrors of this regime have been going on for decades. And there have been various protest movements over the years where the Iranian people step out and try to fight for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Sadly, in the past, these protests have not succeeded in achieving their fundamental objectives. But I am hopeful and optimistic that this movement seeking fundamental political change will succeed. But it is the fact that this has been going on for a number of years in terms of the repression and the response from the people that led to the proposition of a motion in this House I put forward 4 years ago to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity within the criminal code. This was back in 2018. Now, on that motion to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, the entire present Liberal caucus voted in favor of that motion to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Now, in the intervening 4 years, not only did they not list the IRGC, but we saw no application of sanctions. We saw no action whatsoever. Up until recently, there wasn't a single official associated with the Iranian regime that even had Magnitsky sanctions applied. And we periodically ask the government, why? What's the plan? Why haven't you listed the IRGC? Why no Magnitsky sanctions? Why haven't you taken these steps that are vitally required? And then, most recently, we have the murder of Mahsa Amini, which grabbed public attention throughout the world. And the result of that was significant political pressure on the government. Tens of thousands of people rallying, events that were largely ignored by the government. But the political pressure mounted on them. So then they wanted to look like they were doing something. So now we see this effort by the government to wrap themselves in the images of this movement. The Prime Minister himself attended an event this weekend. But I think what protesters wanted to see was what the government was going to do to take action. The Prime Minister still will not list the IRGC. So great, he showed up at an event weeks after the fact. What I want to know from the government is, aside from the photo ops, aside from the lob questions, where is the substance? Why did it take so long for the government to do anything? But moreover, when will they actually list the IRGC as a terrorist organization? It's bizarre to me. We had the Deputy Prime Minister come out and make an announcement and say, we recognize that the IRGC is a terrorist organization, and so we're going to list them in the, wait for it, Immigration Act, instead of listing them as a terrorist organization in the criminal code. If the Deputy Prime Minister acknowledges that the IRGC is a terrorist organization, then why can't we list them as a terrorist organization in the criminal code? And all I can conclude from this is that the government wants to intentionally create some ambiguity. They're saying, oh, we're listing them in the Immigration Act, instead of we're listing them as a terrorist organization in the criminal code, which is precisely what these Liberals voted to do 4 years ago and yet have failed to act on. So is the government going to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization? And could we get a clear answer? If they acknowledge they're a terrorist organization but they refuse to list them, could they finally explain to us why? What is their position and why on listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 4th, we marked 1,000 days since the downing of Ukrainian International Airline Flight 752, and our thoughts continue to be with the families of those who were killed. Keeping Canadians safe is of paramount importance to this government. Iran's nefarious influence in the region and its support of terrorism must be addressed, and we are working with like-minded countries to continue to keep pressure on Iran to cease its unlawful behavior. The brutal killing of Mahsa Amini is by so-called morality police, and the Iranian regime's deadly response to the peaceful protests are once more displaying Iran's shameless disregard for human rights and the regime's support for terror. Our government, along with our international partners, are committed to holding Iran accountable for their actions in accordance with international law. I would like to reiterate the robust measures Canada has imposed against Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC, in response to these recent incidents, as well as long-term actions against Iran's systemic human rights violations and ongoing behavior that destabilizes regional security. Canada imposes vigorous sanctions against the Iranian regime and its leadership under the Special Economic Measures Act, or CEMA, which explicitly targets the IRGC and several sub-organizations, including the IRGC Air Force and Air Force Missile Command. Since the beginning of the month of October, Canada has already listed 42 individuals and 12 entities under the CEMA, in addition to the 202 previously listed Iranian entities and individuals. Measures under CEMA prevent Canadians from dealing in any property belonging to listed persons. This effectively freezes all assets in Canada that belong to the sanctioned persons. Contravention of these provisions can carry heavy criminal penalties. Additionally, Canada lists Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under the State Immunity Act. This listing, together with the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, allows victims to bring civil actions against Iran for losses or damages related to terrorism. Once Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, becomes law, it will align the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, or IRPA, with CEMA to ensure all foreign nationals subject to sanctions under CEMA will also be inadmissible to Canada. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, October 7th, the Prime Minister announced that Canada will be pursuing a listing of the Iranian regime, including the IRGC leadership, under the most powerful provision of the IRPA. The Iranian regime, including its top leaders, more than 10,000 officers and senior members, will be inadmissible to Canada in perpetuity for their engagement in terrorism and systemic and gross human rights violations. Moreover, the UN Security Council passed a number of resolutions to impose sanctions on Iran, which are implemented into Canadian law under the United Nations Act. The Criminal Code also sets out a terrorist listing regime to help prevent the use of Canada's financial system to further terrorist activity and to assist in the investigation and prosecution of terrorist offenses. Several of Iran's key proxy actors are captured by this scheme. For example, Canada has maintained the Criminal Code listing of the IRGC Quds Force as a terrorist entity since 2012. The Quds Force is recognized as responsible for terrorist operations and providing arms, funding, and training to other terrorist groups. We're committed to holding Iran accountable for the heinous crimes, human rights violations, and threatening of peace and security in the region and in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is now is not the time for half measures. The Deputy Prime Minister said this is a terrorist organization. We have, as the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned, a terrorist listing regime in Canada. And the government has persistently refused to use that terrorist listing regime to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. So the question is, why? Why acknowledge the reality that this is a terrorist organization and then refuse to bring in measures that this government themselves voted for? And the Parliamentary Secretary cites actions taken by the previous Conservative government, such as the listing of the Quds Force, and she says, oh, we've maintained the listing. Well, bravo, you didn't unlist organizations that have been previously listed. But this House voted in 2018 to list the IRGC in its entirety. That was before the downing of PS Flight 752. That was before the murder of Mahsa Amini. And that was before the recent protest movements. Mr. Speaker, could the Parliamentary Secretary clearly tell us, when will the government end the half measures and actually list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, as they voted to do, recognizing what the Deputy Prime Minister has already said?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listings under the Criminal Code provide the legal and institutional framework to implement measures to freeze and forfeit terrorist property and to help investigate and to potentially prosecute someone for certain offences. Canada's listing of the IRGC Quds Force and other Iran proxies is in line with the actions of our like-minded international partners that also sanctioned elements of the IRGC under their domestic regimes. Listing under the Criminal Code is just one instrument in Canada's international and domestic counterterrorism strategy toolbox in ensuring the safety of Canadians. Canada is committed to standing up for human rights and to intervene against those who violate them. This includes ensuring that sanctioned senior members of the Iranian regime and its agencies do not benefit from or receive any economic or social support from Canada or its citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising during today's adjournment proceedings to follow up on a question I asked of the government on October 17th, a few weeks ago. That was the same day that the NDP brought forward its successful Opposition Day motion. And basically the gist of my question was the fact that, under successive Conservative and Liberal governments, we have seen the fact that CEOs and corporations have been increasing their share of wealth, and it's really a question of fairness. My question to the government that day was whether the government would finally admit that it has let corporate greed go unchecked by finally voting with the NDP to defend Canadian families. Now, that Opposition Day motion vote that we had following question period, I'm very pleased to report that it was passed by this House unanimously. I believe the vote was 327-0, which is amazing because it showed that the Conservatives, the Liberals, the Greens, the Bloc Québécois are following the NDP's lead. They are listening to their constituent and understanding that this is an issue. And to reference that motion, Mr. Speaker, it asked the House or the government to basically force CEOs and big corporations to pay what they owe, to close the loopholes that have allowed them to avoid paying $30 billion in taxes in 2021 alone. It asked the government to launch a fair and affordable food strategy which tackles corporate greed in the grocery sector, and to also support the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, where I also managed to pass a unanimous motion for study into this very issue. Mr. Speaker, we always see those news items that come out on social media either on January 1st and January 2nd of every year, which shows that the average CEO has already made in the first couple of days more money than the average Canadian. And that's why I really want to center on this theme of fairness. The Canadians for Tax Fairness found that in 2021, 123 of Canada's largest, most profitable corporations managed to evade even more taxation than they had paid in the 3 years before COVID-19. That's 2017 to 2019 inclusive. Now, this has been done through a variety of ways. There are tax havens that they take advantage of. There are deductions for business meals and entertainment and other expenses, and even the executive's pay itself, which businesses can claim as an expense. And you think about what $30 billion would have done, that lost revenue that the Canadian Treasury missed out on, what that could have been able to pay for. We could have protected and expanded even more ecosystems. We could have helped workers and communities adapt to and mitigate climate change. We could have increased the minimum wage for federally regulated industries. We could have paid more to the national debt, reduced our deficit, increased transfer payments to provinces. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker, of what we would have been able to do. I believe that we need to get serious about this. The government has already followed through on some initiatives that have long been NDP demands, but I believe they need to go further. They need to start implementing things like a tax on extreme personal wealth. They need to bring in a windfall profits tax to get that money that so many corporations have been able to benefit from over the last couple of years to really tackle those extreme profits. We do believe that added resources are needed for this CRA. We do need to see those higher taxes so that we do have this fair and level playground instituted while so many Canadians are struggling by it right now, Mr. Speaker. So again, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, will she, on behalf of her government, admit that corporate greed has gone unchecked, and will she put in policies to address it?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question and also for his motion that was debated in this place earlier in the month. I was pleased to see that it received unanimous support. My colleague across the way is right. Canadian families are struggling with the rising costs of essential purchases. For 7 years now, our government has been working to build an economy that works for everyone. And for 7 years, we've been doing just that. We've introduced measures that have helped grow the economy, that have created jobs, and that have created a fairer and more level playing field for Canadians. Our government is keenly aware that rising prices, which have been seen around the world, are impacting Canadians. High inflation is a global phenomenon caused by events beyond our control. The root of the problem is not Canadian, but we have a made-in-Canada solution to help people who need it the most. Now that Bill C-30 has received royal assent, individuals and families receiving the GST credit will receive an additional $2.5 billion in support starting in early November. With Bill C-31 and the support of the New Democratic Party, we're proposing to create the Canada Dental Benefit for children under 12 and families with an annual incomes under $90,000 who do not have access to a private dental plan. The bill also proposes a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit, which would put $500 in the pockets of nearly 2 million renters who are struggling to pay their rent. These two bills stand as a testament to what can be achieved in this place when members from all parties work together. And I'm sure that the honourable member can appreciate the impact that these measures will have for Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. I'm also happy to see that the Competition Bureau has launched a study on food pricing in the grocery sector. It's completely unacceptable to take advantage of a crisis to raise prices on consumers. We expect the Competition Bureau to act swiftly if there is evidence of unlawful or anti-competitive behaviour in the marketplace. And if there is evidence of anti-competitive behaviour, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry will ask the Competition Bureau to investigate promptly and take appropriate action. We've brought in universal childcare that is helping young families, including my own, as my son and his family benefit from the program. And I'd also like to reassure my honourable colleague that our government firmly believes in tax fairness. Since 2015, we've worked to ensure that the wealthiest people and businesses pay their fair share, and will continue to do so. In Budget 2022, we announced a permanent increase in the corporate income tax rate by 1.5 percentage points on the largest, most profitable banks and life insurance company groups in Canada. Budget 2022 also announced a temporary Canada recovery dividend, under which banks and life insurance groups would pay a one-time 15% tax on the 2020 and 2021 average taxable income above $1 billion to recover some of the benefits conferred to financial institutions from the government's pandemic supports. Later this week, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will release the Fall Economic Statement, which will lay out some of the steps our government will take towards a brighter future for our country. Our government is doing everything we can to make life affordable for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, we will also continue to make the Canadian tax system fairer so that we can continue to deliver the effective programs and services that Canadians deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, a record number of Canadians are having to resort to food banks right now. This is a shocking statistic for a country as wealthy as Canada's is right now. And you juxtapose that with the record profits that grocery chains are making. Canadians see the high prices of food. You look at the record profits that oil and gas companies are making, and you juxtapose that with the high prices that Canadians are paying at the pumps. I'm glad to see that the Liberals followed our lead and agreed to bring in things like dental care, the rental benefit, doubling the GST credit. These were things that we have been calling for quite some time, and I'm glad to see the Liberals follow our lead on this. But more needs to be done. More needs to be done, and Canadians need to see that their government will no longer let corporations and rich CEOs pad their wallets and use inflation as an excuse for doing so. So I'm looking for a commitment from the Parliamentary Secretary to see that instituted, that followed up on, and brought forward in the Fall Economic Statement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government knows that the cost of living is a real concern, and the rising use of food banks is simply unacceptable. That's why making life more affordable was at the heart of Budget 2022 and has been at the heart of our actions ever since the budget was tabled. On Thursday, the Fall Economic Statement will provide further details on our plan to continue building an economy that works for everyone. Canadians from coast to coast to coast can count on us to continue supporting them through this period of global inflation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion porte.
The motion to adjourn this House is now deemed to have been adopted. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow, Tuesday, November 1st at 10 a.m.